What's going on, everybody? No matter what time zone you're in the world, there's one thing that's a constant, and that is LPL, given to you by the LPL English broadcast on a daily basis. My name is Yanni. I am joined here by Jay Beto, as we're going to kick off another three-block day, starting off with OMG versus LGD. Jay Beto, there is a lot that both of these teams need to work on, but OMG more specifically.
Yeah, I mean, firstly, getting into it, this team not only hasn't won a series, but they haven't won a game yet. So, striving for just a pinch of success so far. Yes, they've only played 2 series, but losing both 2-0, again, because there's 3 groups and 4 teams in these the 2 bottom groups, you don't get a whole lot of matches to play, and there is going to be a cutoff point for a team like OMG very early on where mathematically they will be out of playoffs contention. So not saying that they necessarily need to win tonight, but finding some synergy, maybe a game win would be really, really important.
Anything to just kind of make sure that the morale is up and that the players are like, okay, we can take games off of some of these teams. Again, it's going to be a tough mountain to climb. You know, LGD on the other side looking like, dare we say, the second best team in the group that, remains to be seen quite yet. They did end up taking their loss to LNG, which is a team that none of us really expect to stay in Nirvana for the rest of time here in 2026.
Yeah, at least has the potential to contest in the playoffs and potentially get to Group Ascend in the later portions of the year. Now, for a team like OMG, with how they've started, it's pretty disingenuous to have a conversation about them making it to Group Ascend anytime soon. But, not being eliminated from playoffs contention would be a great start. And even if that happens, in the Group Nirvana for the second split, so Group Perseverance will be removed and they'll be back to 2 groups. You can sit in there for a bit longer, get some more matches in because you'll have more teams to play against and be a bit more comfortable. But this team hasn't found the most synergy. They've been a little bit all over the place. For LGD, 1-1 in series, and their series versus LNG, I casted that. It was a fun series. They did get destroyed at times, but that game 2 specifically, LGD with Sasa and YCX found some really great team fights.
That's always good when you can do that against the team that is the big bad of your group, so to speak. Let's go ahead and take a look at some of these rosters, starting off with the OMG roster, because this is a team that was under construction for a little bit. It's now in the middle of their rebuild. It's Harry, it's Juhan, Haichao, Starry, and Moham. There have been some problems. I look to Juhan as one of the biggest guys that has had some issues. It feels like any time he's gone up against the junglers in this group, he's come out on the bad, and entering his 4th region has now been around the block a bit. And he had a great year last year because Zhao was like the biggest part of the meta, but it was all in LCKCL, and now he's trying to help OMG get some wins here in Group Nirvana.
And like we've been talking about, that is really what we are hoping from this team. Again, an upset would be crazy, but LGD are the strong favorites in this series, like you said before, to contest top of the group and at least get out of this group, make it to the play-in stage, and contest some of the Group Perseverance teams, where see how well Nirvana and Perseverance play up against each other, how they stack up against each other. But this is a team that the names don't necessarily strike you with, uncomfortableness, but their gameplay has been very disjointed and is never really a strong winning part on the map. That's another thing that would be really nice to see. Haichao has had times, Starry's had times as well, but for the most part, stats-based analysis is not the best thing to do. But if you just go and look at the game scores, every player is negative, everyone's down CS, no one's having a great time. I don't want to be super negative about this team, but they need to give us something really positive to talk about.
Yeah, it's hard not to be. And, the good news is for some of those clips and some of those engages, while they were a little ill-fated, a lot of times they were on the same page. Now, there were plenty of times where they were not on the same page. I would take a look at a guy like Moham in their last game versus Ultra Prime, where, you know, he had just flashed forward, going in very, very aggressively toward Grizzly, and the rest of the team wasn't exactly there to follow up, but they tried anyway. And ultimately, Jay Beto, they lost a lot on that, and I feel like that was a big part of where the game went wrong.
And I mean, drafting is another thing as well, right? We were talking before about maybe looking at getting this team to find a little bit more of an easy executionable comp, something that builds their team up, makes them play on the same page, and allows them to find these team fights later on in the game. But it does suck starting your year this way. It's only been 2 series. We are, you know, being realistic, but there's tons of time to turn it around. There's a little bit of time for this first split, but it doesn't mean that they're out of contention for Group Ascend later in the year or having a good year in Group Nirvana through Split 2.
I like the thought of playing some of these simpler, easy to execute comps. The team that's under construction, their foundation is not looking so good, so maybe we need some more bricks. Let's play a Malphite or something like that, and try to have an easy go button that everybody can follow up on. Speaking of following up on one, let's go follow up on LGD and take a look at their roster after their match the other day against LNG. It's Sasa, it's Hung, it's Tangyuan, it's Xiaoya, and YCX rounding out this roster. Jay Beto, you were talking to me earlier about Sasa and YCX and what they were bringing to the table for LGD. Yep, it looks like we lost Jay Beto for a moment there. Jay Beto did talk often about what they were bringing to the table, and one thing that I noticed when doing a deep dive is that Sasa is getting a lot of priority in these drafts. It appears that LGD are really giving him a lot of resources, giving him room to work on some of these big carries up in the top lane. He's not playing the stock standard tanks most of the time. He has put the Udyr to bed for the moment. We'll see, because he is always liable to pull it out at any time. And for YCX, it feels like a really, really good meta for him. This is a guy that has come through and he's played a bunch of different champions to start out the year in 2025. He was the first one to kind of pull out Seraphine, and I do think that Seraphine can bring quite a bit to the table, but the enchanters are really what I'm looking at. It is an enchanter meta right now, and those seem to be his best champions. He has more picks on enchanters than he does on engaged champions. I'd say let this guy work. And through a lot of these clips, I think one thing to notice is that it just feels like they're so close on some of these fights just end up going so well for them. I mean, you know, this was their second game where they ended up winning. You take a look as we went into the second clip, LNG had managed to get a couple of kills in between, and you know, ultimately LGD were able to pull this off, and a lot of it was behind some engages from YCX. So this particular fight was definitely a little messy, but hey, if an Aphelios goes untouched, you are just going to win every time. This guy is so difficult to actually kill. And if you don't have any proper ways to deal with an Aphelios, it's going to be very, very difficult to actually win these games. So we'll see if LGD has another one in the back pocket against OMG. Again, we talked about it. OMG not doing so well right now. You know, they have so much to work on. It feels sad to say that their goal right now should be to just take a singular game off of, you know, their next maybe 2 or 3 matches, right? And there's no crazy punishment for finishing last in Nirvana and Split 1, but if you finish last in Nirvana and Split 2, because we're, you know, Perseverance and Nirvana kind of meld together, that's where you're in trouble, because, well, then you'll be finding yourself getting relegated, like a lot of these other players did. as we have a couple of members in this particular game that had to stare down relegation last year, and that just means that you get to play less games, and playing less games stinks. You know, you obviously want to play more games than less games. I think of a lot of players, you know, like Harry, who was relegated. You know, we're taking a look at, you know, guys like Starry and Boham, who also got relegated. But there's guys on the other side as well. You know, it's you know, Hung, who was playing against his former team now, that also got relegated too. Is Jay Beto, you have returned, so tell me how you feel about LGD.
I think that LGD are part of the reason that Group Nirvana looks potentially like the scarier group, which is, you know, out of Group Nirvana and Group Perseverance. I think that they make it quite scary. Obviously, we have to wait till these teams, or these two groups, sorry, match up against each other to fully see how that goes. But I think that in their losses to LNG, part of it was due to them picking comps and then not quite executing the comps perfectly. Things like Caitlyn Karma, they had push in bot and then weren't able to transition that to any Drake prio or Drake stacking, a huge win condition of a lane like that. They played Viari and they won that game, but they weren't able to find the combo at all. Outside of that, a potential concern, I think that YCX has found some really great engages. I think that Sasa has played quite a good series against LNG, and Xiaoye can show up when it matters, but there are some pretty heavy-hitting ADCs in the LPL in general, not only in Group Nirvana, but LPL in general. When you get on into potential play-ins, playoffs, there are some stars.
Without a doubt, and you know, this is a fair test for them. I think Starry and Moham have had moments where they've struggled, but have also had moments where they've looked like the brighter spot on OMG. So I am interested to see how these guys stack up. You know, they played against each other a couple of times last year, but you know, YCX and Xiaoye have also built themselves a bit of a reputation as a duo through you know, their play in 2025, and at times we're a big part of this LGD squad that was actually driving them forward and being the big carry. So we'll see if it's a return to form for them, or if we're going elsewhere. As we see this lovely intro video that everybody loves, the shouting of the Gyos is really what gets me. I'm like, this is like before all these teams have played games and have had a chance to get mad at each other for not performing, which is fantastic.
Gotta start with some good mental, some good team communication, coordination. So we will get the walkouts coming out. Another thing that I've been enjoying for the LPL in general. It did say Rio there on the intro, but I believe that Junhao has been starting more often than not. So have to see who is ending up playing tonight on the full roster. But getting into draft soon, Yanni, there's something funny that was put up by the official LPL. It was the Jin win rate currently, which in the LPL sits at 0%. I actually have the stat here. It's 14 games in tier 1, and the only win was from Ruler the other night. So the other 13, and a few of those are from the LPL, no one has really managed to find success on this champion. Not even necessarily that the champion is super highly prioritized. Here we go. This is the graphic. Nice. Yeah,
I was talking with Slayer, fellow play-by-play caster on this wonderful broadcast, and you know, he was like, he remains just mostly a situational pick, and it feels like the situation to pick him is almost never at this point. And it's a shame, because like there are compositions where he has been picked where it's like, Jin is a great pick here, right? You're able to go and you've got some poke, so it's like, you can root people up and you can really kind of spoon feed your carries that way, and he'll be a bit more of a utility piece, but it just hasn't worked out. One note that you had mentioned about seeing ReZero on the graphic is that it is Juhan, as we did see him step onto the stage, give his fist bump as both of these teams looking to get ready. So you did say that for OMG, you want to see some simpler, easier to execute drafts. My cornerstone for that is Malphite. Do you have a different cornerstone that you think OMG should be able to try to build around?
I think Malphite has found a little bit of middling success, but that can be up to what teams are playing him. I haven't really been looking at... I have the stat here as well. It's 17 jungle games around the world, 41% win rate, 11 in the LPL with a 45% win rate. So LPL has been prioritizing it the most. The next closest outside of the LPL was the LCP with 3 games, and both the LCK and the LEC are winless on this champion. So something that the LPL has been finding success on. It's been getting played quite a bit, as long as you can find a good spot for it in the draft. If it's a Malphite Orianna angle, that looks great. If you're against a Sylas or if you're against a Mundo, it has found a positive win rate against Mundo, but it can be really tough just the matchup alone to take down the Spellshift. So I do like the Malphite, but for OMG, I think it's about team fighting. Maybe if you want to make some side lane play with a Pantheon look. So OMG, yeah, there we go, perfect. OMG chose counter pick. LGD chose blue side. So OMG want their 10th pick support pick, 10th pick top lane pick, maybe jungle. They've got something up their sleeve here, Yanni, that they feel comfortable or they want to see information before picking it.
Can already see based off the bans. Yeah, that Malphite was the first thing to kick the bucket, as LGD have realized maybe OMG will opt into this. Caitlyn ban getting drawn to Xiaoya. Not too surprised by that. This is a guy who has been really excellent on this champion throughout his career, and most notably last year has been very polarizing on some of these, like, meta picks. Varus being one of them hasn't been that great, and it's always tough when a Jarvan gets locked in against you.
So globally, Varus 33 games, 70% win rate. That's
good.
A lot of games played, a really high win rate on this champion. OMG immediately snatch up a really nice combo into it, though. The cage, or the microwave, I guess you could call it. Yeah, the hot pot. There we go. Cataclysm and the Equalizer combo, very nice. Getting a playmaking jungler for Juhan. Pretty standard counter pick here for Sasa. I would imagine a jungle answer. Oh, actually, just going to go with the mid. This is risky because you've got double carries who are stuck in the cage. Yes, Ryze can build a little bit tanky, but you'd probably want Merc Treads against something like a Talia or the Anivia.
See what OMG selects. It looks like it'll be a Talia for Haichao. It's a champion that at times he has been pretty solid on. Think Demacia Cup, and a champion that, well, if you saw in the earlier clips, made a bit of a misstep. And, I think it is so difficult for this OMG team to try to pilot this champion, mostly because it doesn't fit the bill of what you said they need to do, right, in terms of just, like, really good team fighting. You leave yourself opportunities to maybe have some less than stellar Weaver's walls and some less than stellar map rotations.
Does opt for some pick potential and matches the global, at least, that Tang Yuan is going to be bringing out. So we'll have to see how that mid lane matchup goes. My eyes, though, really on the support. I think that the support picks recently, last year, and still maintaining this year are the linchpins of team fights. If you can find a nice rel game, bring the graphic back up, because
no. Guys,
we're
don't
going
do it.
for an extra loss.
Guys, please, no. You're already 0-2-0-4. Please, anything but the Jhin at this point for these guys. I just really don't want to. Okay, thank God. They're going to opt into this Yunara. We'll see if LGD is going to opt for a full poke, or if they want to get some further engagement down in that bottom lane. You don't often see, the double poke anymore when you have a Varus. Most of the time you just see, hey, we're going to go engage, because Varus can scrap. He's not just a poke guy anymore.
Wukong Rise. I like it. It's good skirmish for LGD here. They can find some nice, 2v2s, 3v3s, but with their team comp in a fight, they're quite close range outside of Varus if he goes the poke variant. It's a nice rel angle here. Poppy a choice for OMG now with the Wukong and the Rel that have been selected. You could go Alistair, that's a typical handshake. Wow. I mean, this is great because it pairs with the Yunara. You can enchant Jarvan as well.
You can enchant the Rumble too in a fight. Like, very underrated to get him in there with that Flame Spitter.
The thing is, though, is that this is completely reliant on Haichao and Juhan getting an engage, finding the team fights themselves. If the Weaver's Wall positioning isn't good, if there's no Seismic Shove, the Seismic Shove, there's no setup except for the EQ knock-up. So Juhan would have to fully commit to go in for that to find the knock-up, or the knock-back, I should say, sorry. And I guess you can knock someone up on the rocks, and that counts as a stun as well. But for LGD, they've got Cassante that will struggle into the Rumble at times, but very tanky. Everyone knows the Cassante memes at this point. The Wukong engage, which into Yunara is really nice, and then a ton of burst damage with the Rise. Actualizer Rise, I think, is super strong, and Varus can go either build. We've seen a little bit of the on-hit start coming back. It's looked really good, Yanni, but Poke is great this game too. Keep distance from the Yunara, keep distance from the Lulu. And I don't think that OMG can really get on top of you.
Yeah, and I think this is really hard for OMG, mostly because, you know, you'd mentioned it's centered around Juhan and Haichao. These are guys that, Juhan so far, I don't think he's looked great. Haichao, obviously very polarizing lately. You know, he got a lot of flack in 2025 for really not having a great 2025. And, you know, looking over on the other side for LGD, you've got this Wukong, you've got this Varus, that these champions are meant to be the bridge to get this Rise strong later. And I think that you're going to have a very hard time as OMG with this Jarvan, with this Taliyah, going up against the sheer power on the side of LGD. We'll see what happens as we're all in Summoner's Rift for game 1 of the first best of 3 of the day.
It's going to be a long day too. Got some Titans coming up in our next series. I will be cheering on JDG. I will be JDG biased off of cast for until I'm proven wrong.
We got EDG and Thunder Talk before that, my friend.
And that's I haven't seen a lot of perseverance.
Yeah, that's a real important game, you know, to cut away for this one for a second. EDG has struggled themselves for a team that everybody's expected to do well. So there's a lot of great matchups today, a lot of compelling storylines. As we'll see if OMG are able to at least get their first individual game win. You see Moham walking up here. He's going to heal out of the crash down, and we'll be able to just get some poke off himself.
OMG start off with what looks like 3 pushing lanes. The top lane now going into Cassante's favor, but the Taliyah push, the bot lane push, means that for Juhan can maybe look for an invade, can look to find an early gank, if potential blow Rises flash early, because until, you know, Roa is completed, Merc Treads are completed, no TP on this Rise. Actually, it's double combat sums for the mid lane, something that we're seeing more and more of in this mid lane, taking the Ghost, mostly the Ghost. Sometimes it's cleansed depending on the matchup, but it's been mostly Ghost on these 2 champions specifically. Let's chunk out in mid.
This is a big problem for Tangyuan. Did he flash away from those minion autos? Is he able to live? Look on the other side. Moham's up a little too far as Hung is ready to make the first move. Flash for flash, and Moham will fall at his first blood to Hung.
I think really nice play here from Hung. Understands that because of the wave push, Juhan has access to... Look at the dive. Look how it would have looked if Jarvan was here, like now, the full clear finishes, maybe this next wave. And Juhan's able to dive bot lane with the Varus with that HP. Wouldn't have looked very nice, but yeah. In the mid lane, Tangyuan has to flash away from... I think he's predicting Haichao's flash, but Haichao held it. So both down Ghost, Tangyuan down flash. And this is what I was talking about, right? If you're able to burst the flash, so burn the flash early. And I was kind of expecting a Juhan gank to get that off, but not needed. The flash is down. If you hit Cataclysm early, even just a flag and drag knock up into the Seismic Shove might spell the end for this Rise. There's no summoners.
We're seeing Juhan try to get in on this top side. He's up there clearing out as well, and it looks like there could be a meeting on the mines here. at this tribe rush. Juhan does have the level advantage right now. As Hung is going to be the one to say, hey, you know what? Get out of my jungle. I'll do whatever I can to force you out. I'll trade some of his health bar for it. We'll see if Juhan finishes this back, or if he anticipates this blue buff being done. Looks like he will just finish off and continue to try to play his own game and make an impact for his team.
Yeah, Varus, a champion like we were talking about earlier. 33 games in Tier 1 Global with a 70% win rate. A variety of builds, mostly the lethality, but some has been the on-hit coming back. Looked really, really nice in the game that it was played. But the champion provides so much, you know, utility, slow, anti-heal, the stun, range damage, burst potential, very safe.
Like
you can go TP. I know. How many Cassante champions are in the game? I mean, what is going on here in the bot lane? But Varus is... we finally got Kalista out of the bot lane. She was dominant, like, I think it was all 2025 or most of it, or most of 2024 it might have been, where we were handshaking Kalista Varus every game. But now Varus has remained. Hung is snuck in here, but he will be spotted on the wave.
Yep, and it was the melee minion doing OMG's work as Salsa has to flash away as Harry is going to pick up a solo bolo. He will die to the turret, but drop that equalizer down. I think that means he's going to go -1 cannon, but that's all right. You'll take the kill anyway.
700 gold up, though. Completely worth.
On his own,
Trades
too.
the flash. Yeah, really nice solo kill. And, I mean, we know what Cassante can do. Not necessarily the easiest champion to be getting solo kills against, but Harry makes it look pretty easy. This is good showing for OMG so far. Mid and top is winning. Bot is stable despite that first kill going over in favor of LGD. That was onto the jungler. And Wukong later on in the game will feel really nice, but still no flash on Tung Yuan for maybe 30 to 45 seconds if Juhan can level up soon, as trading in bot, double heal expended, one on each side. Looks like Tung Yuan will have... I don't think he's going to hit 6 off this dragon. So, take a look. Wait.
Juhan
He didn't. Okay.
Still level 5, sadly, but yeah, that
Tung Yuan
bit of
should be
trading,
safe.
a bit of trading just to make sure that he is able to secure that, and that's the benefit of having that early tempo of Juhan just clearing things out. When Hung decided to show up to the bottom side, it does mean that you'll get first dibs on that dragon. So Grubs will be in 1 minute and 40 seconds. That'll be the next objective that we're looking for here, Jay Beto. Not really a ton of champions that you're like, ah, yes, Grubs are a must-have in this game.
Yeah, I wouldn't even be surprised if either of these teams opts to make a side lane play, go for some plates, try to complete their quest, because you do have to sacrifice, you know, your quest stacking up to go and fight around these grubs. It might just be Hung getting them. Maybe we see Juhan get 1, Hung get 2, or vice versa, but I think you're right. It does feel good with the sieging potential and the side lane that's capable with both the Ryze and the Talia, but neither champion is going to be destroying through towers, more just chewing up those waves, getting a lot of gold on them, and I mean, it's week 2. I feel like it's still worth talking about. The boots rush in mid that has also become quite prevalent with like alongside the double combat summoners. So when you complete your mid quest, you get those upgraded boots for free. Lucidity boots is really strong. I think that's the one where you get adaptive force. Oh no, no, that's the movement speed boots. Don't know what the upgraded Lucidity boots does. Can't remember. But the tank wads at Rise are going to go give you the shield when you take magic damage. Very, very strong. So we might not be seeing a ton of new champions in the mid lane, but a lot of new tech coming in, a lot of shifting of the build path and summoner spells. Makes it feel a little bit more fresh.
Crimson Lucidity boots giving movement speed when you use your summoner spells or hit people, so that's obviously a very good pickup for Hai Chao. Hung looking to show up to the top side. We'll see Harry put those boots to good use, as he'll try to mitigate as much damage as possible. Equalizer goes down, but the all-out is there as well. And I'm not sure he's going to be able to find a way out of this one. Not going to be able to even find a trade kill back. It's Sasa picking up that kill.
Hung finding more impact on the map. Jarvan has really great ganks, but it's been this Wukong first to the punch twice now. Juhan uses dash into the pit. They're going.
And they decided they're going to go for it. There's that Realm Warp coming in, and Juhan's forced to flash away, but a teleport on the backside. It's Rel's teleport out of the Summoner Spellbook. It'll force Juhan away. That does mean that Grub's going to go over to LGD. Well, during this time, Hi Chow, a wise move to just make sure that this wave gets in, but that plate is going to be left on the table.
Yeah, really nice snap action there from LGD. They see the flag and drag used, and instantly the Realm Warp goes. Tangyuan sidesteps the seismic shove, so Realm Warp doesn't get cancelled. They get out Juhan's flash. Yes, TP had to be used by YCX, but Grub's over to LGD as well. And yeah, reading it here, buffing an ally, damaging abilities against champions and using summoner spells gives you bonus movement speed for 4 seconds, so pretty strong. Is these upgraded Lucidity boots.
Trying to be very, very quick. As YCX is to quickly exit the bottom side of the river, as OMG are going to get there and take that crab in preparation for the next dragon in about 1 minute and 15 seconds. And if you're OMG, this is a team that did struggle a little bit with dragon control, so it is nice to see them put a bit more of an emphasis on that. It does come at the cost, however, of this Jarvan not having this early impact that we have typically seen out of our LPL junglers to start the year.
And at the beginning of this game, we saw the flash burnt by Tangyuan, or on Tangyuan, sorry, and not able to be punished by the timer. But now, where do you go? Do you try to force the flash in bot, maybe in mid? And the problem here, and the reason I'm bringing this up, is that you can't burn the flash. You're probably not getting a trade like that in mid again. That's more or less like a first 1, 2, 3 levels kind of thing, where unfortunately, one side plays it, a little bit too fast-paced. Tangyuan takes a bad trading, has to flash, but there's no one to burn the flash. Seismic Shove is not that much of a threat in lane to require you to flash it frequently, and nobody else has a chance of burning flash outside of the other lane opponent making a big mistake. So Juhan is going to struggle in this, bridge to the mid game to find ults onto people who don't have flash or burning flash. Has the Sundered Sky picked up now? So both junglers on their first item. That means a lot more survivability, but even though OMG got that first Drake, LGD on this second one. Bot lane's reset. Juhan's pathing up to the top side of the map. This is a free Drake.
Yeah, Xiaoya did an excellent job there of poking out Starry, getting him to about half HP, and that's when OMG decided that they could not fight around this objective. So that is a big loss for them, that early investment on that first dragon not paying off. And, again, we just talked about how they didn't get anything during that time outside of the dragon. So we'll have to see how things progress for them. But for both of these teams, fighting is going to be very explosive. We've got this Herald in 3 minutes, and I'm sure LGD is chomping at the bit to get a piece of OMG in these team fights, leveraging the early strength of Wukong and Varus.
The good news for OMG is that they haven't fallen behind outside of the jungle role, and Moham.
Oh, the bad news is they just go all in on Moham to take him out. The Realm Warp is there too. Juhan's got to put him in the Cataclysm, but he is stuck. He flag and drags his way out, but he's on the wrong side of the map. It's Xiaoya picking up that kill, and there is nothing Hai Chao can do. You were saying
Talia is a champion. Yeah, Talia is a champion that takes a long time to come online and do damage, and even if you were to fight at like a Seraph's item, maybe you want to, that's not completed, right? Starry was not there for that fight at all. Moham walks in by himself as Starry.
He transcended himself. He burns the cleanse on the Chains of Corruption, but overall,
Xiaoya no flash.
Trade of ultimates there. We'll see if they are able to punish Xiaoya, but given the fact that Juhan's up on the top side, might be a little bit difficult, but there is still plenty of time. Let's take a look at this replay.
So yeah, Moham goes in for a ward. The ward's done. He just pinked the, why are you walking up to auto-attack the ward, Moham? And hung around the corner. Really nice snap again, just disrespectful from Moham. Look where Starry is, nowhere near. That's most of your damage at this point in the game. Juhan as well, didn't have to go in there. It is good to see when a play is being made. I guess Juhan is going in with his support, but I think it's just disrespectful. Vision set up from Moham, gets caught. that's just an unfortunate L. You have to take that death, but Juhan going in, giving over another kill as well. And again, I don't want this to be a theme for this team throughout, you know, the rest of this split one round robin of... It's not a bad thing to have your jungler walk with your support, but you have no damage just in case, and I'm trying to cope a little bit. That was just incredibly disrespectful from Moham. You see the pink, you know that there's at least one person there, probably a good idea to walk away.
And especially because Ryze can just realm warp over and immediately turn the numbers in that fight. Given the fact that YCX was just standing there, I think Moham should have had an inkling that maybe something bad was happening, and Harry might have that same inkling, but he is able to walk back to the relative safety of his turret. He will drop the equalizer down to ensure that Tong Yuan and Hung aren't able to get much more than a plate.
+1 on that one. Missed the old one, the other cannon earlier, but managed to get that cannon. Now, Yanni, we're nearly finished all of our lane quests. It's just Tong Yuan who hasn't completed his. Ooh, just missed. There was no cleanse there, so maybe Sari would have had to burn the flash if he thought that was going to connect, or might have just died from the follow-up from YCX, CC-wise, and the follow-up damage-wise from Xiaoya. But upgraded Lucidity Boots have been finished. The upgraded Merc Treads will come in soon as well. I feel like mid laners alongside supports are probably the winners of the lane quest in the immediate sense. Getting extra XP, more levels, getting more gold, and an extra item slot feels great for top lane at ADC. But the fact that you instantly get free upgraded boots, and for supports you get the discounted control wards and a control ward slot does feel really nice. Jeez, kind of surprised that, I guess because Tong Yuan's in top lane, right? There it is. The mid quest has finished, and I can check that OMG did get that one grub when Juhan went in before. So now it's LGD around the Herald. I don't think that OMG really have any way in here. Again, this is the problem with playing something like a Lulu. Maybe we can do some damage to this mid tower. No, we're going to try to walk in with a roam from Harry.
Yeah, and then he turns around realizing that everybody's backed off, but I have to say it's a bit of a slow rotation over. And for LGD, I think it's not terrible that they weren't able to get anything off of that. You got to remember there is good scaling on both sides between this Ryze and this Yunara. I think OMG are definitely the ones that are going to be a little bit more timid when it comes to fighting. Again, that Varus, that Wukong is very, very powerful and scary to stare down. We've got 1,000 HP. Teleport coming in on the backside for Harry, but LGD is just out of there.
Yeah, very late. I think the first drop from LGD was because they were trying to get Harry's TP. When they spotted him moving up, or when Sasa called that Rumble was no longer in lane, they pulled off, so Harry goes back to lane to catch the wave that's under his tower, and then LGD immediately pick it back up. Again, no way of getting in. They have flag to check for vision. That's kind of it, right? You've got no engaged support, no real tank in this team comp at all. So even if you were to have vision, you'd need to be completely sending it with Juhan. Maybe a Weaver's Wall would allow you to do that, but LGD building up this gold lead now, 1.2k. The only lead for OMG still is Harry, who, again, got that really nice solo kill, but it hasn't really meant a whole lot. And to be honest, top laners haven't really been a part of this game at all. Just clearing waves as we saw there. Harry TP's in, but second Drake started again. OMG have reset at a bad time. They cannot walk in. And even if they were here, so hard to get in.
I think they're going to try. Dragging down to about 2,000 HP. There's that Weaver's Wall coming in. Juhan flag and drag, but pulled back in by the Rel. They are able to land the kill over to YCX. And what's going to happen for the rest of this fight? It's that Cataclysm as Xiaoya is in trouble, but look at the backside. It's everybody else on OMG as Xiaoya wins his 1v1 against the OMG jungler.
Really nice play from both Rel and Varus here, using their ults, Chains of Corruption, and this Magnet Storm to keep out Juhan. YCX sacrifices himself, but it's just a really simple play here. Played well, I should say. The Weavers all cut off Xiaoya, but look, Chains of Corruption on top of Juhan here. Magnet Storm as well. And then this is the problem, right? Look at how much Juhan has to use to get in. Flag and drag, Cataclysm. The Wild Growth doesn't knock up Xiaoya, and then he just stands there and 1v1s him now because Juhan's used absolutely everything. Haichao can't get in. Starry was pushed back as well. OMG just cannot close the gap, and even though LGD outside of Varus don't have a ton of range at all, there's just no real way for this OMG team comp to engage.
It was a perfectly timed flash by Xiaoya because he saw Starry commit, and that meant that Starry was up a little bit too far and had to lose both of his summoners just to escape that fight. Getting to the 19-minute mark in this game, LGD up in kills. They've got this 1,000 gold lead, and honestly, it feels like they've just nickel and dimed OMG throughout this game. Better rotations, some better farming in spots, and bigger impact for their jungler Hung. He's 1-0-4. Obviously not just stat line watching here, but when you've got 100% kill participation, you are absolutely doing something right, Jay Beto. 30 seconds until this Baron is up, but I imagine that's not going to be in the cards for quite some time for either side.
Yeah, for LGD, they don't have a ton of Baron damage. Ryze is not too bad with his ability cycling, but Poke Varus does almost no damage. There's secure damage with the Blight stacks, 3 Blight stacks WQ. This is a nice play, though. Put the Herald in mid, get some plates. Is it going to stop the Herald? Nice. Good wall, stop. Actually. Good answer from Haichao.
Feels like it's the first Weaver's wall that we've said has been pretty solid. This is, again, a problem that we mentioned in the draft, right? It's not just a bag on Haichao or anything like that. We did say we wanted something easier to execute for OMG, and throughout the season so far, they have not displayed in the regular season that they are able to execute well enough on this Taliyah. Whether it's a Haichao problem, whether it's a Juhan problem, still remains to be seen, given the fact that Juhan didn't show up when Ryze's summoners were down all that long ago in the game. Perhaps the issue could be pointed there. But we'll have to see. More time will tell for diagnosing OMG's issues and how they can fix themselves.
As well, the top lane solo kill, no flash on the Cassante. Not that it's easy necessarily to dive a Cassante or kill him with a Jarvan, but there was weak points on the map that OMG could have exploited, and instead Hung got 2 ganks off before Juhan was really able to do anything.
Drag.
Here we go.
YCX here, and he's not able to get over the wall. The flash is there, but Starry will be able to snipe him with the Arc of Ruin. First kill for this Yunara. That is very big for OMG.
It is 2 ults used, both the Transcendence and the Wild Growth from Moham, but no summoner spells used on OMG's side. So nice catch out, nice punish onto YCX, who is maybe feeling a little bit too confident now with how the game's going, but no objectives up that are really viable to do. They can't pull Baron. It's a minute until this Drake now, so Y6 is already respawned. Has TP as well to join back, so we'll TP in. It's almost like he didn't die. Doesn't have flash short, but the exhaust will do a lot. Really, the big damage threat in these fights is going to be Starry now with these 2 items. The Fiend Hunter Bolt's his new Season 16 item that's been like Yunara's... It's a Zeri item as well, but Yunara's... Ooh. I think Juhan meant to go in there, but missed the flag?
Yeah, that's tough, especially because this is right before the Dragon. You would love to, force Xiaoya's flash out or even try to take him out. Now you're not going to have that opportunity. 15 seconds till this Dragon is up, Jay Beto. You did just point out a couple moments ago, YCX is flashless, so that does give OMG some possibility to operate in this fight. Not going to be any surprise engagements from the Rel, but for right now, they're struggling trying to get into this river as it is littered by members of LGD.
And again, you've got flag for Vision, but the Dragon's already been started up. It's basically already dead. Maybe Equalizer can try to steal?
They're just keeping them out. I mean, that Chains of Corruption is great. Haichao off to the side. He's forced to flash away. We'll see if OMG actually wants this fight. Juhan is just walking up right now. Just kind of mean mugging at LGD, and once again, there's a situation where LGD lock all windows and doors and keep OMG away from these objectives.
OMG currently keeping LGD away from this wave, but they will be able to wiggle their way back in. And as OMG here, you go top side, maybe there's a pretend Baron threat, but LGD, no, that's not possible. that you're just going to have to take a reset again. We're seeing the problems of this OMG comp. No tank, which doesn't always matter. No engage support, which doesn't always matter again. But when they're all together like this, you've got no one to help Haichao get the seismic shoves. You have to be free-handed every single time. Juhan's having a troubled time going in with any damage, right? Harry and Juhan haven't really been able to sync up this game with their ults either, so OMG just kind of sitting by the side, twiddling their thumbs and watching LGD take the entire map.
Yeah, and I like that you mentioned the Haichao factor here, mostly because he was on the side lane for a while. He goes and he throws down that Weaver's Wall, sure, but it feels like just because OMG don't have great ability to pick somebody out, start these fights, Haichao needs to be with the rest of the team during these objective retakes to try to land these seismic shoves on some of these targets, or even poke out Sasa. You know, if he's the guy who's there trying to play bouncer and keep out OMG, you need to be able to try to punish him for it, and he walked away with relatively high HP under no threat, didn't have to use many cooldowns, and this is a problem. They haven't recognized yet that they need Haichao with them.
And there is a lot of damage from OMG, right? They've completed 2 items on Haichao. The Rylai's is a really nice item on Talia to help you get those free-handed, -1, free-handed seismic shoves, and going into the Blighting Jewel now, so could be Void Staff, could be Crypt Bloom, but some pen, some more AP, so Haichao will be doing damage at this point, and further points. It does take a while for the Talia to get there, but the problem is it's not about necessarily the damage. They've got damage. They just can't land on the same target at the same time. They're down tempo constantly, showing up late to these objectives on separate pages. OMG with much of the same issues that we were highlighting earlier, hoping that they could build some synergy. I think that for this team, it is important to highlight when they're doing things well. Haichao had a great lane, so did Harry, but as a team as a whole, they haven't found that something yet.
Weaver's Wall just to protect this mid lane turret from going down. It is tough sledding here for OMG, as it feels like they haven't been able to do much of anything throughout this game. And definitely not throughout the last 5 or so minutes. Almost feels like they're in a position where they're just waiting for LGD to position themselves to throw the game, right? They're like, all right, you know, maybe we'll just fight with them at the bear, and then we're going to be forced to fight them at this next dragon in 1 minute and 30 seconds, as it would be Soul for LGD, it would be Chemtech Soul. You mentioned there was a lot of damage for OMG. Not a lot of it is burst, a lot of it is sustained damage, so there will be value to be had out of that Chemtech Soul if LGD are the ones to get it.
And a Cassante, right? Like, that's one of his best souls, if not the best soul. Maybe Mountain Soul's pretty good on him too, but Cassante loves a good Chemtech Soul. And you're right, you know, the tankiness is already coming in for some of these not tank members, right? Wukong was probably going into this GA now, which is going to make him impossible to kill. Tongyuan has the tank boots, the tanky build going with the Roa, Seraphs, has the Zhonya started, has that Seekers. And okay, Xiaoya doesn't have any Phantom Veil, but the Chemtech will stop him being one-shot, right? That build is incredibly squishy. It might give him the edge over Starry in the 1v1. If Starry, you know, dodges out on the ult, Yunara does win against Varus late game, like later on, if they're both autoing each other with this build. You really need a one-shot with this build on Varus, but Chemtech Soul is going to push it so that if OMG can find anything, it's even harder for them to keep going once they break that 50% mark.
10 seconds until the Soul is up. We'll see if OMG are able to actually move the needle in this fight. If they are willing to fight, if they have the gumption, if they have the guts to try something against LGD. Juhan had Flag and Drag over the wall. There's that Weaver's Wall, cuts off Sasa, but unable to get much off of it. It just positions Haichao with the rest of the team, which is what we wanted. Equalizer's pretty solid, but LGD will be able to just walk to the side, and Harry loses a lot of HP for this. Hung lying in wait. He's going to blast Cone in. We're on the side. YCX couldn't get that engaged.
Okay.
Hung forcing off Juhan and Haichao over Taoyuan. is over no man's land right now, forced away as this dragon is reset, and OMG won't back in, but Moham is low on mana. There's that Cataclysm. Juhan's in a lot of trouble. Sauce is disrupting the backline. Harry is low. The shields are not enough as Starry, Moham, and Haichao have to run. Health bars chip down a little bit. Good Zonius from Tangyuan, as he's gonna get that shield up, and Starry goes all in, and he goes down. LGD win the fight fairly easily, and they will take the Chemtech Soul.
They just can't get in. They backstep the engage from LGD. YCX goes in, misses. Hong goes in and misses and nearly dies for that. But OMG, they just cannot step forward. So Hong spotted on vision the last second this goes in. YCX's engage doesn't work either. So this looks bad, but OMG can't step forward ever. Everywhere they go, they're gap closed, nothing can be found. They can't gap close on the Tongue when they go back forward. We're back on Baron at live, but this looks pretty much gone to me. Yani, I can't see OMG getting in. Sasa is fighting 1v4 right now above the red pit. He doesn't take any damage at all.
Yeah, I mean, listen, we're in Season 16. That teleport that gives you 30% of your HP, Sasa was putting it to good use there. Almost 30 minutes into this game, it's a 6,000 gold lead for LGD. You know, J-Beto, it is a damn shame how that dragon fight went for OMG. It felt like they did not go out with a bang in this game, but with a whimper. I know they're still in this game. This game is not over. The Nexus is still standing, but OMG are in a very difficult position here. The good news for them is teams have tended to struggle to finish the game on the first Baron, which would present the opportunity for Elder Dragon as YCX once again getting caught a little too far ahead. So OMG will be able to pick up their first kill in quite some time.
That was a gracious donation by YCX over to OMG, so props to him for that, I guess. But getting some deep vision, unfortunately that gets swept away as well, so he'll unfortunately have to die for nothing. Still Baron for 2 minutes. So YCX should be able to respawn, join his team. And again, I think this player did really well in that one game against LNG. They did win the game too, and it was on Rel. Finding some really good engages. He has found some good ones this game, has had some mistakes. I think OMG played pretty well around that Rel engage. It's a Soul Dragon. So, you know, props to OMG for that one. I wouldn't necessarily say that that's YCX's fault. I don't think he had flash. It looks like that OMG members did flash away from it. But either way, not necessarily his fault. That death probably was. Back on the map, though. This Varus champion, Yanni, it looks pretty strong. What have we been seeing into it? Like, Sivir has been getting played into Varus when it gets through, because you can match the wave clear. You have Spell Shield for some of the poke, right? The Chains of Corruption and some of the Qs as well. You have some counterplay into that. The Yunara can win in an auto battle, but again, OMG cannot close the gap onto any of the members. LGD have the full agency of the engage. They dictate when the fight starts, where it starts, which ability it starts with. For OMG, they really need to be engaged on in the right situation, but that's just not happening for them, and they're not really syncing up with this Jarvan Talia combo or the Jarvan Equalizer combo.
Yeah, we haven't seen any of that this game, J-Beto. It is just an inability of OMG being able to play the comp that they've selected. They've not played it well. We are seeing a Weaver's Wall and attempt to get a pick, and no picks to be had. I know you're down 7,000 gold, but you know, this Wukong, who has been a linchpin for this composition, was up top. You expect that if you're going to Weaver's Wall somewhere else, you're getting a kill. And it's just not happening for OMG in this game. This Baron has been gone for quite some time on LGD. So 7,000 gold lead for them. But as mentioned a couple of minutes ago, 2 minutes until this Elder Dragon, that will be an opportunity for OMG to try to flip the game back in their hands if LGD make a critical error.
I mean, Jarvan Smite still is okay. I think Wukong Smite Secure is probably better with Q Smite, but it's a possibility. The worry is, at even footing OMG couldn't get in. They couldn't set up together. Their tempo, they were down tempo on their resets. How are you getting in now? Every wave is shoved in. This is a situation where LGD play this macro game where they're not really looking to break the base open. They will do it if OMG give them an opportunity. But what they're doing, nice chance of corruption there. Will chunk Juhan down to half. Just be able to get this tower. But what LGD are doing is they're just pushing the waves and they're saying, OMG, you're stuck in your base. And we have vision of you the whole time. So then when Elder spawns, we just turn around and go back to it. OMG will get a bit of vision control back here after LGD do reset. But a minute on this Elder, a minute and 30 on the Baron after that. It's going to be Exodia for LGD if they can get all of those. And pretty much a 99% game here, Yanni.
They've almost brought it across the finish line, Jay Beto. They just need to actually get it done. And that's what this Elder Dragon is for. This is what Riot intended when they brought it into the game, to finish off some stalemates like this. OMG, again, down 7,000 gold. We haven't seen Starry get into the game the way we'd want. He does have 4 items, a couple awards for himself, so he is going to be quite strong for this fight. It's just a matter of, can OMG protect him? Can they play around him? Can they do so much to enable him in this upcoming fight? We're going to go in on Sasa here, but he's going to shield himself up and lose only a couple hundred HP.
And remember, OMG chose to select red side this game, or counterpick, sorry, I should say. And they counterpicked this Lulu, and it really feels like, okay, in lane, it gave Starry a bit of an advantage, but you get into this part of the game here where, okay, you're buffing Yunara, maybe you make the... Even if you make the gold even, right? The stats that you're giving Varus are so strong. It's even in gold now in bot. They still can't get in. If this was an Alistar, you could push YCX away. Could be a bounty tower here from High Chow as OMG open up the mid lane, trying to force LGD out of the Dragon Pit, but...
Here we go, there's that Cataclysm.
Here we go.
Equalizer's on top of it, but Xiaoya is able to get out. High Chow versus Xiaoya on the backside. High Chow's got to get this one done, and he does. Starry finds a kill as well. There's a GA popped. This is the opportunity for OMG. Hug is knocked up, and OMG picked 3 members of LGD, and they're headed to the Elder Dragon.
What's the answer here from LGD? They have no jungler, but they do have a lot of damage, and they still have this Chemtech Soul.
Time to clutch up for Tang Yuan and Sasa. There's a lot of HP on that dragon, so you're going to have plenty of opportunity. Tang Yuan just trying to get in there, but that magic damage shield's not going to help you against Starry and Juhan. Teleport coming in for your top laner. Harry rejoining with that big shield, looking to force away the members of LGD, the Realm Warp to get them out, and that is the Elder Dragon. OMG showing life late in this game.
It's a huge pickup, but they only have 2.5 minutes of being strong. They've evened up the gold lead, Yanni, back to 2,000 gold. High Chow, an amazing performance. Finally, OMG link up with this Cataclysm and the Equalizer. High Chow wins the 1v1. Back at live, hold on.
Hold on, yeah, there are things happening, and somebody's getting blasted away by the Dragon's Breath, and it's an LGD member. Sasa getting rained down auto attacks all out onto Starry. Starry still standing tall, and blasts Sasa away next. Oh my god, indeed, Jay Beto.
On the table, Yanni. Baron's on the table. They've still got Elder for a minute and a half. We jump back into live. Sasa and YCX are trying to find a fight onto Harry, who has the Zhonya's now to finish a Rabadon's in base. The Elder will wear off by the time that any other fight should happen, but Baron now, the gold is dead even. It's actually a 1.5k lead for OMG. A huge pullback, Tang Yuan.
The threaded volleys are there. He'll blast them away. High Chow getting shield flashes out of turret range. It was a very short flash, but it was just enough. Nice play there by the mid laner of OMG. And OMG are feeling it right now. Up 3,000 gold, Jay Beto. Starry hit 100% crit and said it's game time.
I'm telling you, this Yunara champion does a lot of damage when it's able to hit against Varus. Finally, we can see what happens when OMG are able to close the gap, and it comes off of an amazing engage from High Chow. Solo killing Xiaoya.
YCX have the same engage. They can't get over to Starry, and now the turnaround is there.
Haichao.
Lots of trouble. Haichao on this backside, though. He's not able to kill Xiaoya. Meanwhile, Sasa can't even trade the GA, so this is huge for OMG. It's a 4v2. It's Hung and Xiaoya, the only ones trying to stand tall. Hung lying in wait for the perfect opportunity to use this Cyclone. They're going to pop the GA of Juhan. This is the opportunity. Hung goes in, finds Starry on the knockup. Starry's in big trouble. He'll go down first. Xiaoya looking for more poke. Harry can't get away, and Tang Yuan shows up right on top of him. Over on the backside, Hung gives his life, but saves the game for LGD.
God, I just took a deep breath, and I think every player in this game did too. OMG somehow are up 5,000 gold all of a sudden, but LGD hold on. OMG take just too much, and they're taken down by a nice engage here from Hung. The health bars are low, so Juhan gets his GA popped. Hung goes in and goes invisible, and he's polymorphed, but the Cyclone continues to go off, so very nice engage. The Realm Warp comes in as well. Well played from LGD to hold on. OMG overstep, but we will be getting another Elder fight here at 2.5 minutes from now. Soul on LGD, but this 5,000 gold lead for OMG. Remember, with 7 items AD carry, with supports getting more gold impact, we're 40 minutes in, but Yeti, this gold lead still matters.
God, I love Group Nirvana, J Beto. 40 minutes into this game, 2 minutes 20 seconds on the Elder, 3 minutes 20 seconds on the Baron. I imagine the Elder is where we may see the game end. OMG, the sheer resiliency. All it took was that one play. We have been asking for it all game long, and they finally linked up on the hot pot combo with Haichao, and all of a sudden, OMG are playing with confidence. Starry is almost done his build. Has this Noon Quiver in the back pocket, just trying to get a little bit closer. Has that GA on top of it. Going to be very important, as OMG do have the tools to be able to try to protect him if he goes down early in the fight.
I'm surprised that we're overcapping crit here. I assume it's shield bow. Well, it has to be crit because Noon Quiver is crit. So I am surprised that he's overcapping crit. Oh, actually, wait, no, I'm stupid. He's not overcapping crit. I forgot that Kraken has... It's been a long time since Krakens give crit, Jack. All right, come on. Come on. He has full crit now, 100% crit. Has these tank boots in tow as well. I mean, Yunara Q gives so much attack speed, so he doesn't really need the attack speed boots, but Spell Shield for Haichao is really nice up against the Chains of Corruption. Both carries full build for OMG. Xiaoya actually has Bastion Breaker. He's also full build. Oh, wow. Tang Yuan still missing one slot there, but I guess the reasoning behind this is if you get a team wipe, you need to end on that one play or burst down an objective like Elder or Baron. So having that passive this late into the game is super important. It probably does like 2,000 true damage, maybe a little bit less to the objective / tower. So I could maybe understand that, but Season 16 is insane because Hung, a jungler, is full build.
Yeah, I mean, he had a really good game for himself, but that's always rare to see whenever a jungler gets the full build, whenever a support even gets the full build. One thing to note here, YCX is only level 13. That's actually kind of ridiculous. Moham is level 17 right now, Jake. That is actually oddly relevant. YCX is missing out on some of those stats that are actually very critical at this point in the game. OMG, solid positioning here. They're the ones that control the river, but not quite the mid-wave. Harry off to the side. He's level 20. He's full build. So you know he's going to be doing big things in this fight. It's just a matter of can LGD find a key target before OMG are able to execute the way that they want to. Haichao looking to loop around. The teams are inverted. LGD on the wrong side of the map right now.
Whoa.
Starry.
Haichao.
Haichao looking for an opportunity. He's going to go after Xiaoya. Forces his flash. That is huge. There'll be an opportunity for Juhan to hop on top of him.
We were talking all game about how do you get the flashes out of LGD will show.
There's that Weaver's Wall.
Hold
We're
on.
gonna immediately look for Tangyuan. He's gone golden, and Starry is able to free hit without much of a problem. Over on the backside, Xayah takes care of Juan. There's the big knockup coming through, and all of a sudden things aren't looking so hot for OMG. Hung cleans him up. Harry, Starry, Moham, Sasa, Hung, and Xayah, but Xayah is on a blinking health bar. It's a 3v3 for the moment.
LGD
They're starting this?
were 99% of the way there, Yanni, before they tripped and fell, and OMG found themselves closer to the
Look at the
finish
pace.
line than they have seen so far. OMG start up the Elder. Is this a bait so that someone can TP in? If Harry can TP in to
Harry,
end,
yeah. Go, Harry, go.
he could do it.
Well, there's the first turret going down.
Stop the base,
If they
stop the base.
Cassante, which they do, there's that
He's
TP.
going, he's going.
Here he goes. Harry looking to end the game. That TP is not going to help you. The turret goes down. Nexus exposed. Equalizer down. YCX is there. Harry's overheated. He's got shields, but he's getting pulled away from the Nexus. He's got to get these auto attacks down, but they don't actually have the damage to kill this guy.
No!
The damage. No, they stop him. They stop him at the finish line, Jay Beto. But it is
But
going
it
to be
gives Elder.
the second Elder to OMG. 07
Oh.
salute to the top laner of OMG.
That was epic. What a sacrifice there. If OMG could cancel the TP from Cassante, that was game right there. But OMG get Elder for themselves. No TP on this Rumble, and he won't spawn for 40 seconds. Do OMG want to run the risk of going the Baron? They have Elder. They're down a member, though. But LGD's base is wide open.
Wow, Jay Beto, this game got even crazier than I thought it was 5 minutes ago. And it looks like OMG are going to be the ones to start this up. Nobody, or OMG, LGD, nobody on the side of them are going to head over. We're just going to see recalls come out. Baron secured. There's an open Nexus currently. OMG just need to force their way in. Only a couple of auto attacks it'll actually take to take down that Nexus.
I think Haichao was waiting down near the Raptors pit there in an angle that he could make it to the Nexus in case LGD contested. I assume that OMG would probably sacrifice all of them so that Haichao could get onto the Nexus and take it down. But now they have 2/3 of Exodia. OMG have the late game combo of Baron and Elder. Elder still on for another 40 seconds here.
Juhan
Can
taking some
they
poke.
end?
Well, it looks like OMG are going to try. They might feel that this is their best opportunity. Chains of Corruption lands. Starry is
Oh
going to
my
get
God.
cleansed out, but again, more poke onto Juhan. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, Haichao looking to put this pressure on. They're not able to actually siege onto these other turrets, so there's only one way in. Flash, Cataclysm, Xiaoya's in trouble. There's that GA Equalizer on top of it, and he goes down. Nexus exposed. Starry is feeling good, feeling fine, and OMG take their first game of the season.
Can't see my hands, hold on.
It looks like you got a banger on
Absolute
them.
cinema.
Looks like you might have a banger on
Absolute
them. I don't know.
cinema.
That was insane, Jay Beto. Just the way that this game turned around, all it took was one time. OMG did what we needed them to do, and they got it done.
Yanni, we were talking about, for OMG, what can we give them in terms of, flowers, finding some synergy, being on the same page, maybe picking up a game win. Well, they did all of that. It took them the whole game. It took them more than 40 minutes to find it, but they find some really excellent fights. It took them 2 Elders and 2 Barons to do so. There was 3 Barons in that game, actually. That's kind of crazy. 20-minute Baron coming in clutch. But OMG show off that they do deserve to hang in this group, that they can contest with what we were saying is a potential second seed, contesting the group Perseverance teams, making a run in the play-ins. But OMG say, hold on, we've only played 2 series so far. We're just working it out, but now we've arrived.
And you know what? If they manage to take this series, Jay Beto, anything could happen in this group. That would be a huge upset, and then a team like Ultra Prime has to be on high alert. I still can't believe OMG were able to turn this one around. They were lifeless for a large majority of the game. And all it took was one fight. They were forced to fight. They're like, guys, it's like the one guy that's like, I don't really like fighting. I don't really like fighting, you know, I swear. But when they're forced to, they can throw hands. And OMG certainly throwing hands in that game. It wasn't pretty at times. So now it's time for us to kind of talk player of the game here. I think Starry had a largely pretty consistent game. It was a little difficult for him at times early on. And I also thought Harry put in some really good work. But would you give it to a Juhan or a Haichao for their contributions as the game went on?
Starry played really well. I think that Harry was able to link up with Juhan, but I think Haichao did so much. When they had Elder finding the solo kill onto Varus on the other side of the fight, taking down one of the most important members of the team comp, very, very important. It was crucial in them getting that first Elder fight win as well. I think that it's crazy because I would have said, you know, as like a loser's MVP or an SMVP, I would have said it was Haichao easily if they had lost the game, because for the most part, he was the only person really who seemed connected to the game. Okay, he was late, but his whole team was, what's he supposed to do, you know, on a champion like Talia in the early game. But then everyone just kind of said, okay, let's win. And Juhan was connecting to the right targets. The equalizers were good. Haichao finding some great value, but that was a crazy game, I have to say, for OMG. You've got to feel, if you're the players, you have to feel happy because getting that first singular game win in 2026 has to be a breath of relief.
And not only that, but I mean, the beginning of that game was just so unbelievably brutal for OMG, right? They are hitting a point, they're down 7,000 gold, and it's, if you're the players, at least in the back of your mind, somebody is probably thinking, damn, it's another one of these games. Well, it's another one of the LPL gold graphs of all time, actually, J Beto. Take a look at that one. Up until they're losing, they're winning, in the words of a once great Dignitas mid laner. And that's kind of how things shook out here. Poor Xiaoya, honestly. A couple of times where things got rough for him, but he is playing a Varus into a Jarvan, and eventually OMG figured out, hey, we do need to punish this guy. He had it too good for too long.
Again, for the whole part of this game, it looked so tough for OMG to do anything. This was one of the hardest fights to watch. LGD make a mistake with their engages, but OMG just cannot get in. They can't close the gap for so much of this. There is too much damage that they're walking into blind. And then, not only did they lose Soul, they lost Baron as well. And we were saying, oh, I guess they get an Elder flip, but it wasn't a flip. They genuinely just won the fight with, look at this. Again, this is my MVP vote. This fight here goes into the back. Haichao solo kills Xiaoya.
It was a perfect example of exactly what OMG had to do. Put him in the hot pot, and if he gets out, Haichao's got to get the job done, and they did. And once that happened, it just felt like the game easily went into OMG's hands from there. As Starry was then able to do his thing, was really big in some of these later fights. Kind of hard not to be when you are a full build Yunara. You hit that late game fantasy, and it just became so difficult to actually deal with this guy.
Yeah, I wish I was a 7-item Yunara with Elder every game as well. But again, another one where Haichao gets a kill here to open up the map. This was the start of what allowed OMG to even look for the end, the first end in the first place. Nice flash into like a pixel, but once this happened, yes, it was the overextend under the Nexus here, and don't look Haichao in this one for my MVP case.
Actually, I'm going to say, I think that was a fine play by Haichao. Sure, did he maybe hop on the wrong side? Yes, but he did sequester some of the strongest members of LGD away, and that was the base breaking push for OMG.
If they had gotten us a little bit more here, but again, another great wall, pushes Xiaoya out of the fight so he cannot hit. Equalizer was good. Juhan does get absolutely one shot, but at this point, it doesn't really matter. The fight is so good for OMG Starry with Haichao. It didn't look great on the Weaver's walls at the beginning, but he found so many great angles. I think you can make a case for a few of these players at the end of the day. But for LGD, we've been hyping up OMG after this win. That was a game that you had 99%ed. You had Seoul, Chemtech Seoul in a game that, and what, 7,000k in the lead? Baron that just wore off, and then your AD carry gets caught on the side. You let OMG, after this entire game that we've watched, finally get an engage on you. And that's all it is. It's one engage. You lose all of your gold lead. You lose Elder and Baron. And you can't catch back up after towing the finish line.
It felt like Hung got really timid as the game went on. Astari is going to be our MVP choice. I'm okay with it. You know, he clicked. He certainly put in a fair amount of work as that game went on. He did have to have the presence and the positioning to carry OMG over the finish line, and he certainly had a big impact in those fights. I'm all right with it. But heading back to our point that we were making, it did feel like Hung got a little bit timid as those fights went on, Jay Beto.
Yeah, which against a Talia, it is understandable, but Lulu Yunara, that's a pretty, like, a decent engage angle. It felt like to me that LGD really just slipped up their focus for 1 second, and it was getting OMG linked up at the second LGD lost focus. It's the Cataclysm Equalizer combo that takes down 2. Xiaoya's forced to flush away, and Haichao takes him down in a really nice solo kill. And after that, there's just not a whole lot you can do to pull back. You lose your base, then you lose the next Elder Drake from a hero TP in from Rumble, our savior. And I'll tell you what, it's terrifying being a pro player, because you could be in a pro game that far completed through the game, you make a mistake, and the other players are ready to take the game back. You can't slip up once.
No, sir, you cannot. All it took was OMG linking up properly for them to turn the game and then win it. And if you want to link up with our coffee and become a member, we'd love that, because that is the best way to support the LPL English project, because a vast majority of your contributions will go directly into the show. A lot of the initial payments do go into upgrading the broadcast, but a large bulk of it pays on-air talent like Jay Beto and myself and our content creators. Our content is starting to really ramp up here in 2026, so that's a big way to help us out. If you subscribe to the coffee, it'll be linked in the chat. You can unlock perks like early access to content and the ability to ask interview questions for our unique on-site interviews. With that, we're going to go ahead and take a break, and when we're back, Game 2 between OMG and LGD. We'll see you there. Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English broadcast here as we're getting ready to head into Game 2 between OMG and LGD. Your eyes do not deceive you if you're looking at the bottom of the screen. OMG does lead the series 1-0 right now.
I mean, if you were watching the game up until 40 minutes, you'd also probably be very confused as to why, if you went to the bathroom and came back, went to make some food, this game's over.
Mistake.
I would have done that. I just checked. LGD were up 7,500 gold with Chemtech Soul and Baron and Elder on the map. And they lost the entire game after a few fights. But the turning point was finally OMG finding a great engage. Haichao solo killing Xiaoya after his flash gets burnt. But in an absolute, what we in the Down Under like to call a barn burner game. That was incredibly fun to watch, but for LGD and their coaching staff, I'm sure it wasn't a whole lot of fun to watch happen. There is, again, I still think LGD had the better draft. I think OMG for so much of that game were out of the game. They couldn't do anything, so OMG, the players probably happy, but the coaching staff probably not. You know, great job for winning the game off of those fights. Nice job, Haichao, but we can't be getting into situations like this every game. So LGD get caught unlucky, bad mistake. Like, that's kind of what it is. Xiaoya out of position, gets caught there. I had to look back, half trying to pull themselves to the river to get Elder, but they don't want to give OMG access to the Baron. So they're caught in transition, when Xiaoya gets ulted by Juhan, and that's the catalyst that sets up the score as to what it is right now.
You know, Jay Beto, I don't know if the OMG staff can be upset, right? You know, obviously you're not going to be exactly pleased with the way the game played out, but a win is a win, as they say. And when you are 0-2, 0-4, you'll take all the wins that you can get, my friend. So I'm sure there's like, hey, lots of cleanup, but good initial start there. That being said, we'll see if they're able to do it for 2 games in a row, right? Because OMG haven't even been able to do it for 1 game in a row going into the season so far. And I'm sure LGD are going to be very irritated with themselves and might have a little bit of extra gusto coming into this game to try to make sure that they put OMG away and force a game 3.
Yeah, because make no mistake, 7,500 gold, Soul, Baron and Elder up. For most games is over.
You can't lose those. But as it turns out, Jay Beto, Chemtech Soul, 2nd lowest win rate across all regions. Master Tier Plus, obviously it's solo queue stats, but the 2nd lowest win rate. You know what? That's exactly why we're using the stats to fit our narrative as we are here into the draft for Game 2 between OMG and LGD.
I personally love selective stats analysis. I only pick the ones that suit my cause, and I ignore the ones that don't. But continuing with this Malphite ban, though, but this time it's OMG choosing to ban it. Interestingly, LGD got selection, and we're still in... Oh, sorry, no, OMG chose first pick. I see, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
LGD has blue side, OMG has first pick. But even with the first pick, wait, Nico and Oriana both up right now.
Yep, they're going to get one of them. It's just a matter of which one are you going to get.
I think... Well, okay, they're going to get Nico. You have to pick it. I think that you lose if you play against Nico. Unfortunately, I can't selective my stats anymore either. LPL did take a Nico loss, but... LPL is the region that, plays the most Nico. Most presence in the LPL and the highest outside of the LEC's win rate, which the LEC only has 1 Nico game. So the LPL have, despite it being, in my opinion, more of an LCK pick, like a real carrier pick, which he's not getting his supports ever. The LPL have been prioritizing this Nico quite a lot in their series presence. It has a high, it's either banned or it's picked first or second. But LGD come out with a plan.
Only a couple games for Moham on this Nico, just 3 last year. A 2-1 record, so nothing really to write home about. But again, that champion was pick ban for most of the year, if not all of it. But again, as you mentioned, there's a good plan out here for the side of LGD. We will have to see what OMG are going to follow up with, as you know, you start getting worried when you see a Nautilus and an Mbessa on the other side. Your carries are going to have to be on the top of their game, as a Kiana is locked in for Juhan.
Well, the Scion will be a nice weak side against the Mbessa, who could be in the jungle or could be in the top lane, but this is confident from OMG right now. The Nico, an extremely strong playmaking support, and then this Kiana that needs gold, needs to be active on the map. Don't play with my feelings. That's not getting picked. I mean, it could, but I think that you can't play it into Scion, even with LDR. I don't know if Draven's still bugged as well. I know that on Season 16 launch, there was a really...
He locked it in. Xiaoya locked it in.
Okay.
Xiaoya locks in the Draven. It is certainly going to be tough sledding, but if YCX lands a hook, the target is likely going to die unless it's Scion.
Yeah, so the reason I'm really surprised about the Draven is because Draven into Nico is hard because you get knocked up, right? You can't catch your axe. Draven into Kiana is hard because you get displaced. You can't pick up your axe. And Draven into Scion is like throwing pebbles at a giant castle. Again, he can build LDR, but it doesn't really look the best. Trundle ban against, or protecting the Scion does make sense, gambling on the fact that the Mbessa is going to go into the top lane. The Jhin ban as well. Just confirming, I don't know if it's just me. Okay, perfect.
No, it's not just you, brother.
My Parsec does tend to do that, but, well, I'll tell you what. I like Draven. If the draft is gonna, if the draft remains that, I'm not sure if any remix is gonna be made or what, but the problem is that you need to get off to a steamroll. If you can hook Nico, kill Nico, get some nice early leads in bot lane, as we're back. We are so back.
We're so back, baby.
It would be really nice, but I'm still worried. Like, okay, Mbessa deals with the Scion a little bit. Do we have an Azir potentially that can deal with the Scion?
It is going to be the Nocturne lock-in over here for LGD. We'll see what OMG are going to respond with. This is the first Raven of the year for Xiaoya, by the way. 14 and 13 lifetime on it. Ooh. His last couple goes at it haven't been fantastic. It's really recently he's been struggling on it, but before the last couple of years, he's done good work on it. See what OMG's final pick is going to be. This could be a very solid takeaway if they lock in the Galio, as there is always an opportunity to see it paired up with a Nocturne. But I do have a feeling it is going to be this Azir lock-in. We've seen a lot of Azir Kiana together. Doesn't always feel like it works, Jay Beto, but it ends up just working out fine somehow.
Syndra, I would really like a Syndra. I think it's really good into Nico, into Kiana, into Azir. Could look good. I mean, we have seen the LeBlanc picked into these majors. I think Showmaker had an incredible game earlier on in the year. I like the Syndra. I think it looks good. So, Yanni, do you want to know something about the 80 carry pool? So, Varus has 33 games, now 34, with a big 70% win rate. Again, it did just lose. Mm-hmm. You know what else has a 70% win rate with a couple of games? Let me check the games here.
I have a feeling it might
13 games, so not as many, but 70% win rate Kai'Sa. So this is another champion globally in the 80 carry position above 10 games that is doing pretty well. Again, it's very contentious on draft. Getting a Kai'Sa Nico with a Kiana is a great start, but I think this Syndra pick, it's been rising in priority a lot. It benefits a lot with the upgraded boots. You can go movement speed boots, that's nice. Lucidity, you can go tank boots. But it's really good into Kiana, into Azir, into this Nico.
Kai'Sa currently 5-2 in the LPL. And it's just LPL Kai'Sa, man. These Chinese Kai'Sa players are just something else, man. There's a reason why Uzi picked it as his champion. It has been an iconic champion for this region for so long, and many players have come through and carried the torch. A lot of these guys grew up watching Uzi once this champion came out, do some dastardly things on this champion, and said, I want to be like that guy. Everybody who has watched pro play in their lives has watched a player and said, I want to play like that guy. It's a reason why Kai'Sa is so ingrained in the culture of the LPL. I'm happy that we're going to see another game of it. We're going to see how the Draven stacks up into it again. If this Kai'Sa mispositions early, you are almost assuredly going to die.
And I mean, we've seen some incredible Kai'Sa performance recently. Elk, the most recent one, Yanni, that has done incredible work. What was it, 19 kill game, an 18 kill game as well. But there have been some other 80 carries giving out great performances. There was a pentakill the other night, followed up by a quadra kill as well on an MF of all things. So,
oh yeah,
80 carries in the LPL are putting up contention to do really well, hopefully internationally, but we've got an important series in front of us right now. LGD against OMG. OMG up 1-0 in the series. Their first win. Nice hook.
Barrier already haven't yet used. Astari is going to take the rough end of a trade here. The dominance displayed by this Draven, that is just how it works. All right, Jay Beto, let's zoom out of the bot lane for a second. Actually, hold on one moment, as Juhana is going to head over to his Bloom buff and find that it's already halfway dead. As Juhan's going to hop out, it looks like Hong will be able to pick this one up and walk out.
Smite. If he had Smite there, Juhan might have been able to dash in, stay in, fight for the contest, but gambling the fact that Hung did have Smite, which he did. Obviously, that was the first camp that Hung had done. So it'll be the blue buff invade successful for Hung. But Yanni, I'm zooming out on bot lane. What are we looking at?
So you had mentioned that LGD struggling at times to play to their comp's identity. This is a very clear pick composition. You have the Nocturne Global over the top. What are you expecting LGD's game plan to be? And what constitutes them not executing their game?
I think it needs to be some bot pressure because the Kai'Sa Nico will outscale the Draven easily. Nico is still, in my opinion, the best support in the game. I'm willing to be convinced that, you know, watching Nico more and more, it has started to find some losses, but I think that if you're a really good Nico, you're really creative as well, which is why I personally enjoy the champion. I don't necessarily disagree with the cannon change. You know, I understand that that was a pretty ridiculous mechanic to have, but top lane is an Mbessa against the Scion. You're probably not going to be able to kill the Scion early game with this Nocturne, especially not late game. You might be able to find him if he's overextended. Mid lane is an Azir, but this bot lane, another hook found.
Once again walking up. Xiaoya flashing forward. It's first blood for YCX as they're playing this lane perfectly.
You would have loved that on the Xiaoya, but unfortunately, it goes over to YCX. Supports have a lot more gold these days with the, you know, support quests, so you are able to complete some more items. Getting support item early, like getting a first item on support, is really nice. So it doesn't hurt to give a first blood over, especially if Xiaoya got the assist. He's already up about the same amount of gold, but if that was a cash in plus first gold, we could be looking at 800 gold. You know, maybe 700 gold up for Xiaoya right now.
Listen, it's just the law of Draven. You're always fated to be a part of First Blood and always fated to never get the kill. Like, that's just how it works on Draven. Sometimes you're just going to have the stat line of 1, 0, and 10, and you're just going to have to accept the fact that you might get one cash out of the game.
And unfortunately, that's true as well. You're involved some way. You might be killed for First Blood, lose all your stacks, which feels horrendous to have happen, but
I want to cry.
Xiaoya does have the Vamp Scepter to get a bit of sustain from the Nico poke.
Let's do it again.
Did they see that? I don't know if they saw him.
They pinged it.
They saw him now.
Yeah, they pinged it.
Well,
that's why CX was out slightly, but I like the attempt there just to try to put some doubt in the mind of Starry and Moham. We've talked about now this bot lane so much. It's Hong getting started on the path to level 6. So that paranoia is going to be making a large impact in this game to try to get Sasa and Tangyuan going.
Now remember, the Kai'Sa no flash as well, the Nico no flash means that when Hung gets level 6, Dragon priority might be something that LGD want to go towards. Now, we've been talking... hold on, nice.
There's that scout of the week. Haichao's not able to get in for that Emperor's Divide. It's a really nice play there by Tangyu and stay alive. Meanwhile, up top, we're going to have a public execution. It's just going to be to get Harry off of Sasa's back.
Now, late game, Azir scale, Kai'Sa Nico scale, you know, the Sion's got so much health, the Kiana has 3 damaging items. OMG do outscale, just based on damage, based on their team fight, they have more options, but Tong Yuan doesn't get outscaled. He constantly has the value of the, obviously the splinters getting stacked up, but he constantly has the value of this Scout of the Week throughout the entire game. It only gets better and better when the team fights happen. If Tong Yuan can put on a rookie level performance, we saw this same matchup with Rookie versus Hongq, and Rookie carried the whole game.
There we go. This time, he's going to send Tong Yuan into the turret. He's going to force his flash out. Haichao still has his.
A little bit of a caster curse there. I've mind-controlled Tong Yuan to walk up
6.
under near tower range. Yeah, close. Should be able to sneak past. No, we'll show on vision to be able to get this wave pushed out on purpose to help Tong Yuan get back to base, as he doesn't have TP. But very close there from Tong Yuan. No flash now in the mid lane. So for Hung, as he looks for this blue buff invade, bot lane is roaming up. Hung can look for the bot lane with his Kai'Sa that doesn't have flash, or when Juhan hits level 6, which should be after this red buff, maybe red buff and Raptors it'll take. I mean, Juhan can look onto this Syndra in mid.
Shout out Hung, by the way, for really taking advantage of having 3 winning lanes. He has been all up in Juhan's jungle. He's taken 2 blue buffs. You take a look at the differential in CS going on so far. While we haven't seen the first paranoia of the game quite yet, he has garnered a solid lead for himself and has done everything he can to make sure that this Kiana has a minimal early game impact. But now that supreme display of talent is going to be available, we'll see if Juhan is able to leverage the strength and the CC that his solo laners can provide to try to get some kills for himself.
Well, OMG will lane swap. LGD get the Drake and will match the lane swap. I was expecting maybe OMG... Oh, Juhan gonna deny access.
Stand aside is there. There's the hook going down. Chai is still alive. Juhan dies. LGD's bot lane turns it around on him. Paranoia on top of it. And OMG bit off far more than they could chew. And the grubs will go to LGD.
Xiaoya plays that so well and gets the cash out. Now looking at a 1,000 gold lead. I was really expecting OMG to clear the wave, maybe get a plate, and then base to mismatch the lanes constantly would be nice because of just how strong the Draven is. Has the BF sword now too. But Juhan calls this dive past the tier 1 tower and it goes completely awry.
Next flash hook not quite landing, but that's all right. LGD feeling pretty good about themselves. Less than 10 minutes into this game, almost a 3,000 gold lead. Take a look at this replay, Jay Beto. Juhan immediately getting disrupted.
The dash, nasty, and then the ult hits no one. Ult from YCX is great. Cash out from Xiaoya, and then jungle answer here from Hung to get the extra kill here. 3-0 now for LGD. We tune back into live. OMG trying to contest a mid prior, but not finding a whole lot. It is mostly this lead on Xiaoya. Sure, it's 600 for YCX, but that doesn't particularly mean a whole lot. And a 700 gold lead for Hung. First item completion will be really important as we take a look back at what we missed. Right, okay,
nice
so
the
the hook buffer was insane, but again, it's Tong Yuan with the Scout of the Week. Finding so much value in this game. Similar to that rookie game. Hung looking for another invade. Is this 2022? He won't be able to get it.
Yeah, but the sheer pressure that is just put on this entire time. Juhan has really not been able to find his way to making a positive impact in this game. Now, the good news for OMG is that Haichao, while he's down about 300 gold, has not been disrupted at all this game. We know that Kai'Sa's liable to pop off at any time. Juhan gonna get knocked up over the wall. There's that Nocturne ultimate coming through that Paranoia, and the Whirling Death on top of it. Tangyuan gets the kill, and Xiaoya stuck in a 2v1. The shutdown goes to Starry.
That's good, but hasn't really closed the gold lead a whole lot. No flash on Xiaoya means not able to... Okay, dancing with death a little bit there, Haichao. Really nice catch onto this Kiana. Would have been lovely if you had been able to give the kill over to Xiaoya on this Draven, but unfortunately doesn't quite go the way that the ult just doesn't clip with enough damage to kill Juhan. So that kill will go over to Hung. Now look at the goal lead for Starry. That's evened up a lot more after clearing out that wave. The lead this time now is on Hung. It's kind of swapped positions. Tangyuan has a little bit of a gold lead. So does Xiaoya, but it's this Nocturne with the first item completed.
And you have to be very, very careful about these next few fights to make sure that there's no more gold going on to Starry. Take a look at this replay. The ward put down immediately after the knockup. It was just perfectly done.
And then the Pop Blossom that catches Xiaoya. I think Moham is going to need to be the one who steps up this game. YCX.
Hang on. Speaking of giving kills to Starry, YCX was in a little bit of trouble, but he'll be no worse for wear. 45 seconds until this next dragon is up. You know LGD wants to get their hands on it. Hung fairly strong at this point in time as that experimental hex plate. And a large lead for himself will certainly be dealing damage to a lot of champions on the OMG side that are not known to be very tanky, Jay Beto.
Yeah, not a ton of tank.
Right now, by the way.
That's playable.
He's going to kill him. He's going to kill Juhan here. Juhan is dead.
Wow. Yeah, you can see the player cams. Juhan not happy about that one. Has flash as well. Needed to flash before the fear came off. Pro players oftentimes will greed their flash because they want to hold on to it to the last possible second, but Juhan dies before the fear even finishes. And now you're up against, Tangyuan on the Syndra. How do you get in? I really think it's Moham who needs to step up alongside Starry, this bot lane, who, yes, Starry did some things in that last game, did get the player of the game with the damage, but I think him alongside Moham, who had a quiet game last game, needs to make an impact. You can find so many creative angles with Nico. You can fully turn team fights with some massive Pop Blossoms. And there is a lot that Tangyuan can push away with the Scout of the Week, but if they go synchronized enough, he can only really push away one thing before the cooldown is, too long. But LGD will get the second dragon of this game again for free.
YCX getting rooted. It's going to hook the wall. And don't know what's going to happen after that. We had a lot of things go on. Juhan died somehow, one way or another. I have to say, Jay Beto, I'm not overly surprised by that. He has had a very difficult game.
Yeah, looks like we committed with the ult from Tangyuan, Unleash Power, and then clipped by the Draven ult. This time, enough damage to kill this Kiana. And access to the bot lane turret now for LGD. Moham pushing away LGD, so it'll only be that one plate. But you blink, Yanni, 14 minutes in, 4,000 gold lead and 2 Drakes.
I mean, look at the quest differential, too. It's 5 quests to 3. Like, poor Starry has been about as innocent as he could be in this game. Obviously, early on, there were some issues. Hooked early, and they lost a lot of priority off of that. But I mean, when your jungler is struggling, when your mid laner is not able to get any advantages because it's just simply having to deal with an early game Syndra, it is quite difficult to do much of anything. But OMG has overcome a large goal deficit in this series before. We're not even 15 minutes into this game. There are still going to be opportunities for OMG, but they are quickly waning. So you're going to have to find one of these squishier targets. Juhan has to get it in gear.
I mean, the conversation remains for OMG's early games, however. no matter how good their late game team fighting might be, whether or not you want to say that that was an LGD mistake or a great force from OMG, linking up together on the right target, but OMG's early games are not pretty to look at. They have losing lanes, they are getting caught, losing summoner spells and being punished for their over-aggression in multiple plays. -1.
There's the paranoia. Flash over the wall for Moham Tangyuan. Scout of the week, nails both him and the clone. Pop Blossom for protection. Ain't gonna be enough as Hung picks up kill number 3.
Great find from the stun from Tangyuan to finish that kill off. Pop Blossom will buy a knock-up, but Moham will die before he lands. And still LGD finding picks, finding angles together where they're linked up. And again, OMG were able to do that, Yanni, in game number 1, but it took them a long time to do so throughout all their early game. Again, it's great, and on the game score, it does say that they won a game, but they didn't win the game until a long way in. Hai Chao, maybe the target here of a dive.
There's that knockup. He's going to slide away and use his flash. And now he's stuck under this turret. It looks like Moham is going to head on his way up to try to help him out. But LGD will wisely back off, not wanting to over-pursue anything with the lead that they have.
I love the calculated aggression from LGD. They force the flash at a Hai Chao. They don't overcommit for anything more. Well, we know who LGD think is going to be the problem in the draft here, because Xiaoya, second item LDR, much stronger this patch, so does do pretty well with Draven. Public Execution will hit Harry, but just going to push him under his tower, maybe threaten this tower kill. But I mean Zion.
Yep, but I mean Sion. Honestly, you couldn't have put it any better. Seeing Hung go ahead and take a recall, he's going to finish off his Black Cleaver. He is on 2 items. This guy has run this game so far. A really impressive performance coming out of the jungle. He's got a bottom side to clear, and we'll see if he ends up on another collision course with Juhan at some point. Juhan's top side respawning, and I'm sure he's quite happy that Harry or Hung should not be around to contest anything.
I mean, Xiaoya is significantly stronger than Starry, not only just because of he's got a full item completed and Starry only has 1, but those 2 items are very strong too, right? Starry needs the 3 items, or you need 2 items plus Amp Tome, I think, to get W upgrade as well, if he's going to go that build. So a while away from that. BT is such a strong first item. Herald being used in mid. Xiaoya so far forward. And again, OMG not feeling confident. This one, there is no Kiana. Sorry, there is no Talia. This one will crash and destroy the turret.
Yep. Turret goes down. Harry is going to use his ultimate to try to link up and give OMG a man advantage in this fight. YCX a good buffer on the hook, but he doesn't go very far. There's just not that much follow-up that they have to get onto him. He'll flash away, scatter the weak onto Harry, and now he gets hooked in as the rest of LGD are looking to trade good damage back onto him. OMG still have a member advantage right now. They are pinging onto this dragon.
Sasa up in top lane, does have the TP, but OMG finally around a dragon that isn't an Elder Dragon first. TP comes in here for both top laners.
Here we go. He just goes in alone, and Juhan goes down. Dragon for LGD, and look who's on the backside. It's Sasa, potentially ready to go. He'll instead think better of it and head back to the bot lane.
That looked so easy from Hung. I thought with the double TP in from the top laners, we were going to see a big team fight. Maybe Dragon goes over to OMG, but LGD have something to say about the team fight. But no, Hung just walks in, uses his ult, and kills Juhan, who is tanking. Oh, it was the stun as well. I didn't see that part. I was focused on the TPs. Tangyuan finds a great Scatter the Weak stun, and Hung is ready to go. This is something that OMG have struggled with, and they did find a little bit of, again, at the end of that first game. But LGD, their team fighting, their coordination just seems superior.
To be honest, Jay Beto, I don't even think you needed the scatter the weak for that one. I think you could have just went in and blew this man up. Hung is so strong right now. He's over 80 CS up. Are we going to see a flame horizon in the jungle? That would be incredible. We're
Oh,
going to go
boy.
all the way in here, force the ultimate out of Starry. Public execution missed it as well. That's all right. They can't all be winners.
Okay, but they got ult, flash, and barrier from this Kai'Sa. That's a huge win in my books. What happens when a single ult comes back up in mid?
Well, Harry trying to drift around here, and that stand aside. Xiaoya does damage to this guy. Harry's got to flash away. Teleport on the back end. Haichao could find himself in trouble. Whirling Death going to come down for good damage. Moham getting in there, only able to knock up one. And look at the side. It's Tanyuan. It's Sasa. It's everyone on OMG hitting the floor. LGD are running this game.
And this Syndra pickup does so much work into the comp of OMG. They're outranged by it. They can't engage when Tangyuan's finding angles constantly. And Yanni, LGD looking to make game one a distant memory with an even stronger setup. They have Baron before Soul. They'll have over 10,000 gold in their pocket. And looking to cement a 1-1 start here for themselves, as with this LDR second item, nice flush from Xiaoya. Harry is paper, Moham a minion, it's pretty telegraphed, but he goes for it anyway. Tangyuan on the top side of the fight, ready, picks up an orb and hits everybody here with the scat of the week. There is nothing that OMG can do. Honestly, great positioning from Tangyuan. He's played this Syndra so well. Yes, it's a great pick here, but when you're piloting a champion like this so well, there's not much OMG can do.
LGD are playing like they're pissed off. They're playing like they're very upset.
I would be too.
That they lost that first game. Wow. There's a chance, I guess. It would require a little bit more effort on the side of LGD right now. Their jungler would not have to be bot lane. But there is a chance that they could have contended potentially for fastest game of the split. We're going to eclipse that mark in about 1 minute and 20 seconds, so I don't know if that one is in the cards, Jay Beto. But what is in the cards is in 1 minute and 20 seconds, we're going to have a Mountain Soul come through, and that should seal the fate for good in this game.
The good news as well for LGD is that they'll have Baron like when the Soul spawns, so they'll have Prior the whole time. Last time when Elder was spawning and they had Baron, it had wore off. So OMG could wiggle their way back into some mid control. If LGD can hold their control the whole time, as the unstoppable onslaught will be forced to be used. I don't know if even with Paranoia we can follow this, but the other great thing is that Baron will wear off. Let's say LGD do get the Soul. Baron will be the next objective after that. They won't be at risk of flipping an Elder and losing the fight. So even if OMG do flip the Baron, that's not enough stats, enough gold to eclipse this massive, nearly 11,000 gold lead that LGD have. If they do have the Soul as well, it's Mountain Soul this game. That's significantly stronger than the Chemtech Soul was. Tangyuan. So much damage.
Hey, and there's that Flame Horizon, by the way, but here's a fight breaking out. Juhan is once again dead. Knockup is going to land along with Scout of the Week onto Starry. They're doing whatever they can to just make it impossible for this guy to play. LGD with a man advantage.
And they'll keep pushing in as well. The Azir turret will do nothing, and against the Syndra, feels like this champion is finding a lot more value specifically into the Azir and the Kiana, just in general in the meta. You can see its value in this game. Soul has spawned, and I don't think OMG need Vision to know that the dragon will be taken. And like you said, it is a jungle Flame Horizon.
When's the last time that
Which
happened?
is insane. Someone's going to have to get that stat, because we don't see Flame Horizons a whole lot in pro play. A jungle Flame Horizon in the Big 26?
That's so hard to make happen.
Yeah.
Like, I don't even, I really want to figure out if this has even ever happened in the jungle, right? I mean, I'm sure there's got to be some sort of, maybe, tier 2 in professional play, some sort of game where this may have happened, but
Oh,
this is an all-time performance by Hung It really is impressive stuff. There's a Whirling Death that gets them all very low. YCX and Xiaoya say, we'll just do it our damn selves. Moham desperately trying to run away.
That was ult in 1
Draven is
second.
not fast enough to catch up.
Oh, okay. Y6 had TP as his spellbook spell. If anything else was there, heal would have gotten Xiaoya in range. Exhaust would have slowed down Moham, but ult was 1 second away when Moham went into his clone, so didn't want to 50-50 that. Keeps the ult in tow. Ongyuan is around the corner. I don't know if anyone on OMG know he's here. Well, they will now. Nice Scout of the Week will find a double stun. Again, this is the situation I was talking about. Mountain Soul this time with all the shielding. Very, very strong. No Elder to flip. It's Baron up next in a minute.
And, you know, if you're worried about that shielding, you could always build a Serpent's Fang, but I mean, Juhan has to be the one to build that, and he's not able to get any CS. I mean, he is just completely locked out. He's actually getting doubled in CS now, but I mean, there's nowhere for him to farm. I mean, Hong has just taken sadistic pleasure in clearing the jungle. It's not even just, oh, I'm going to clear the jungle because it's the most efficient thing to do. No, you could tell that this guy is just, any opportunity he's had to farm his jungle when he should be with his team, he's taken. Up. Which means that he is definitely, and he definitely knows how far ahead he is. I mean, he's just eating the mid waves for God's sake. I mean,
he's even or higher in level than his solo lane is. He actually has the most XP in the entire game right now on jungle. Juhan will finally complete a second item, but Yanni, has there ever been a double Flame Horizon? Has there been a 200 CS lead?
Oh my God, we might get there if this game extends any longer. But to be honest, if it extends longer, that might not be good for LGD. Here we go, all the way in. Pop Blossom there. Down goes Juhan for an 8th time. Moham will fall. It's a double kill for Xiaoya. And over on the backside, the Unleashed Power will cap it off for Tang Yuan. Harry, the last man standing, he says, I will just do what I can to try to clear out this wave, but it's just a matter of who gets the kill. He flashes forward, drop his ultimate down, says, I will not be another statistic. I will not be a casualty in the books of LGD as the game-ending push, J Beto, is on its way.
It's 10 seconds on Juhan, on Moham as well. No Baron wave, but with this monstrous 15k lead, Yanni, I don't think OMG can do anything.
Turrets are down. LGD just hitting the frontliner and not even going after anyone else. And mercifully, this game is over.
That was a statement from LGD. You said they came in and they might have been pissed off. It looked like they were. That was destruction. They picked OMG apart. OMG never stepped foot in that game, and you could have said that about game 1. This could have been a very quick 2-0 if one fight had gone differently, if LGD didn't mistime their bases around Elder, give OMG some presence in the mid lane. But that looked more like the team that was contesting LNG the other night.
We call that BTA, J Beto. You know what BTA means?
I could tell me, so I...
Belt to ass. That's what happened.
Okay, that's what I was...
That's what happened in this game. LGD said, oh, you fancy yourself players here in Group Nirvana. Well, let's show you why you're a bottom 2 team. And absolutely put in that work. Yeah, boot also works. You could do either, but ultimately, whatever you want to call it, it was done by LGD. The good news is, if you're the coaches for OMG, you get to walk into the room in the back and say, all right, next game, we're going to do not that.
Yeah, guys, don't lose that hard in the early game, but I think the Tang Yuan Syndra pick was really nice. Okay. So for majority of that early game, I'm thinking, okay, could be a Tang Yuan MVP, but that Nocturne, that was a statement pick. You have to pick for the MVP there.
Oh, yeah. Oh, not even close. You know, it's really funny. Even if he has like an average game in Game 3, I think he gets Player of the Series just off that game. I mean, this was the most crushing jungle, like, I hate to say disgusting. Differential, but there's really no other word for it, that I have ever seen, that I have ever had the the ability to cast. And like, I've seen games where like challenger players are going up against like emerald players. Like, this is one of the worst ones that I've ever seen. And I feel for Juhan because even pros are not immune to having games like that. And he's been a guy that we have really highlighted so far as a troublesome spot for OMG. And I really hope he's able to just shake that game off. Maybe, you know, by the end of it, just kind of smiling and chuckling about how bad it's gone, and that he'll be ready to try to stand up in game 3 and say, I am more like the end of game 1 jungler than I was the entirety of game 2.
Yeah, and even in game 1, the Wukong looked great, right? I think that up until the end of that game, Hung looked really strong. Couldn't quite find the engage, but less damage. Like both Haicha and Juhan, less damage than both supports, and getting like 50 plus on the Flame Horizon in jungle. No LPL gold graph this game. Look at the objectives too. Everything. One tower.
I was just about to say that
kill.
Too. Like,
we're a stone's throw from a perfect game.
Yes, they were so close to getting shut out. That's so crazy. I mean, you know, one thing to mention is this is the power that you do get when you draft winning lanes. Like, LGD drafted winning lanes everywhere. There were some questions whether or not you were going to have a winning lane in the bot lane due to the power of Nico and what Nico brings to the table in lane. But the early game was played so well by Xaoya and YCX and was not played as well by Starry and Moham. So that was your third winning lane. A big reason why a guy like Haicha was just felt like he was a participant that game. There was not much for him to do. Here's the lone highlight for OMG in this game. They found Xaoya.
1 kill.
As we didn't know at the time, but it actually ended up being a 3-pointer to cut the deficit to 42.
Here's that play that we missed. Really nice. Is he flush for
He's
this?
using the caster skin.
Disgusting.
He's using the caster skin. It's the best Draven skin.
Yeah, that's us. But
I
yeah,
bought
this
that skin when it came out before I was ever a caster. And
when did it come out?
Brother, I'm old. I think this came out in like 2013, maybe 2014.
Oh boy. Well,
that's while I go look it up.
There is not a lot to analyze here. Don't watch if you want OMG to do well, which I liked.
2014. 2014.
Wow. That's pretty old. But yeah, this was absolute domination by LGD. They picked OMG to pieces. There was nothing they could do. This is what the first game probably should have been. And okay, they had almost double the lead by the end of the game that they peaked at, that LGD peaked at in that game 1. But no chance, no slip-ups, no mistakes by LGD. And it might just be a individual player gap in this series. I mean, if the jungle looked that good in game 1 as well, with Hung finding ganks early before Juhan could do anything on the Jarvan, if the mid lane is going to get counterpicked like that and look that strong,
I'm shocked, Jay Beto. I can't believe this. Hung player of the game? No way. I mean, listen, he hung a Flame Horizon on Juhan's head. There's not much more you need to say for that. Well, I think, you know, we've done enough analysis for what this game was.
Yeah.
We'll see if OMG can pick themselves back up, dust themselves back off, and say, all right, LGD, you may have rolled us over in game 2, but we still got game 1, and we still have a third game to play right after this break. Welcome back to the LPL English broadcast. We're getting ready to enter our final game between OMG and LGD. I think that OMG probably wants to erase game 2 for them from their memory. I mean, this was... LGD would love to ride the high for that for so long, including their jungler Hong. I mean, we have said it over and over and over again, Jay Beto. This was really one of the performances of all time, and actually in a good way.
Yeah, I think LGD as well want to erase the woes of game 1, and they definitely did. That was ridiculous performance. After losing a game 1, however, the way that they did, it does make sense that you would want to have a game like that, and maybe not to that level, you know, where you're more than Flame Horizoning enemy jungler, but it is a statement. After the LGD LNG series, I really thought, man, this LGD team look a step or two away, but give them another week, give them like the rest of the round. I'd love to see that rematch. And then after game 1, like, man, you can't be making mistakes like that. They come back with a destructive performance in this game too. And I feel like we can say good things about OMG. You know, they did find that in. Their late game is not bad, right? To be able to find an angle like that, to close the game out the way they did, does look good. But the early games for OMG, whether it needs to be a drafting of pushing lanes for them or some kind of mental shift, something needs to change for the early games from OMG. And LGD, as long as you don't do what you did in game 1, we should be good.
I think if you're going to have Juan play carry, you need to draft some winning lanes. I just don't think that you can get away with Haichao playing a scaling Azir if you are going to try to pick a carry in the mid lane. I think you need to go with something a bit more utility focused. What I really think you should be doing from this point forward in the jungle is I think it's utility time for Juhan. I think it's time for him to play these, what we like to call dog junglers, you know, be the good boy and, you know, play for your team and try to get your laners ahead, namely Starry, who has shown that when given the opportunity, he will be able to rise to the occasion. I'm thinking like maybe we should start seeing something like Vi Ari in the mid lane and try to shovel kills that way by making plays around the map. I just, you know, I know there's a lot of carries coming out of the jungle. I know Kiana's been a really hot pick for the LPL, and much like a Jarvan, it seems like players in the LPL have just been able to perform on these champions, but I wonder if maybe this was just one bad game, or this was just like, hey, Juhan should not really be on these champions. Again, he even didn't have the greatest game on the Jarvan until the very end when OMG were forced to do something, so I think it might be time to shift him over to a bit more of a utility role rather than a carry role.
Well, we're in. LeBlanc banned by LGD here, who are on the first pick side. So OMG lost, and believe that they've taken the counter spot, counter pick spot, and LGD have taken blue side. So normal drafting, at least here. Some different bans coming through the cannon as well. Something that we've seen a little bit getting banned away in, you know, longer series on 4-5, something like that. But the Orianna remains banned. The Jace and the Malphite bans also remain.
Yeah, this just goes to show that LGD is not really interested in playing any sort of poke comp. You know, maybe even less interested in a pick comp and more like team fighting, a couple of melees, maybe a short-ranged mage is what's in the cards for them. As it looks like Hong may be ready to take away what we thought would be a key piece for OMG and Juhan. And honestly, Jay Beto, I'd be doing the same thing. I'd be like, you know what? I don't need to play the carry. Let me take away easier things for OMG to play.
Yeah, that feels brutal. And for OMG, I mean, you could try to take away the Ari combo. You know, and there's no Talia with this vibe, but then you might run into something like an Akali for telling you to run you down a little bit. Zehen getting picked up here. This should be answered by a Rumble, but There's Juhan on, you know,
Can't
one
be.
of the...
It's been picked. It was
Sorry?
picked in game 1. There is no
Renekton?
Rumble answer.
Did I say Rumble?
Oh, you said Rumble. Yes, Renekton would be fine.
Renekton,
But instead,
Renekton.
it's going to be the Sasa special. He's going to pull out that Udyr up in the top side.
And it will be the Ahri locked in for the combo, but this opens up Haichao for the Silas counterpick skill-based matchup. We've seen this a lot through time. One of the recent, well, it's a while ago, but there was a T1 versus Gen G series. Faker was on the Silas, Chovy was on the Ahri, but the Sasa special here, the Udyr, I think you were talking to me about whether or not we're going to see this or not. Into these ahead, maybe this is a good matchup. We haven't seen Udyr top in a long time outside of some pocket picks here. But yeah, I'm surprised no Renekton. I think Renekton via Ahri, really strong top side. We do need some scaling for LGD. They've taken away the Aphelios themselves. No Kai'Sa, no Yunara. Could be a Zeri angle. No Lulu, so no Karma, no Caitlyn. I think Zeri looks good here for LGD.
I think so too. I also think that you could just opt into a Sivir or a Misfortune if you wanted to, given the fact that OMG is very short-ranged. It may be just good to say, hey, we're going to drop down a bullet time, and you're going to have to fight through it, or we are going to try to enable our Vi, our Udyr, our Ahri to run at you faster. I like what's coming out of OMG here. They have found out that, you know what, maybe Jhin is not the sauce. We will play Ashe instead to get our melees in.
MF Leona could be really nice here. You could take a Braum away from the Ashe as well. Maybe Braum's better. I like MF Braum or the Corki. Hang on. I'm going to wait because
I like Misfortune a lot.
I think if you go MF, you have to go Braum, because if you pick Leona and you give over Ashe Braum, that's really scary. You could preempt a... Oh, I don't know. I think Ashe Braum is still really good. Pantheon?
Yeah, the problem if you go Ashe Braum is that you are limited in a lot of engage. Obviously, Braum is a great counter-engage type champion, and LGD is going to be doing some of that. But it does mean that you are really relying on Enchanted Crystal Arrow, and a win becomes lightning into an audacious charge out of the Xin Zhao in order to get these fights started on some members that are a little bit actually harder to kill. I would really like to see this Seraphine come through, and it will be the case for OMG. So they're going to try to neutralize the early power that Misfortune is to bring, and that could create problems for Hung if OMG are able to have some winning lanes here, and if Juhan can get into his jungle and essentially do what Hung did to him in Game 2.
It also means that Seraphine's E's will always be upgraded because of the slow from Ashe, so very nice combo here. But the Bard needs to find value. You cannot pick the Silas, he has a dash. You have to be landing onto the Ashe and onto the Seraphine here. If you're able to do that, find a pick with Vi, with the cease and desist alongside Ahri. This pick comp from LGD is really scary.
Couldn't agree more, Jay Beto. I do think that they've got a good comp, but I also think that OMG can scrap with this composition as well. I think there's a lot of really good ultimates for Haichao to take in this game and be highly relevant. So it is up to him to win this lane. He has struggled to win lane against Hangyuan, so we will see if he is able to at least go even here, but we really want to see him win this matchup.
This is the do or die game for OMG here. They lost most of game 1. They lost all of game 2. Now staring down 0-3 in set score in a group that you only have 3 other opponents in, so they have to find something here.
We'll see what they'll find, Jay Beto, as we head on to Summoner's Rift for our final game of the first series of the day. That may lead to a potential full slate today, Jay Beto. We'll see about these other games.
As we find ourselves in a fairly standard start something that's been pretty standard because of the Season 16 changes. Not really a whole lot of time to actually do anything creative. I think there was someone, a caster, talking about they had heard from some teams that there were some level 1 starts, and all of them consisted of people walking up to Baron or Dragon Pit and flashing the wall level 1 to find an invade. A sneaky late invade there, but other than that, we saw Hung on this Nocturne last game doing some pretty sneaky stuff. The Vi has a pretty significantly weaker time into the Xin Zhao in the 1v1 early game, but does do better with ganks. So can potentially find onto this bot lane pre-level 6 with the Vault Breaker. Xin Zhao, one of those champions that doesn't do as well with ganks as some of the other, Wukong, Jarvan, Vi, but in the 1v1 does a whole lot more. Now, already taking a base is Juhan. Spotted on the ward at his red buff, takes a base for the longsword, and then comes out for his blue side. I wonder if that's potentially to predict an invade so that he's stronger if Hung does try to invade, but he'll be a little bit slower on the clear, but stronger afterwards.
Yeah, I mean, maybe it's just for the clear speed. I really would be surprised if Hung elected to invade him. Again, we're talking about a champion that doesn't want to get invaded in Vi. You're starting on that bot side because you know you're going to get pushed in. You've got winning lanes on the top side, so, if Juhan goes, hey, I'm going to go your top, or my top into your top, then everybody would be able to show up on the side of LGD, so it could really only be for the clear speed or any extra early power on these ganks if you're able to get them. Obviously, Tang Yuan still level 4, not at that level 6, so is gankable.
Watch out for the level 6s as well from OMG. The amount of CC coming out of this bot lane, it'll be spotted on a ward, so Tang Yuan will just be able to run to his jungler and get out of there. This is what I'm talking about, the amount of CC from the bot lane, Yanni. Cleanse has already been used. You could burn through the cleanse in one go and still kill, but now no cleanse when level 6 is hit for OMG. There is a hole down there in the bot that they can try to exploit.
Remember, that beat drop, that E out of Seraphine says if you are slowed and get hit by it, you get rooted.
Yeah.
So the auto attacks from Ashe mean that you will get rooted every time. That's why this is such a strong combination on the bottom side. YCX going to use the heal as LGD trying to leverage their strength and their temporary level up on the OMG bot lane for a little bit extra damage.
Well, it can be pretty scary in the lane. Has range, has a good amount of damage, but again, nice trading in mid from Haichao, but again, no cleanse, so Juhan on the top side though. The dragon is only 45 seconds away. You could use this cleanse timer to just go get an early Drake and not choose to get any kills. You are a while away from level 6 anyway, so you'd need to wait for that cleanse timer, like a significantly longer duration than the dragon's timer is. So you can see Juhan cleared his top side, coming down now towards the bot lane. When these level 6s in mid are hit as well, and Haichao can take not only the Spirit Rush, but potentially the Cease and Desist as well. Can take the Tempered Fate to land onto MF, but that's a little bit more niche. I feel like you would rather take the Vi ult every time, or just the Spirit Rush, as it's got the, the better Silas matchup there. But Dragon Spawn, there is a ward there. OMG, with their bot prior, haven't chosen to rush the Drake just of yet. After Juhan does finish this camp, looks like pings are coming out to the Drake.
I think LGD is totally fine with that. You're, again, in a situation where you want to make sure your Vi's the one hitting level 6 before any plays are being made. Could see some plays in the mid lane very shortly. Remember, both these sides do have their ultimate abilities. Saw Juhan hovering over for Haichao, but is instead going to move on to this dragon. And we're just going to spot this one out. So LGD, they're going to have free reign to do what they would like. Looks like Hung will be in position to do these Raptors.
Well, you wanted pushing lanes, Yanni, and nice stun from YCX, but the pushing lanes mean that OMG finally, 6 minutes in, have not been killed once. They are not at a significant gold disparity. Finally, we'll get something, but immediately as the wave's caught in mid, it'll go back to basically even. But at this point, in our previous 2 games, LGD had already found themselves a lead. OMG find the first Drake as they did in game 1. And importantly, haven't lost out on a lot of gold, a lot of CS. You know, in game 2, we'd already started to see a massive CS advantage for Hung. That hasn't happened, and yeah, that's partly due to Vi's early game just being weaker than the Xin Zhao's. You can't just walk in like Hung did against the Qiyana and win. There wasn't a Draven Nautilus in this game, so LGD don't have a crazy winning bot matchup when the all-in is concerned at least. But still, Cleanse not up, no punish just of yet, but should be up for the level 6s.
Hung lying in wait. There's always going to be an attempt at a magical journey, which we're going to get right now. Hung using his Q to get close. Now needs to ult, but OMG's bot lane spots that one out. The heal used for the extra movement speed, so the first gank attempt foiled.
Hung has been trying this lane gank pretty frequently throughout this
Root
matchup. There's the ult.
But he stays, and he hit him on the flash forward. Story can't get close, and it's first blood for Hung. And now they're going to look for Moham next. The slow is there, but Hung is going to be ready to charge up that Q. He's just got to land it. He misses. Xiaoya flashes, but Moham is able to pick up the kill to make it a 2-for-1 when the dust settles.
Moham's still going, but unfortunately won't be able to get any more. Juhan seems more concerned on every champion with just power farming his jungle. There is no reason that he needs to be cycling his top camps as level 6s are hit by his bot lane, and the cleanse could have been punished. There was the level up in time, and YCX was out of position. If Juhan was there with level 6 with Flash, that would have been a completely different story, but Juhan continues to just power farm throughout his games. Last game, okay, there wasn't a whole lot he could do, but this game, Hung bides his time to level 6. His AD carries flashes burnt, and Juhan just does nothing.
Now OMG want to do something here. Charm gonna land. Moham shows up. And the 3 members of LGD will scatter to the winds after picking up 1 grub. Harry and Sasa will go at it for a little bit, but it just looks like Sasa is putting in work against Harry up here. Perhaps the new hotness into Zahen. We'll have to see.
Well, you know, the Bramble Vest feels nice. And the tier build as well, the Fimbulwinter Udyr is a bit interesting. I would like to check when we haven't seen top a whole lot, but when we do go back, I would like to see what ability he's maxing as Juhan.
The Aries are going at it with charms and spirit rushes. Juhan going to be the first one targeted, but it's Haichao getting the first kill. Juhan will finally die, but Haichao looking for more. Hung will fall next as OMG are winning the jungle fight. There's the Grim Deliverance, the root onto Sasa, the encore on top of it. Means that Moham picks up his second.
The roam from Harry and Haichao as well, who has really been the player who in this series has been the only one to find angles, real angles from losing positions. Finds another one, a 500 gold lead now for this Sylas. As we take a look back here, so Juhan's caught by the Crescent Guard, pushes away Tang Yuan and buys time as well as Haichao is allowed to go on to his lane opponent. Gives time as well, though even though Sasa is first, Harry flashes over the wall and this Sylas just pops off.
Yeah, that early combo really did it. The ultimate from the Xin Zhao, Haichao standing in the way, making sure that Tang Yuan couldn't get in and land the charm onto Juhan. As if that's a kill, because that's charm damage right there, you'll get another reset of Tang Yuan, and then he's able to get away, and then Haichao's caught with his pants down. It was a really nice play from the mid-jungle of OMG to try to take control of the game and put it in their hands. 30 seconds until this next dragon is up, and you know OMG are feeling pretty good about themselves after these last couple of fights. you know they're going to want this dragon, and we'll see if LGD want to match that.
Well, there'll be no flashes, Yanni. Rocket Belt already finished for Haichao. No flashes on mid and jungle. And the bot lanes too. No one has flash. That benefits the Vi, sure, but the Sylas, who can take the Vi ult, won't be the cooldown finish, so can't take Spirit Rush, but Haichao can take Cease and Desist. Enchanted Crystal Arrow is up. You know, the Crescent Guard is back up as well, and shortly, this Seraphine ult will be back up as well. Only 10 seconds on that, so OMG already have the first Drake. They have a little bit of a gold lead here. Hung again, going for this lane gank with YCX setting up for it with a potential portal. I think Hung may be spotted on the wave here.
Looks like that is the case. Just a small check-in on the top lane right before this dragon is up. Remember that Haichao was unable to steal the Spirit Rush, so he's going to have to look to be useful elsewhere if LGD want to start this fight. Hung sweeping around here, trying to turn the corner, sees that this dragon is being done, 2,000 HP. Doesn't look like LGD are very interested in trying to take this fight. Enchanted Crystal Arrow lands flush, but a good ultimate for the buffer, the bullet time. Haichao's gonna try to get out of there. There's that Temper Fate, and Hung is gonna come out and immediately die. Down he goes, Teleport coming in for the Zahen to join. YCX getting chased down and slowed up by Starry, and Moham drops the beat on his head.
OMG are finding their first dominant early game in this series, Yanni. They find 2 Drakes and some team link up, some synergy from this OMG team is so important. The Enchanted Crystal Arrow called onto this Vi, where there is a Sylas waiting around the corner. As we take a look back, Haichao, there's a ward there that Hung doesn't know about. He gets caught by the arrow. Really good buffer, but they can't kill Haichao fast enough. After this, it's all just kind of said and done. If the burst can't kill Haichao, the bullet time from Shelia doesn't do enough. It's the consistent damage and chase, the slows and the CC from this Ashe, from the Seraphine, that put OMG 13 minutes in their first winning position for this series that isn't after an Elder Drake.
They're looking great right now, Jay Beto. Nearly a 2,000 gold lead, 4 quests to 2. First 2 dragons actually just completed all 5 of their quests. You know, they have these 2 dragons. This isn't a scaling team on the side of LGD, so you're not necessarily in a position where you have to worry about, okay, well, LGD are going to get their lick back, right? This is a team that we expected LGD to play hard, play fast, play well through their mid and jungle, and it wasn't for trying, but it feels like after that first play got foiled, OMG have a similar composition, and now they're able to start turning it themselves. We have 1 minute and 10 seconds until this Rift Herald comes up, and LGD are almost forced to continue to try to fight now.
Shelia with the BT finish, but Haichao potentially caught. Juhan is around the corner, so if Hung goes in at the wrong time, he will be turned on, but Haichao is able to clear out the wave. Hung is going to stay in this bush. This is time that Hung isn't clearing. Look, already down 20 CS. At this point, this has to pay off.
I think it's fine. You just have to rip it. Here we go.
Does he know?
Okay.
It looks like he knows.
I don't think he knows.
He's kind of aware.
I just don't think so. I think he's just playing it safe. Yeah, now this is a problem. Everybody's going to go in on Haichao. This was a really well thought out play by Hung. Drop the camps, drop your timers, doesn't matter. It's what you need to do as Vi.
Played well there. It was becoming an issue, you know, how long that was taking, but now 500 lead for this Vi. There are ults down, and you weren't able to get anything from Haichao, so probably not going to happen again to this mid lane up, but a good angle here. Now Hung ran up to the top lane, TP in from Tongyuan to fight around this Herald.
No cease and desist. It's Juhan getting hit up there, doing a little bit of damage, but Starry and Moham trying to keep the rest of the team out. Hong goes all the way in. There's that Grim Deliverance landing. There's the bullet time with the Tempered Fate. The combo, actually a non-bow, and there's an encore landing on the multiple members as Haichao is looking to run over everybody else. It's a triple kill for the OMG mid laner. 15.5 minutes in, and OMG are running over LGD.
The anti-synergy to start it off with the Tempered Fate on top of the bullet time target here. But Haichao, after dying, he TPs in behind. So first look here, the Tempered Fate, where the bullet time is going, completely ruins the play. But Haichao is completely gliding all over the fight. First onto the backline, paired up with the Encore. A triple kill for this mid laner, who had a good Demacia Cup performance. There were some great Akali games there against Viper, but coming alive finally. Game 1 was nice. Really the backbone of what allowed that comeback. But in this game, it's the spearhead.
Eat your heart out, Cubby. Haichao is having a game for himself, looking to lead OMG to their first match win of the regular season. There's still a lot of time left to play. We have seen a lot of crazy things happen. Crazy is the game here in the LPL. LGD don't necessarily have the composition to come back from large deficits, but we have seen teams do so regardless. Dragon is up, started up by the side of OMG. LGD, it feels like all they're able to do is try to fight their way out of this. Xiaoya not with the team just yet. We're going to see Hung go after Haichao. Drops the ultimate down. The full combo from Ari and Vi is enough to take him out. Dragon goes the way of OMG.
That's worth.
And we have a pause. Haichao shaking his head after that
He
pause.
seems to think that something is happening here. So what happened in that play, at least, is that they committed onto Haichao under the tower, but they got Drake. Haichao seems to think that there was a bug that stopped, or maybe a peripheral issue that stopped him from playing the way that he wanted to, which is surprising because he must think that he might have been able to get kills there. Even if you're dead, I think you take that, right? Your soul point, it's Chemtech Soul again, but Zahan, Silas, Zinzdao with Chemtech Soul, that's really strong. Hands off the keyboard. When we find out what's going on here, we will be able to relay it, but interesting.
Can I just say, I love that Haichao's growing out his hair. You know, you might not know it, but I used to have hair down to the small of my back, like early on in my casting career. So, you know, whenever I see somebody grow out their hair a little bit, I'm like, oh, this is a good look. You know, I even just, you take a look at even his Leakpedia picture, and just the difference from, you know, when he had his picture of 2025 Split 1 to what it looks like now. This is a nice healthy hair for this man. You know, new hair, new year, new Haichao. We thought it was the same Haichao based off of yesterday's results, or the results of the other day. But you know, he's certainly done his job, I think, in this series. Obviously, game 2, a little bit difficult to play out. Game 1 finally came alive later on, but in this game, he has been the linchpin, exactly what OMG have needed so far. We'll see what happens on this pause. We'll see if we need a rewind, how far we need to go back if that's the case, because you know, I do wonder what the reverberating impact could be on this game. I have a feeling it might not be much, given the fact that I'm sure OMG are very happy to trade Haichao's life for that soul point.
I'm not, you know, too knowledgeable about any bugs. I know that the way that it works is if it's on the bug list, you cannot pause for it if it's a known bug for a champion. So obviously it could have been an input thing, you know, maybe a peripheral issue, but it didn't look like Haichao could have played that any differently, that there was a bug. We did kind of pan away as well as he was dying, but looks like the players might have their hands back on their keyboards. So
listen,
maybe...
LGD, I know what it was. LGD was like, I was like, refs, OMG are winning. This has to be something not right here, right? This team came in 0-2-0-4, almost lost that first game. We gave it to them because we felt bad. But now here in game 3, they think they can win. This is illegal. Something is not normally here. Is there anything you can do, refs?
Please.
Refs are telling them, get bet. Sorry, like, you know.
Unfortunately, no.
Unfortunate.
There's nothing we can help you with here. If you lose this game, and when we do go back in, it's soul point for OMG. A decent gold lead as well. Maybe the ready check's coming through.
It's
but
a good gold lead. I'd say it's a little bit more than decent.
It
It was
is.
near 4K,
Yeah.
right? Obviously, may have gone down a little bit after the kill of Haichao as we head back in. Yeah, it's now to 3K. Okay, this is good. I'm all right with this. Haichao still dead, so we're not rolling anything back here, Jin.
Yep. We aren't sure what the issue was. There might have been, like, I don't know, a spilled drink maybe. There might have been a reported bug, which the referees had concluded pretty quickly that there wasn't one. But normally when there's a bug reported, it does go for a while. They have to review and really make sure. So a quick issue, a quick solution. But for OMG, 2,500 gold lead. And sole point in this game.
Just the traded turrets for the moment. As Harry is able to get a small lead for himself. Meanwhile, Tang Yuan is able to get some back in his pocket. But still a commanding lead for OMG, 2,500 gold. They have 3 dragons right now. Again, we did see LGD lose game 1 with Chemtech.
Oh.
We have a bar ultimate getting used here. And LGD with the bullet time over the top. Roham with that ultimate. Not going to be enough to stop the onslaught of LGD. And in the blink of an eye, they found it.
Again, this is exactly what happened in game 1.
Sorry's got to be careful.
When Moham is caught,
Yeah, they weren't able to get
Moham
that
is
wave in.
caught, and Juhan just sacrifices himself for the play. Jumps in, trying to crescent guard, I guess, and maybe block the bullet time or cancel it even, but I think he got charmed, so he was just standing there tanking so much of the bullet time. It'll only mean this game is back in even position, but a really strange decision from Juhan.
Hey, listen, it's the Fnatic pause. We'll take a look at the replay as Moham gets spotted out, and YCX says, I'll just drop the ultimate on you, and we'll take it for free. Juhan said, hey, I want to donate to the cause too.
Yeah, very late on that. So, troubling signs for OMG if they do win this series, that this is something that continues to happen, but I'm not sure why that happened. Anyway.
LGD saw the line.
We'll move
right?
on.
I'm not sure why Juhan moved in, but, this is a nice pick by YCX. Let's call it what it is. Being able to at least find Moham there. And this is what happens when you've been playing from behind for so long and are finally playing from ahead. You're like, this is a winnable fight. It was not a winnable fight. That being said, we are 20 minutes into the game. OMG slightly under 1,000 gold lead after we came back and they had a 3,000 gold lead. We'll see if LGD are able to fight through this once more. Again, you still have a lot of power coming out of your mid-jungle duo. And the only way to stop a bullet time is your Bard. As Juhan goes in, he's in a 1v3 currently. Rest of the team coming through. Encore not going to land. We have a teleport coming in from Tang Yuan as well. Haichao coming from the side here, but OMG don't really have the tools right now.
OMG have to be careful. They had a great lead. They do have sole point, but this game is not over, Yanni. They are over-forcing. They seem to feel desperate when they don't really need to. Maybe they feel like they don't fancy themselves in the late game, which I don't particularly know why. I think this comp is fine in the late game. There is the bullet time to worry about, sure, but if OMG keeps sending and if they make more mistakes, they might lose Baron. The Dragon sacking would mean nothing. I think OMG need to take a deep breath, relax themselves. Dragon is in 1 minute's time. They did get the TP out of Tang Yuan, but they lost their TP on Haichao as well. So while they are pulling tools away from LGD, they're losing things on their own right.
Yeah, OMG outside of that top turret haven't been able to get much. Obviously, they took down mid-tier 1, mid-tier 2 a while ago. But when it comes to recency bias in terms of plays, it's been all LGD for the moment. 41 seconds until this Dragon is up, and LGD already in position here. Remember, OMG has been late to a lot of these objectives. It's going to be hard to move LGD for the moment.
The good news here, though, is that they have great vision contest with Ashe, so they can always find where people are. Nice route.
Now they're going to look for Sasa next.
The poke is huge here, Yanni.
Yeah. Down to about half HP, going in with the Encore hits 2 key members. It's trouble. Tang Yuan's dead. Haichao on the back line. He finds Xiaoya. The temper fate don't matter. It's another big play from the OMG mid laner. Give him another triple. Give him an ace for OMG. Give him a Baron. Give him maybe their first win of the year.
And give Haichao MVP. My God, again. It's the vision contest from OMG. The range, the poke, it forces LGD to want to go in, but they're caught. So look here, this is the first chunk. Tong Yuan caught. All of LGD scrambled to protect him, but he's caught by the Encore. Watch this. Hung goes in. They're feeling desperate, but he doesn't land before the Encore, so it hits Tong Yuan and the bullet time. Both are cancelled, and Haichao goes into the back, glides on everybody once again. OMG with Soul, with Baron, with the series in their sight now, and a huge 5,000 gold lead in such a great position.
Game on the line. Hung shorts his Vault Breaker. Moham saw the opportunity, and Haichao took it. 4,500 gold lead. OMG draped in purple. They have the soul as well. But again, remember, Jay Beto, this was the exact position LGD was in game one. A large lead for themselves. But OMG were the ones who found a way to fight back and take that game. We'll see if LGD can have a reversal of fortune from what happened in game one and how game three has gone so far.
And Elder as well is spawning the same time as the Baron, so it's the same situation that you were talking about. If LGD can get in, find one fight win, as Harry will have to give this tower. OMG are overforcing the bot side, so they're giving up an objective bounty in mid. They will lose a tier 2 on the other side, but that's even the goal lead up 1,000 gold before this has fallen. It'll go back to nearly where it was, but LGD finding some answers here. Now OMG will link up in the mid lane to get some push going, but they've only got a minute and a half left of this Baron.
I really like that trade out of LGD. You're likely to lose that bot tier 2 anyway, and even the mid tier 1. So just getting something to try to lessen the impact of the Baron power play is very valuable. Remember, Baron does not give as much gold to every member anymore, only 150 each, down from 300. Yep. So these power plays going to look a lot smaller. As you can see, it's only about a 300 gold power play for the moment. But again, still time. 50 seconds before this wears off, and you can already see OMG pinging this top side.
Yeah, taking down the towers means that one more fight could mean the end after this. Sasa, very tanky with this build. I'm assuming he does have the W max. That would make sense on this tank Udyr, but OMG with the Baron will continue to push in, and Haichao, you see the pings in mid. Haichao wants to push in. We have these team fighting ults, Yanni, the Encore, the Enchanted Crystal Arrow, ready to go. OMG continue to find more.
Haichao in and out in a 1v4 here. This could be trouble. It does get the Tempered Fate out. That is massive. LGD, they're going to have to take a fight 5v4 here before Haichao's able to link up. He does have that back. He does have that TP, as you pointed out. So it looks like for the moment, OMG will continue to siege as normal. Haichao's going to TP to the mid lane here and look to keep the pressure up. This Baron power play is now over. Immediately, Haichao says, I want to walk forward on these guys.
OMG keep poking and prodding at this base. Remember, they still have all their ult tools.
Encore catches two members. Xiaoya with the cleanse. Hung still alive. Bullet time just to kind of drive them away for now. Juhan down to half HP, but multiple low health members on the side of LGD as Sasa and Xiaoya look to just hold down the fort. OMG gonna knock down this mid inhibitor turret while Sasa and Harry continue to go at it. Harry does have that passive health bar. It is looking to run out, so LGD weather the storm for now.
The Baron had worn off, Yanni. That was an aggressive look from OMG. Maybe a misstep, but LGD can't land the tools. The bullet time doesn't do enough, doesn't land onto enough targets. At this 3-out spike for Xiaoya, who he's just completed now. If the bullet time gets channeled onto this Ashe Seraphine, onto Silas, if it doesn't get interrupted, it will do a ton of damage. But we're a minute and a half away from the Elder and the Baron spawn sync up. This is nearly a clear mirror, but reversed from our game one. And if game one tells us anything, LGD should be favored in this situation. But OMG, if they don't make mistakes, if they don't overstep, we're talking about another situation like game one where we're 99% finished. Soul has been completed. And Baron and Elder are around the corner.
How can you not be romantic about League of Legends, Jay Beto? I just love scenarios like this.
I agree.
You know, we'll see if one team is able to finish in a similar scenario or if we're going to see a turnaround. I mean, you pointed it out. It's got to be that bullet time for Xiaoya that is going to be the big differentiator in this game. 5 seconds till it's up. There's good zoning bullet time in the base. It's very telegraphed when it's in the base. So I understand why it wasn't the most effective. It just got OMG out of there. But in these fights, in the jungle, near the dragon, near the Baron, this is where it's going to have its biggest impact.
OMG don't have a ton of catch without fully committing.
Well, they're going to look for
They try
Salsa
on the
here. And
Salsa.
Crystal Arrow onto Xiaoya. Xiaoya is slow, desperately trying to get away. Flashed away, but he gets caught by the Encore anyway. He can't stand and fight. There's the bullet time. But look who's on top of Materi. And it's time for the hero.
Haichao
to call game on the rest of these members. It is another triple kill for the OMG mid laner. 19 kills to 7. We doubted them, but OMG say, hey, we can win games in Group Nirvana. They get it done against LGD.
Woo! He's smurfing on him right now. The fountain dive for the split quadra. And OMG will walk away with this series under their belts, Yanni, after the first 2 games, to have the mental to play that out. And Haichao with the team on his back. The first win for this team in 2026. And it couldn't have been any more entertaining.
I'm happy for them, man. I'm so happy for them because it's so tough to see teams just having a really hard time, especially when you're in Group Nirvana, the perceived quote-unquote worst group. Obviously, there's, you know, some debate whether or not LNG could have been up to Group Perseverance. And this was a game where we were expecting maybe LGD would also be a team that we could have seen in Group Perseverance. But instead, OMG throws the entirety of Group Nirvana in whack, in flux here, as this second spot to try to get into Knight's rivals could be anybody's now.
Which is insane. It's stressful for the players. It's very fun for us. I want to see some Group Nirvana, you know, clashes coming through in our second round robin, but what a game from OMG. The first early game in the series that they look good in, they keep the hold the entire time, and Haichao, when he has agency, I know that there are Haichao doubters among the team. Some color casters that don't like this player a whole lot or doubt them, but he's making a real argument that this player should be talked about more and hyped up a little bit more, because both games that they won were on the back of Haichao finding some really good angles.
Well, his good performance recently was in Demacia Cup, right? And Demacia Cup is not the end-all be-all for determining how well a player is going to play in 2026. We're like, hey, he's looking good. Maybe this is something to watch out for OMG. And when you start 0-2 and 0-4 in games, it's really hard for anybody to look good. He obviously had his missteps, but today he really came to play. Jay Beto, he's my pick for player of the series. You know, obviously it would be his second player of the game win if it's given to him this time around. So I think player of the series would be a formality at that point. But yeah, as you said, this was a really refreshing OMG to see. Obviously, you had some troubles in the mid game there where things got a little bit closer than they needed to be. But OMG, that early game was strong. They drafted some winning lanes. They made life a lot easier on Juhan, who made some impacts. You know, after you called him out for just essentially clearing jungle camps on repeat, immediately goes and makes a play. And it got the ball rolling for OMG.
And, I mean, for this third and final game, Your MVP votes, not that OMG didn't play super well, but Moham hit some ults. That was, amazing. Hit some really well, some good ults. Ash is Ash. You're just playing that for the utility. Juhan can't get a player of the series. I think it is Haichao player of the series, at least player of the game for this one. But moving forward as well, let me just have a quick look here. I will check the schedule to see who they're playing up next, because I was, after some of their matches, thinking this is the team that's going to get no wins in this group. Looks like OMG LGD, it looks like their next match is actually against LNG on Wednesday. So they've got a big break here. Time to practice and review some of the mistakes, but up against the best team in the group. Coming off hot, taking down LGD. Does this make everyone else in Nirvana is even now, right? Or I think Ultra Prime haven't won a series either. No, they beat OMG,
Ultra
didn't they?
Prime
So
are 1-1 right now.
1-1, okay.
Yeah, so they have not completed their full round robin yet. Actually, hold on. Is that correct? I don't actually know.
Well, I'll tell you what.
This
while
is
you
why
look
we
that
don't
up,
do
the
this
gold
right
graph
now on broadcast. Yeah, that gold graph, not the most LPL gold graph of all time. Haichao 28.5k damage.
The gold graph looks more scary than I guess the game felt. I'm not sure what that big dip in the middle was and what it took OMG a while to get back up, but OMG looked very different from game 2. The turnaround is insane. Juhan, after getting more than Flame Horizon, plays a fine Xin Zhao game, and Haichao keeps mental strong. They draft a winning bot lane. They don't lose the game from an early gank, right, that Hung was looking for all the time. I am wondering what that pause was for, but that might have been where the gold had dipped. Actually, that is where the gold dipped.
Yeah, just a bit there, Jay Beto is... I'm shocked that Juhan survived getting aura farmed on. Oftentimes when you get aura farmed on, you can't come back from that. There's no coming back from that. It's like getting ratioed on Twitter. There's no coming back from that. But he did have that bounce back game that we were looking for, and was very, very pleased to see the recovery from OMG. They've gotten their first win in Group Nirvana. We'll see what they're able to do in the second half of their round robin. Jay Beto, any closing thoughts about this series? Any thoughts about the upcoming series?
I mean, I have a lot of thoughts about the upcoming series. I
Can we
am
condense
very
them?
excited. Group Perseverance is going to be fun, but I'm really excited for BLG JDG. I'm a JDG fan. I'm not casting anymore for the rest of the night. I can be biased. Let's go JDG. Fighting.
The bias is certainly there. Shout out the Gios, Jay Beto. We're going to pass the baton over to Alk and Slayer for EDG versus Thunder Talk, and then the marquee matchup of the day, JDG and BLG on the other side of the break. Those guys will be giving you the rest of the action, and we'll see you later.
之前2场比赛，我觉得
Welcome back, everybody, to the LPL English unofficial English coverage of the LPL, and welcome once again to what should be a banger set of games, not just because we have some heaters to look forward to and in front of us, but because it's myself and Alk, and if we learned anything the last time we started casting in 2026, we only cast Chaos, Alk, and there's a high chance of probability that happening tonight too, I feel like.
Hey man, look, there's Leave. Leave's gonna be in front of me. I'm gonna be having fun. You're like the pentakill caster at this point for the LPL English, so I think we're good, and we're at least set in good hands, hopefully, for the audience.
Yeah, I do. That's one thing we need to make clear very quickly is you do two things we have to make quickly. One, it's some marksman player broadcast now, as always, with myself and Alk, and two pretty big Leave fans. Yeah, so we're going to be looking forward to seeing how Leave and the rest of Edward Gaming look. Let's start talking about this matchup, though, because Alk, the very intriguing thing about this matchup in particular, thanks to the double round robin, this happened just 24 hours ago.
Yeah, and for everyone at home, you come here because you know, one, the games are going to happen, and two, that there's going to be at least some content where we try to make you laugh. So we're going to go over yesterday's show and kind of give you some hot takes or maybe just some general review as to how Quacks and Grapes ended up doing on the pre-show. So first one up, this was a last-minute addition from Grapes, and both me and Quacks had the same question of, what the hell is on my screen? What is it supposed to do for me?
You don't know anything about John Daly? You
No!
don't know how that Santa Claus looking guy is at all? That's one of the greatest golf players of all time, right in front of you, right there. That's his peak specimen form as well.
That guy could have walked by me in a Publix in Florida, and I would not recognize him. So
100%.
Immediate bluey thumbs down.
Okay. All right. Well, Grapes, you got a thumbs up for me because I know what this meme is.
The
This
guy
is
on
a
the left
sports
is
golf
Tiger
meme.
Woods. I have to make sure. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, that's Tiger Woods. Yeah, and then so John. Yeah, okay. I like it, but that's fair. That's fair. I think it's kind of a niche reference for an LPL English broadcast, so
yeah.
I respect it. What's next? What's next that we're grading them on?
So this one was cool. I kind of liked it. I didn't realize it was going to be this low of a number personally, but you know. 960, almost 1,000 games between the two of them is incredible for ZDZ and for Angel.
Yeah, yeah. So you know what? I think that's a great one. Yeah, I think that's just one of those stats that you see and you go, wow, and you remember that stat, and that's what you should do with stats like this. So I'm pretty pro Grapes and Quacks pre-show for this exact broadcast last night so far.
I also caught a great screenshot of Quacks on this one. So that one I just had to throw that one in there for him. All right, this was the third one. It should be the last one of our graphics. Now, I was the biggest pusher of putting Angel's dog on the show. I think anytime we could show pets on the screen, we should. And so the only way I could fix this graphic or do, you know, something to maybe zhuzh it up a little bit is grab more pictures of the dog.
I see.
This dog is so tiny. It is adorable. I'm sorry. Actually, I'm not sorry. This is great.
No, you don't have to be sorry about that. Yeah, so I'm usually a guy where I don't usually like small dogs because a lot of them are really feisty and I think they look like rats. Not this dog. This dog is precious. Not this dog. Very cute dog.
I want to just put it into perspective. The area, like on the picture that is closest to my head here, he is sitting in between like where the console for a car would be. He is really, really small. Or her, sorry. This dog is beautiful. Thank you, Angel, for introducing her to the world for us. So, yeah. And I obviously had to cover our casters because they're not as good looking as this dog. I'm not gonna.
Yeah, that's. You know, it's just out of your guys' league, Quacks and Grapes, unfortunately. But yeah, so I guess you're a little bit less high on the pre-show than I am, but I guess that's just kind of a sports diff reference. It happens. It's going to happen many times. Let's, though, now dive into the actual matchup, Alk, and what we saw from Edward Gaming sweeping out Thunder Talk just 24 hours ago.
I didn't feel like there was much hubbubaloo about this series. Like, we came in and we were kind of excited because EDG were on a downswing, but, you know, now that we see WE has lost to Ninjas of Pajamas and EDG pick up their first win here with this series, it just felt like the lack of experience that this Thunder Talk roster had really came into play. EDG were better about setting up objectives. It felt like they had intention when they were moving around the map. And Thunder Talk, to my estimation, looked like they were a little bit more worried about just surviving through some of these laning phases to get through to the game.
Yeah, I agree with most of your sentiment. This game too, I think though, there were like a couple of positive signs. Like some of these fights looked a bit closer. I know that the main reason EDG do end up winning this game, despite how close like this fight is, and the one we'll see later on in the top lane tier 2 turret, is because they're stacking those ocean drakes or the ocean soul. That's what wins them the game. But I mean, Keshi had some good looks in this series. I think that Mbessa had some decent looks. Some of these fights did get a little scattered. Game 2, I think, kind of showed me that EDG are still working through some things. So what a great example to go right against the same team and see if they can sweep even more convincingly than yesterday.
I mean, it makes prep so much easier because now you have, okay, we've played the game versus them, we have direct tape happening, and it was literally less than 24 hours ago. So for Thunder Talk, what I'm hoping is that while they haven't changed the coaching staff too much going into the season, that we can have a little bit of lessons learned here for them, and especially for Captain Junhao in the jungle. I hope that this guy can hopefully lead this group to, at the very least, let's win ourselves a game. I'm not expecting them to win the series, but if we can at least take one Nexus away from Edward Gaming, then I think that there are definitely things that we can be proud of as this team.
Junhao, do not repeat a Juhan performance. Okay, specifically game 2.
Maybe.
Let's make that very clear. All right,
okay.
let's introduce Junhao and the rest of his squad, get through some of these rosters as we get set up for this matchup. And we will first start by, I believe, introducing Thunder Talk, a.k.a. the squad that I've dubbed with the sickest jerseys going into 2026. Look at those things. Electric blue. Love it.
Yes. I just love how it's just like it has personality. That's just it. I love the font going across. It's probably the most interesting way to put a brand onto a t-shirt. If you don't know, like, Thunder Talk is there for a mobile, so it's just like, it's the best way in my mind that you're going to get these guys front and center and put it in something that's going to give us a little bit more, fun. I think that's been the theme that I've really been going for LPL this year, is that it seems like we are having more fun.
Yeah, that's never a bad thing. And the boys sporting these awesome jerseys, of course. Keshi in the top side, Junhao in the jungle, Heru in the mid lane, Ryan 3 himself next to Feather to round out the Thunder Talk starting lineup.
And Thunder Talk, it's never been good, if we're being honest. This team has been a perennial low performer in the LPL, but this year we're coming in with even fresher faces. We have a lot of LDL talent coming through, and I know that's going to be a talking point all throughout the season as to whether or not they can kind of learn, whether or not they're going to really be able to push themselves to get those higher highs. We are in group perseverance. To my knowledge of the LPL format, this is the only split that's going to have a group perseverance, so this might be the only time we get games against some of the teams here, as we might be seeing some of these other orgs that are here in this group, maybe an NIP, maybe a WE, an EDG, make a trip up into the group ascend for Split 2.
All right, and we're getting our walkouts here, so we'll get set. Speaking on, I don't know if, I don't think I had this conversation with you, but speaking on the like personality thing about jerseys a bit as we get set for the walkouts, I'm a pretty big fan of the EDG jerseys, too. I think they could have gone pretty, like, basic. They're a black and white org, but they got, like, the gray with, like, the red accents. Like, there's a little bit of red in there. It's, like, gray and then black. I don't know. I think this is a pretty high-tier Slayer jersey matchup. And actually, thinking about the jerseys, I don't think we can get a better one for a while, because the only S tiers that I had were BLG, Thunder Talk, and LNG. Wow, that covers all 3 groups, Alk. I just realized.
Yeah, and hey, look, BLG will be on later, so maybe we can get that coming on through. I don't know how you can say you like the EDG jersey more. You don't like the JDG one. I feel like they're very similar. EDG has been rocking this colorway for a very long time, so I personally find the EDG kind of kit in general to be a little bit on the basic side, but that's okay. That's what happens when you have the largest fan base. You can kind of get away with stuff like that.
Yeah, certainly can. All right, so we got our players at their PCs
stage,
getting ready to set up on the stage. If we can, I don't know how much time we have, if we can quickly run through the roster. They already, what am I talking about?
Let's get to your improvement plan, man.
Yeah, okay. Yep. So, all right, really quickly. All right, I'm screwing our producer over. All right, so if you've been an LPL English viewer for a bit, I have debuted this Slayer improvement program. Last year, we were able to talk through some points. Now we're bringing it to EDG. So it's awesome. Shout out Izzy bringing back this graphic with the player improvement program. Here's my player improvements. All you could grade them. First one, we need to correct Lee's positioning blunders. Not saying this guy doesn't always position himself. He's always terribly positioning himself, but I've seen him lose fights. The Baron against WE comes to mind in game 1 where he just gets deleted standing out in the middle of the open. Number 2, tame the engaged support beast in Perukia a bit. All right, listen, Perukia. You get some nice looks sometimes, but every time you see a 4-man whatever, 3-man whatever, you don't need to go in. Let's figure out a good middle ground. And then third, I feel like this team should play for Angel a bit more. I think Angel has been playing the best of the bunch, I would say. And I would like to see a little more team composition designed around him, fight setups around him a bit more. That's my improvement plan.
Okay.
For EDG.
I'm okay with most of this. I would say 1 and 2 almost feed into each other. I think that Leave most of last year didn't have an amazing support until we got into like even the back half for NIP, but even then I wasn't like extremely excited. So I feel like Perukia maybe indulges in some of the bad tendencies of Leave. Like, we want to play aggressive, okay, let's try to hands check these guys. And that usually comes in the lane. Once we get out of that, definitely I agree. Perukia has also just shown a little bit more of just like paying attention on the map. Like, oh, this is where I need to be setting a vision. I don't always need to be finding engagements. We'll talk a little bit about his champion pool as we get ready for draft coming up soon. But I generally agree with this. I think the solo lanes for EDG have been amazing. Xiaohao has been instrumental in this team actually doing anything in the early game. So as long as the top side is doing well, I think we're okay with what's happening down under.
Okay, all right. One preface I do need to put out. The only other time I did the Slayer improvement plan, it was for JDG, if I'm not mistaken, ahead of either Split 3 playoffs or maybe the regional qual. Some important part of the season for JDG, and they didn't listen. So what I'm saying here is if EDG listen to me, they'll find success. If they don't, I have an easy cop-out that they didn't listen to me. Win-win.
It's okay. Considering what's happening in our Twitch chat most of the time, I think a lot of people aren't listening to us. So
True.
We're coming into this series. What I'm thinking about when I talk about EDG and Thunder Talk, we come before today. I just want to double check this. EDG had first selection going in. They're going to have first pick. They are going to be on red side. We are seeing a little bit of experimentation as to who and where we see people, especially with moving over to potentially choosing red side. For EDG, I think this is kind of like a slam dunk. When we talk about early teams and teams that are not as entirely fleshed out like Thunder Talk, I think their draft priorities can be a little bit strange, and because they know that they don't have the strongest player in every role, sometimes it gets restricted. I don't know. I'm a little worried that you get another freebie, especially again, we just played this series last night.
Yeah, and you're not going to see that scenario really happen much more. I think the closest we're going to get is like some teams will have a couple days in between for like a group % turnover. But yeah, this is a unique opportunity, and we are back into draft once again. The final time in the regular season, EDG and Thunder Talk will meet unless they see each other in the Knights Rivals matchup later on. There's the first pick. We get through the bans. Yeah, this feels like a slam. Yep, that's pretty easy. Let's just give Angel Azir. Why not?
Yeah, so there's no Nico response. I still think that Orianna is the best mid laner on the patch, but Azir is definitely really highly contested, and especially for Angel, we talked about it enough. Just give him a strong team fighter, and Azir kind of covers her for some of his weaknesses by being a self-sufficient laner. Now, instead of the Orianna, which can still be paired up later, they go for the jungle for Jinhao and picking up this Jarvan. Jarvan has been going on a tear here in the LPL, so I'm excited to see, especially with something that's going to be threatening that backline.
Two very scary circle ultimates. That's my analysis on the Thunder Talk start. But this is another classic jungle pick to come out here if they do lean towards something like the Xin Zhao. I'd expect a jungle answer. It was either going to be Xin or Wukong in my mind, and my initial thought is this is the same draft I watched all of 2025 for a good reason, except this Yunara that sneaks in. That's a little bit more 2026 style.
Yeah, Yunara is looking good right now. Definitely one of the strongest AD carries, not just because of items, crit changes as well. And in general, I think one of the champions that I would be really trustful of leave, maybe a double-edged sword in that manner, but he's going to be a champion that gives him a lot of ability to just stand on mid-wave and try to duel the enemy marksman. So we'll see what that ends up looking like. They were hovering the Aphelios. Aphelios and Corki have been the answers into Yunara, at least in pro play. So I wonder what EDG are going to be looking to take away and what their priority is going to be coming out of this phase of draft.
Definitely depends on how they perceive they can either survive lane or, survive lane, or if they want to protect it. And I don't hate the Aphelios ban. I think Aphelios can make Yunara's life very hard early on, especially now that you see a Lulu ban come across. That's a very common enchanter pairing next to the Yunara. I like this Aphelios ban, but I will point out, very limited sample size for a lot of these Thunder Talk players. Keshi, I think his best game was that game 2 against Edward Gaming. I think he had a couple pretty good looks on this Mbessa diving on to leave. Just the rest of his team couldn't really back it up, and they were in too much of a deficit for it to make the difference.
Oh, Braum. So Braum would have given them 2v2 potential. I really want to see a Nautilus come on through here for Thunder Talk. We already have the makings of a dive composition with this Jarvan and Mbessa, but I think you need just a point-and-click lock for something like Azir later on into the game. Otherwise, how does this team have replicable ways of getting onto the backline? And you know that Alistar is also a potential here. And if Peruki is really feeling special, he can go for a Renata and completely end this game. Xin Zhao, we've also seen that Crescent Guard can knock everybody else away, and that completely throws a wrench in the plan. So I need to see some kind of, like, instant engage support. I don't want to see Alistar. Leona's like second string in that way, but Nautilus is just so consistent.
Yeah, maybe you can make a Rakan argument. I don't know. All right, so they give them his fortune in here. Wow, what a wombo combo comp this is going to be. So regardless who they end up going at support, I feel like now if you want to play for the 2v2, set up the bullet time best, Rel gets a look as well, but I would think Rel's a bit problematic for the rest of this comp.
Yeah,
it's interesting. I think the point you made is really going to sink true here. I think Perukia has the opportunity to really just ruin this Thunder Talk draft.
I mean, he gets first pick here, or he gets to pick like whatever he wants here, so he will get countered in support. Alistar's great. Rel is, like you're mentioning, Rel's just a good takeaway. We're going to have the Zahen pop up in topside. This champion's a little bit weaker in the lane, but once you get out and you're able to be competent in team fights, this champion is really hard to get away from. That being said, there is an Orianna, so I think that EDG are going to have a little bit of a tougher time breaking into fights if they are late to an objective. So I want to see them playing with priority. It's going to be a little bit tougher just because Miss Fortune can kind of move her weight around and do that thing where she just walks with a BT and clears a minion wave in front of you. It'll be tough. We do get that counter matchup that we were looking for in the bottom lane, but I don't think Thunder Talk have very many tools of dealing with an Azir later on. No,
they don't. And even with like Yunara, remember if Yunara transcends, there is a way to jump out of that Cataclysm. Obviously, usually when you're throwing down this Cataclysm, you're hoping that if you do it right, Haru can ult as the Cataclysm comes through, so you get the big burst. But like you mentioned, right, if there's so many ways to ruin this. There's the dashes of this Azir and Yunara. There's also the really good point you made about Crescent Guard. Like, if Xiao Hao gets trapped with these carries, he just props the Crescent Guard, and Haru doesn't do any damage. So where's the rest of the damage coming through? The bullet time could get blocked as well. It's like Keshi maybe gets on top of one of them. It's a very problematic approach to this comp for Thunder Talk. Can EDG, the team we have favored in this matchup, we favor to execute their comp better with so many counters, come out on top just like they did the day before.
And as you see on your screen right now, Coach No Name of Thunder Talk and Coach Clear Love came back. The JDG project was not a success by any means.
Nope.
Failed to make Worlds. So he's going to go back to the tried and true. And, you know, the old ball and chain, some would say. So for EDG, let's get ourselves a strong series look, send ourselves to 2-2. Otherwise, Thunder Talk start making this group perseverance very strange.
Super strange, especially after last night's series. I know we talked a lot about EDG and Thunder Talk as they threw down yesterday, but what the hell was Team WE and NIP? Well, it could be the series that really murkies up groups for perseverance if Thunder Talk have something surprising in their hands. They'll have to start back on Summoner's Rift for Game 1. Our only look at group perseverance tonight, Thunder Talk EDG. I thought there were going to be more.
I heard them. I heard them.
did.
Look, it was more than the OMG LGD series, so I will take it. Okay, we're just scaling Gyos at this point. We got some here for the series 2. JDG, BLG, the arena is going to be packed. I promise, guys. So both junglers starting on the top side. Early vision already being attained here by EDG. Nothing across the river from Thunder Talk so far. So at least they're doing a good job of trying to see if they can find the enemy jungle. But see that trading already, a barrier being burned by Leave.
That's what we call in the business an aura barrier burn.
If he dies early, I'm laughing my ass to the bank, brother.
I'll laugh with you, but the point stands. That's what I'm trying to think would be the reason for it. It does at least get there. I like where it's at least gotten the wave. It's in a little bit of a higher spot here. They should get level 2. I mean, level 1 Alistair is just here to cancel Crashdown. So
if they would have gotten the Crashdown there, then that might have been a summoner spell from Ryan, or at least most of his health gone. So I like the idea there for EDG.
Like you pointed out, with how powerful Misfortune just can be as an oppressive later in wave clear wise, anytime you can get up tempo in this lane for Leave on the Yunara will be nice, as we do the classic trade of both support summoner heals. Once one goes, the other one has to, or you'll die, apparently. So
one of the supports did take Summoner Spellbook, or Unsealed Spellbook, so they'll hopefully will have access to things like Teleport to get around the map. The Barrier and the Cleanse should also be nice. Was given a little bit of praise there to Perukia for getting the mount up on Alistar mid headbutt combo, so he just gets his Aftershock proc, and he also cancels the damage. Junhao is here first. It is on his side of the map. It's just going to be a pretty large wave crashed. Don't think there's going to be too much action, but I think we're already starting to see a little bit of an advantage creep up as Leave has about a minion wave's worth of a lead.
Do like to see the Junhao recognizing where his bottom lane is at, wave state-wise. There's no reason to even go scout out for this bot scuttle. He knew he was going to go Xiao Hao's way, so just walking up towards the top side, make sure you get that trade of Scuttle Crabs, so both junglers going to be in pretty comfortable positions. So I'm curious to see how active they will get on the map. Jarvan and Xin Zhao definitely can make things happen early. They don't rely super on their ultimates in these early stages to make plays. But topside Junhao doesn't really have much of a look. ZDZ is in a pretty safe spot. But he is going to start moving up towards that way. ZDZ gets very low. Gets the dreaded return.
Jungle is coming. Xin Zhao is almost here, but Junhao, it would take him so long. He probably has to invest his flash if he wants to be a part of this play. Maybe, oh, they know Xiao Hao's here. Uh-oh.
Xiao Hao is spotted, but now he knows he's been spotted, so the only person who isn't known is Junhao, who's used the lane to walk all the way up, get the flag and drag on to ZDZ. I think he dies. No reason to burn the flash here. Really creative gank setup there from Junhao to get Thunder Talk on the board first.
400 gold going over to Junhao. The jungle camps are also going to be nice as they are respawning. Opens up a small advantage here for Keshi. Thankfully for ZDZ, he can teleport immediately back to this wave. And before all of this was happening, that recall we saw from Leave, he took a little bit of a cheater here. He comes back to lane, even in CS, with the wave pushing into him. He has a Cole now, so I think Leave and EDG are going to be looking to play a little bit of a longer game, obviously, with the champs that they have. A great punish there from Thunder Talk, though, does give them a small lead here.
I think Cole is one of the best items, especially for that Yunara, for how she wants to play the game. So I'm definitely someone that subscribes to very often getting that one picked up, and good to see Leave subscribes to that idea as well. So with that short 800 gold burst, how can Thunder Talk keep pushing this? Well, you've got a Chemtech Dragon in about 10 seconds, and the way these jungle clears are going, I think it will be both of them kind of arriving towards this bot skull at the same time if they like, so bottom lane's coming out about the same time. Maybe we can see another skirmish here on the bot river.
This scuttle is really important here because it gets both junglers a little bit closer to 6. I think if Junhao gets this, though, he does just proc over and gets his ultimate here. He's going to recall instead. It looks like he has a tunneler back on his recall, same as Jarvan. So we don't get the immediate clash of our two junglers. We're getting a top lane scuttle, though.
He wants to play another game of top lane chicken. Keshi's still holding on to his, but I don't think he wants a reason to turn. ZDZ held his flash just to go for that look. Doesn't get the knock up or anything, so Keshi kind of just mogs him.
Keshi still has ultimate. He's also chugging through those refillables right now. And that'll just be a small summoner 1 here. Uh-oh.
All right, good peel there for Perukia. Both junglers are nearby. Xiao Hao does not have first turn, though. Neither holding ultimate either. That will be a decent chunk on to leave. Does
That's
give
the
Xiao
scuttle,
Hao
though.
Yeah, first track towards that scuttle.
Oh!
Let's see if let's test your theories here. See if he gets maybe over to level 6.
Wait a
Junhao
minute,
does have
Junhao!
level 6.
Yeah.
You get off the wave. Now he uses the Cataclysm onto Perukia. Ryan's coming over. Xiao Hao, though, has the Crescent Guard off the Scuttle Crab. Knocks Feather away from him. Gets exhausted. Angels try to desperately come over here as Ryan is out of mana. Perukia is down first. Xiao Hao re-engages. Feather going to go down. Leave dropping many autos, but it's the Shuriman Shuffle that doesn't do enough. It still gets Ryan that double kill as he chases Leave down. The difference a couple minions make.
Wow, I mean, Junhao had the level 6 beforehand, and while it ended up being an equal trade, that bottom lane fight that preempts all of this makes it a lot easier for Thunder Talk. They have the health bars, and they just have the resources. Remember, we saw that EDG, they invested the heal a little bit early on. We go back into this fight, and this is an easy turn. Angel is trying to stop the Orianna from moving first, but all of this damage that Junhao got onto Perukia makes it an uneven fight. The bottom lane has already moved. I don't know how Leave is second here to the play, but he loses the wave, he loses this play, and Thunder Talk come out massively ahead here.
I also don't know about Leave's pathing there. Why is he going up the river instead of taking the path of the Tri-Brush? Because then he ends up flashing over the Fat Wall when he could have just walked that way and not have actually had to flash. Definitely been head-scratching, and something that Thunder Talk could go ahead and punish again, right? I mean, Leave doesn't have flash. He'll have the Transcendence to maybe try and dash out of a Cataclysm, but that is a valuable summoner on the marksman, off the marksman nonetheless.
Look at this. Let's use control through mid. Orianna immediately drops into Fog of War. Doesn't turn into too much, but I'm looking at the bottom side jungle in our mini-map here, and it is entirely blue and control wards for Thunder Talk. There is very little vision right now in the river, so EDG, recognizing that they're down tempo, down spells onto their opponents, they're not allowed to play for this. I think Thunder Talk should feel more than happy with going towards this dragon and looking for a fight. Orianna Shockwave is up, and you have Junhao with that Cataclysm ready to go.
And on top of that, the difference in the itemization for that first path legendary item that these AD carries are going to pick up, I know they don't have them yet, but components-wise, Ryan's got a BF Sword Pickaxe versus this Hearthbound Axe and a bow. Like, the damage difference between Leave and Ryan right now is disgusting.
He's got the entire kit. He's got a bow, and then he's got the actual arrow, even though I know the Hearthbound Axe isn't actually an arrow. But it looks like one. He's got the arrowhead. Thunder Talk, they're first on the river. Haru, this is impossible for EDG. Especially, I'm looking at Angel's position. He's nowhere able to get into this fight.
Okay.
What are we doing?
Probably go after Ryan. He has to flash away as Perukia is going to catch him out. Leave gets the angle. Arc of Ruin should pick up the kill. Dragon secured for Thunder Talk. Feather has the Unbreakable Will pop, but he's getting broken one way or another. Let's just see how many autos it takes from Leave to finally secure this kill. It's Xiao Hao that will get it instead. Thunder Talk have to pay a pretty high toll for that first dragon that they really shouldn't have had to.
Yeah, Feather, let's just calm down. We don't have to look for that fight there. Grim Deliverance from ZDZ turns into still more damage there. Yeah, sure. I mean, he gets the wave and he'll probably TP back to this top lane. But going back to the dragon, Thunder Talk, you said they paid a high price. I think they paid a little bit too much on that one. There's Feather walking forward and then Ryan flashing and still dying. I don't know, man. That's a really steep price to pay for that. And we're not even going to have guaranteed priority for these grubs coming up in a few. We have both of the supports already kind of making their way into mid lane, but it seems like with both Xiao Hao and where he's positioning, and also that Angel is leaning towards the bottom side, this does allow for Thunder Talk to continue to run over it. More than likely is probably due to the fact that Keshi is winning this top side matchup.
Sitting on the highest gold difference in the game right now. We talked about how Keshi showed some pretty positive signs just a day ago on this Ambessa. So good to see some Thunder Talk members with such a fresh squad. We talked about the graphic, how low some of these players' tier 1 reps number is. They're starting to show some consistent signs, some champions that they can consistently go to, and that does seem like a small thing for a lot of teams, but it's a big step for a squad like Thunder Talk with so many different people coming in to play for this org in 2026.
Yeah. No, the only holdover right now is Feather, and we were thinking maybe it would be another year of 1xN on this team. Doesn't end up being likely.
Promoted.
So EDG now just moving Perukia around the map, getting Xiao House some camps to steal. I think this is not a 2v2 you are looking forward to if you are EDG. If you can try to avoid Orianna plus Jarvan, that's probably for the better. But you know, Angel can move over, and there's a mid wave that is being threatened right now. Ryan,
Arc of Ruin slow, gets the passive out of Ryan, but the W gets him that speed up right back. The strut gets him out. I mean, you just got kit diffed right there, Leave. That's why people click Misfortune a lot of the time.
oh my god, look, how broken is this? She has 1,000,000 shields, and she has the Eclipse, so
She's gonna die,
Keshi.
right? Oh, misses the public execution. It doesn't even
Keshi.
matter. I mean, that's disgusting damage out of Keshi. Ew.
yeah, ZDZ's face was like, damn, okay, I didn't think I'd get clapped like that. 0-2 down. We talked about it in the draft. If this Zahen could get out of lane, then it's okay, but it's a little bit of a weaker champion early on, and we see that Keshi is completely slamming this now. 1,500 gold lead, also completed his quest already, so he's getting even more experience. He's up 2 levels right now. This will be medicated by the fact that ZDZ will hit 1 minion and be level 10, but I mean, Mbessa's getting even more experience now, just flatly, thanks to the quest.
How much can that help Thunder Talk with this comp that we feel like the main meat and potatoes of it has a lot of ways to get spoiled with this Misfortune, the Jarvan, and the Orianna, the Crescent Guard block we talked about, the dashes available to these carries. If you got Keshi running wild in the background because everyone's worried about these ultimate combinations, that might just be the secret sauce for Thunder Talk to come away with something they haven't done yet. And that is a win over EDG. Currently about 1,000 gold up. So where do we look to push this next? They have Dragon stacking on their side as well. Got a Hextech Drake coming in about a minute. I feel like that's where most plays will come unless Perukia makes the play. Magnet Storm, crash down. Ryan definitely trying to run away. The Arc of Ruin slow is there, but Feather does a great job peeling Perukia off his AD carry, and they survive the all-in.
Super MVP performance there from Feather. Just completely biffs the play there for EDG. Ryan's still going to collect this wave. You got a barrier out of Ryan, but now you're going to be missing 2 ultimates 40 seconds before the Dragon. EDG, they wanted to ham fist some priority in the bottom lane. Now is the time that they have to be able to pay off on it. Are they going to steal camps? Yeah, we're going for a red buff invade on the bottom side.
Okay, I mean, hey, top lane's a wash, so got to go to the other side of the map. They do steal away that red buff. Junhao's going to have some camps to clear. Ryan gets back out onto the Rift with a Bloodthirster, and double longsword, so going to have a lot of just brunt firepower behind that bullet time. Well, Perukia's taking a reset now. Is Grim Deliverance once again for ZZ just used to clear waves to make sure he isn't under threat from Keshi any longer. Feels like EDG are giving up a lot of space as this Drake spawns on the bot side.
And Keshi was looking for it. He's like, is he going to keep backing? Because if he's standing within range, maybe a public execution comes down his way. ZDZ's not going to use a teleport. I think they know that this Dragon is something that EDG are looking to play for. Honestly, if I'm Keshi, I get my plate, I recall, and then I'm looking to teleport for this bottom side. I'm looking at the mini-map right now. Thunder Talk are all in position around this Dragon, and for me, it's going to be about can we protect Haru and Ryan 3. We get the first turret here at 14 minutes. He's going to recall and be super strong. I don't think EDG can fight.
I mean, he's
TPing first.
He's TPing first. Feather! Oh, the Shockwave whiffs. They try to use the Alistar to deliver it. They at least get themselves a Dragon. So that's a win for Thunder Talk. Junhao goes in, but there's the Emperor's Divide. Keshi flies in the back with the public execution. Angel, does he have enough protection? The shields are gross from Keshi, and he's eating up a ton of trade damage. He has to flash away from these here.
Perukia
going to re-engage with Crescent Guard. Perukia on the back end of the fight gets a huge crash down Magnet Storm that allows Leave to step up and throw down the Gatling gun. Auto after auto, ruining this TT play. Gets another slow. Perukia throws Hera back into his team, but sacrifices himself as Ryan does find a trade back. But TT showed why we were worried about their comp into EDG's peel right there.
Thunder Talk, just take the small wins, guys. Like, we just teleported our top laner into this play before he recalled. ZDZ gets access to 2 plates top lane. That's a massive swing of gold, and you see right there, Feather uses that unsealed spellbook to try to use the teleport, maybe as a monster flank versus EDZ, but there's no Shockwave. I don't know if they have the damage to deal with him.
Okay, well, there's one set of spells through for Haru. ZDZ already down about half HP. He feels pretty defeated about it, but can walk on out. like you said, no shockwave, no problem. ZDZ getting into his weak side king era as we look back at this overextension from TT.
As soon as Keshi teleports, I can tell that for TT, they're saying, we need a fight. Especially if you're Keshi, I have a 30% HP shield. Why not? I have the HP to play for it, but this is way too far. We know that on the other side that Peruki's behind him. Come back to life?
No, he's getting caught by Xiaohao and Angel. Don't know how that play started, but definitely seeing ThunderTalk showing signs of a team looking to clean things up like side lane allocation.
That's a big portion of the lead. For him, though, it's not bad for the 1v1 because the Hen is still down 1,500 gold, but EDG are getting turret plates, and it's going over to the Azir. We talked a lot about how Angel is an amazing team fighter. He's going to be on Azir with an expedited 2-item power spike coming through, so the gold lead that ThunderTalk had is evaporating at this point, and really the only thing that they have going for them is this dragon. Now, they did get the Herald thanks to them playing on the top side of the map. If they can grab some turret plates in mid lane, I'll feel a lot more confident about their ability to play for this objective in 2.5 minutes.
See off that last fight, we talk about from Angel what he gets him, but Leave picking up that double kill, finishing off that Cole, the investment paying off here. He's already got those Fiend Hunter bolts secured. And it's just such a heavy acceleration for this Yunara that relies so heavily on team fighting with 3 items plus as soon as she can. Already seeing the power dynamic kind of shift a bit, it feels like, between these AD carries.
Yeah, Leave has so much more agency when you're playing Misfortune. You are allowed to kind of bully your opponent, especially in lane. But with the Fiend Hunter bolts, it becomes a lot less enticing to walk up versus a Yunara 1v1 in that lane. Now they're getting plates on the other side of the map. This is good as a response, but I'm a little bit confused here by EDG. We're putting a lot of weight into top side.
Yeah.
It seems like they wanted to get some gold back here for ZDZ, but he was already half a level up on his opponent because Keshi spent so much time in side lane. Are we not going to be contesting for this dragon? Like, we need to be moving now. Peruki's going to come back out of the map. This is the next 45 seconds. If EDG are not getting vision down, I'm a little bit worried about them walking into the pit here.
Well, some people may, scoff at a Cloud Soul. It's important to, contextualize that soul into the team that could be the ones to reap the rewards. I'm pretty scared if I'm EDG of an Alistair holding on to Ghost, or not Ghost, Cloud Soul, but most
It's
importantly,
basically
like
Ghost.
Yeah, it's basically Ghost, right? So Cloud Soul on like an Alistair looking for engages, like Junhao, especially Keshi. Giving Cloud Soul to a team that wants to dive you is a pretty scary prospect, even if you don't think of Cloud Soul as highly as some of the other ones we have in the game.
Seeing the deploys right now as Harry teleports into the Tri-Brush. Again, great setup here from ThunderTalk before an objective. All of the wards are in great spots. You have control of the river alongside the Scuttle, and control of mid is always going to be easy because we still have the Herald. This is going to be a niche thing, and I don't know how much time we'll have to talk about it, but there's a lot of movement speed buffs in this game. Jarvan's standard is going to give attack speed to nearby allies. There are Bandle Pipes completed by Feather, so that's just flat 30% attack speed buff to everyone around him. I think that there's a very real likelihood that some of the carries here are going to be able to eke out a little bit more than their opponents. We'll see in this upcoming fight. Herald is being spawned now as ThunderTalk look for the mid-turret.
Doesn't have enough damage from Shelly herself to get the mid-tier 1 down. Do they feel comfortable stepping up? They're looking for the dive.
Oh!
There's the shockwave delivered from a Cataclysm. Leave didn't have a shot in hell to even move or click out of that combo before his screen goes gray. And Perukia, his sidekick, is going to have to pay the price as well. There's how you use that combo, TT, with EDG separated. And now they've earned themselves Cloud Soul Point as we crest the 20-minute mark.
Sad thing for me, I look at Leave, Flash, Barrier up, I'm pinging that in the chat, and we're saying, what's going on? We lost our mid-turret, and we lose the Dragon. Now Soul Point here at 20 minutes in this game. ThunderTalk are in a fantastic spot to close this one out. Now we need to be able to see them, because EDG have had a few games here in Group Perseverance so far in 2026 that have been a little shaky. It's why they've been starting off the season 0-2.
Look at Keshi just shrug off an entire ZDZ combo and turn it right on its head. They're going to wait out re-engaging until his passive gets lower. That dash gets him out of the public execution range. So that's the only real blunder, but it's not getting any easier to deal with Keshi one-on-one if you're ADG.
And Keshi, if he lands that, in fairness to EDG, the Azir was kind of in the area. This was just an engage. Okay, this one I'm a little... Okay, I'll be a little more charitable to leave because the engage was actually onto Perukia, and that's what gave Feather the ability of getting onto the enemy AD carry, but that's tough. And as long as the replay is telling me the truth, Leave's flash also wasn't available during that. So a very tough sequence for EDG to survive. ThunderTalk come out the victors for it with a 2,000 gold lead. And now it's all eyes on what's going to happen in the next 3 minutes if EDG can kind of lapse some of this gold lead. I'm looking at Angel. He's been the guy that's been untouched this entire game.
He's got himself 2 items in the bank, but you need more time with this Azir. Yunar still waiting on some pretty big completions to be a true scaling threat as well. Trying to make a look to see if they can catch any straggler recalls from ThunderTalk on the top side. None to be found there. And Alk, one thing I can't believe I skipped over while talking about Cloud Soul. I gassed up a Jarvan and Mbessa and Alistair running at people. Misfortune was strut up in Cloud Soul might move 1,000 miles a minute as well.
Yeah, she gets a lot of mileage during her ultimate, so we'll see if Ryan can continue to be as dominant as he has so far. I mean, 5-1, pretty impressive. We've kind of shirked away and talking around these two, but especially for Ryan, I think it would be massive. Not only would it be TT's first win, which maybe we just have a historic amount of first today with OMG also winning their first game, but for them, I mean, being able to stand up to Leave, exactly. For Ryan, I'm thinking like, this is your first time here in the LPL. Can you play up against one of the, I think, more touted, exciting prospects and Leave? You have a pretty good name built up for yourself in that manner.
I will say, I'm not pushing this onto Ryan, but it's just this funny, like, super niche thing. I feel like Misfortune, like, I've seen so many Misfortunes have like 5+ kills out of an early stage game and then lose. Like, higher than any other AD carry. It's something that's stuck in my... Alright, Feather's getting chased down here. Knock up, it's going to use the exhaust on a Xiao Hao. They don't really have a lot of innate damage to get through Alistair with the Unbreakable Will, but hey, they do get a TP out of Keshi. They do get the Alistair ult out for very little. So that's a win for EDG as the Baron is chilling, watching all this action go down.
I am okay with this. I'm kind of okay with this. If you're EDG, you're sad you didn't get the kill, but you did just get 2 teleports out from ThunderTalk. So pushing on the top side of the map is really important. Maybe finding Keshi is the way you get back into this game. Any picks right now turn into a Baron. You have an Azir with 2 items. This could be something you look to turn on and just wait for Leaf to join the fight. A minute and a half before this soul. ThunderTalk, I don't think we need to look for anything right now.
EDG are going to respect that snap combo. They can throw on anyone. Feather's going to go in. There's public execution. They're going to burn everything on his EDC. Grim Deliverance doesn't even come out. Perukia, crash flag down. Magnet Storm comes across. There's the Crest Guard from Xiao Hao as he gets on top of Ryan. And look at Angel fly all the way after the AD carry, but he turns it on his head with a bullet time that smashes him down before he gets straight out. Xiao Hao's going to fall to try and find that trade as the fight splits out onto 2 fronts, and we go an even 3-for-3.
Oh, but well, what else can ThunderTalk actually push you? Haru's going to find Perukia.
All right, good little stun. Haru's going to flash away. Nearly has no damage and snipes away Perukia as he runs out of the jungle to make it a winning fight for ThunderTalk.
It's a far away, a Steph Curry command dissonance puts Perukia in the ground. We'll look back at this fight, but the entire time we're here in this replay, I'm thinking Dragon spawning in 30, Dragon spawning in 25, and while this fight is going on, I'm looking at all the flashes that ThunderTalk are using for this. EDG, they survived for a hell of a lot of time, and if it wasn't for Leave on the backline getting taken away out of frame thanks to Keshi, I do feel like EDG had a really good time here in this fight. They're going to be walking into this next one with no flash on MF, no flash on Orianna, and 0 playmaking potential on the top side of the map for ThunderTalk.
Yeah, dumping everything onto the O2 Zahen, not really beneficial. Junhao, that flag and drag, very, very risky into the fog. Doesn't get punished too heavily. We'll be able to eat up on some melons, and resets start to come across towards these battle lines that are being drawn. Angel will recoup back with EDG on the bot side of the ring of our heavyweight bout at this Cloud Drake, and it's EDG to start things up. TT need to be aware of this Perukia flank, though. He's coming across, and he has marked Ryan. But where's the follow-up? Perukia goes
Get the
all in by
dragon.
himself. He's trying to stall for the dragon, and he sacrifices himself for that. Xiaohao grabs it. Shockwave, public execution, throws all TT in the background. Good flash from Leave, though, to get away from Junhao's Cataclysm. That is a frame-perfect flash to get EDG's AD carry, and now Angel gets to fly in with a huge Emperor's Defy. Ryan turns back with a bullet time, then it's gonna fall flat. There are the Edward Gaming carries, standing up tall, acing home Thunder Talk.
Angel was the key piece of this fight. He had been untouched for most of this, and while he went down in that last play, it was all on Thunder Talk to force a play onto Azir. We go into that dragon fight. I mean, multiple different things. I can't wait to dive into the replay on that one. But a Baron as well being won by EDG.
What a turn. You could hear the sort of sounds, the worries that so many EDG fans had showing up in this game one until this fight. Oh, Feather.
Now, Perukia, look, flashes over this. I want to give presence to Xiaohao, use the Crescent Guard to force out members of Thunder Talk. And from here on out, I mean, the play is kind of over. This was a good flash from Leave to punish Junhao from jumping into the backline. But that's all the damage there. And these solo lanes for EDG are now tanky enough, and they have the damage to fight Ryan. Ryan, I don't think you can throw down the bullet time. I know it's a last-ditch effort to get yourself some kills. Let's not lose our minds, though. Every dragon can still be a soul here for Thunder Talk if they're able to secure them. Just now turns into a 3,000 gold lead thanks to that Baron giving them over half of it.
Yeah, and where does that gold really hurt? We'll get to see it after we get to say hello to the Shy. That is it's going to be a 4-item Leave Yunara and Azanya's 3-item Angel.
Oh, no.
So it's even harder now to get the best value out of bullet time for Thunder Talk.
If Thunder Talk lose this game, it's going to be the most tragic review because they had such a good early start into this game. I thought their team fights were sound. I think setup was good. Angel!
Oh my god, Angel parts the base of Thunder Talk open, but he goes to the station. That Crescent Guard from Xiaohao is going to buy enough time for Angel to fall before Ryan can take him out. Kessie now gets to fly in. Feather gets cut down, and it's going to be the EDG bottom lane, but Perukia is going to go down next. Leave, you're going to have a highlight play 1 versus 3, or Thunder Talk are going to turn this game on its head, wiping everybody but CDZ off the map.
Angel looks for what is the hero play, and that kind of biffs it in some portions. I will not lie, the trade is not bad. You still get the mid-tier 3 turret, and there's no longer a flash on Heru. So that is going to be what I'm going to be looking for as EDG to try to punish. Otherwise, that was a good way to kind of take a chomp out of Crime and take all of that gold away from EDG. As this Baron, we'll look again at Angel just flying all the way into TT's base. Almost becomes maybe the inhibitor turret himself. The Crescent Guard is good. Blocks most of the damage from Ryan, but look at where Leave is. Leave is like, I can't stack anything for Transcendence. I can't do anything on this one. And while this was an ambitious public execution from Keshi, I still think that just forcing the issue and punishing, especially because ZDZ did not have teleport going into that play. So again, Slayer, we go right back into the pit. Dragon spawns in a minute and a half, and a soul is still on the cards here for Thunder Talk.
So huge that they win that skirmish, mainly to make sure they don't have to deal with super minions down that mid lane. Miss Fortune can have a lot better of a time clearing out these waves, making sure they're in pretty decent shape, like you called out, for that dragon. They'll come in about a minute now. No TP advantage for either side. Both mid laners will have access to theirs as this dragon comes up, so expect Hero and Angel to be duking it out a bit in this top side, but gotta respect the flank of any sort of Junhao Feather shenanigans, and Angel will do so for now.
That's beautiful. I'm glad that we showed the Durag stat for that one. 38 gold earned at the end of that Baron. That's not great. That's less than, well, actually, that's almost the amount that you would get for, it's less than health bot. It's almost as much as a control ward if you have support quest done. But 30 seconds. Again, I'm looking at Vision. Good setup so far, but not enough that I think it is enticing for Thunder Talk to walk forward. Also, again, Hero still no flash going into this play. So while it might hurt and we might still see them fight for it, I do think that Thunder Talk should be trying to prioritize controlling the mid lane wave, and we'll worry about the dragon when we have a summoner spell back for us.
There are a lot of denials to the innate burst potential of both of these comps now. You have Zhonya's on both mid laners. You have a GA on ZDZ with his revive. Junhao's got a GA to himself, so these fights are naturally going to extend a lot more no matter what, and that plays a lot better into the hands of Angel. Plays a lot better in the hands of Lee. Can TT cut down the angle? Angel gets caught. Shockwave Cataclysm. He's going to go in Zanya's, but he doesn't flash out of the bullet time. Angel goes down first.
Keshi!
He's going to grab Leave, and he immediately tries to flash out, but he goes down. Keshi with the clutch plays on his patented Bessa again. CDZ goes into the GA, but he's immediately knocked up, skybound, and it's all down to the top laner for EDG. The Grim Deliverance, the revive, it's all just prolonging the inevitability of Thunder Talk wiping a late game team fight, and they're gonna look to march down mid lane to shock the very team that swept them a day ago.
Oh my god, wait a minute. So OMG win their first game and their first series, the series before this, and now Thunder Talk will do the same here in Group Perseverance. They're gonna win their first game up against a team in Edward Gaming they just played last night.
The death timers, they're a little close.
They're gonna go for it.
Desperately waiting. Angel's up in 3. Leave mere seconds behind him. Can they hold? Have Thunder Talk overextended? Angel's here. Here comes Leave. Perukia to re-engage. The turret's still pretty healthy. Junhao with the shockwave onto Leave. Gets the Cataclysm down, but he goes into the GA.
Wait a minute.
Leave is going to stay alive until Keshi flies into the background trying to find the trade kill. Turret's going to go down. Angel still stands tall.
That's
somehow
it!
Gets cut down through the Cataclysm. And there's a huge public execution that is just enough to put the bow on top. Thunder Talk win game 1. Revenge on their mind over Edward Gaming.
Look, EDG 2-0'd them last night. Are we going to see a pretty massive upset? We came into this with a lot of high hopes here that EDG would take the series, and still a lot of time left here for that to happen. But this is the second round robin now. You don't get a second chance at facing them, and I think a 1-3 start for Edward Gaming almost assuredly locks them out of making, I mean, the top half of the playoff bracket.
Yeah, and if I'm not maybe I don't want to get too much into that, but now if they go 1-3, like, maybe you go from that night's, the night tournament where you might have to play a Group Ascend team pretty soon on, right? Because if you get low in the Group Perseverance, I don't know. Maybe I'm thinking a little too far ahead of myself, Log.
So the way that it works, I know. If you're lower in Perseverance, you're going to play Group Nirvana, and then you have to play 2 best of 5s to make it in.
So you have to get an extra one. Okay, yeah.
If you're the top half, you don't have to worry about that. Perseverance and 1 and 2 seeds will get at least one playoff. They only play 1 best of 5, but they can sing in a lower bracket. Again, little far from now. We don't have to worry about that. What I'm more excited about is that Thunder Talk is winning games.
Yeah, it's Thunder Talk. You talked about it, right? This is the best scenario for both teams. You play a team yesterday, you have immediate tape, you know the styles, and I mean through one game, Thunder Talk prepped better. How else do you describe this?
The prep was. It's hard to enumerate on what their prep was, but the setup was good. There was that one really tragic mid-game fight that I think we could have came back to if we saw this as an EDG win and be like, that's the moment where they would have won the game. But TT, they held on, they kept their advantage, and we just had solid team fighting. That was a very easy to execute composition. Jarvan, Orianna, let them run wild, go straight into the back line.
Yeah, and for EDG, how many of those improvement plan points did we not focus on EDG? I will say, actually, funnily enough, I don't think a lot of these were too applicable to this game. I think Leave positioned decently. Like, the only time he gets caught was because of Perukia. I think Perukia's like the one time that he went super ham on an engage by himself. It was actually to sacrifice so that they could get a dragon to stop Soul Point, so it was kind of worth. And then they tried to play for Angel, but I think Angel's actually the one that kind of ruined that last fight.
Yeah, Angel flying in underneath the inhibitor turret,
that
little
too, right?
dicey. That makes it really tough. The solo lanes just got gapped this game. Like, you cannot play this Sehen champion into a stronger laner, even with some of the nerfs that Bessa has gotten. And Angel just had a very quiet game. He is a great team fighter, but he doesn't have the same explosivity that we expect from some of our top players. And obviously, then messed up and threw the game, kind of. Like, we countered through because we were already in a good spot. They threw towards us, and we're like, we don't actually want the W. Take it back.
They were so hell-bent on being the new team to throw themselves forward that they realized they failed to realize that all they really had to do a lot of this game was kind of survive that initial shock engage, and they could play out the rest of these fights. Like Lethal Tempo Azir, Yunara, these two carries love Zahen. These carries love extended fighting, and you'll see it in some of these fights. They do end up winning. They played too much with their gold at the end of that game one. So it ends up costing them as we get to look back at some of these pretty close fights, and right now we'll see how the pendulum starts swinging a bit more back into EDG's favor, especially this extended bout.
Hey, you said right there, you were like, hey, Perukia, sometimes you don't always have to go in for, 3-man engages, but that time we'll give them the pass.
Yeah, because it staved off Soul, right?
Yeah, it staved off Soul. It also made that the carries on TT were not in a good spot. This was one of the good sweeps, but I have to say, I'm sure that EDG were saying, like, hey, we had stronger lanes. If Sehen wasn't behind, if we had, maybe a better support matchup, maybe it gets easier.
We don't have to go for this.
I mean, yeah, we have Baron. We have range. We can just wait. Like, it always comes down to that same, like, explanation or kind of, like, metaphor that, like, if you could extend your life by just waiting. If you have a gun to your head, and if you wait 5 minutes, the likelihood that the gun goes off goes down like 30%. You take it every time. You just wait for the 5 minutes. You don't have to do anything.
Yeah, I mean, and what were we getting on Thunder Talk for when they were in the lead, right? Going for too much, trying to push the envelope a bit too much further. We need to hold EDG to the same accountability, even more so, because this is a team that has a lot more players. I mean, we showed the, what was it, the ZDZ Angel graphic, like 900 plus games in Tier 1 versus 91 or something. Like, you got to be better than that, EDG.
You have almost 100x the amount of games that these guys have in Tier 1 between the two of you. But, we're back to the drawing board, and for Thunder Talk, I was a little worried that review was going to be sad because that fight around Dragon was really disappointing. There we go. Now we're in a better spot.
It's like 90x, by the way.
Just round up. Just round up.
Fair enough.
Thunder Talk. Man, I'm excited now because I was really ready for a 2-0 EDG, and we'll just get into JDG BLG. I'm sure there's fans at home right now that are like, God damn it, I have to wait another game.
That's true. Somebody check on Mark Rafa, wherever he is. Not doing well, brother. I know he's not out there. Player of the game, though, Mr. Dimitri. Who do you gift it to? Because I think there's two clear options.
I think it could be Keshi. I think it could be probably Junhao. I think that his Jarvan was really good. But Keshi, he stomped his lane. And then he also won, multiple fights with his best. We're giving it to Ryan. All right. Look.
No, man.
The bullet times were good. Look.
No. He didn't have to do anything. He's playing Misfortune. He presses R, and Mbessa goes multi-kills people.
If that was that simple, then we wouldn't be seeing this champion. Then, some other people shouldn't be deserving MVPs. I don't make the rules, man.
I don't either, but I'm an AD carry flaming and AD carry MVP pick. If that doesn't tell you enough, I don't know what will. But what a refreshing breath or gust of air coming into our group perseverance matchup here. Thunder Talk, they caught the proverbial win. They bobbled it a little bit, and then they secured the catch as they went to the ground. Unlike some Bills wide receivers, Thunder Talk come across with a Game 1 win. We'll see if Edward Gaming can stop the slide before they see themselves at the bottom half of group perseverance. Game 2 will be a big indicator of that. We'll see you guys on the other side of the break for that Game 2 draft. Welcome everybody back to twitch.tv/LPL English or youtube.com/LPL English as we are potentially approaching the halfway point in our night. I'm going to say it on air because, okay, I don't know. I'm a little bit torn. Guys, if you don't know, we're on the west coast of the U.S., so like we're going into what could be our second of not, like, what is it, fifth of 9 games, the way this day is shaping up. So I'm going to say it on air right now. We're going to get 9 games. We're going to get 9 games. We're going to get 9 games. 9 games. 9 games. I work tomorrow.
There you go.
Cut the microphone. No, I'm kidding. All right. Let's talk game 2. Game 2. What has to happen all for Thunder Talk to you feel to keep up this 2-0? Another easy to execute composition, maybe?
Maybe, honestly, like, just keep it stupid simple, right? Like, if we really have to, there's still plenty of champions. Wukong is still available. We can't do Ori Nocturne anymore, which would be a little bit easier to execute on, but I mean, look, if we're going to be kind of using strong laning champions to maybe hide or mask some of our deficits, I think that's okay, right? Like, that's on the enemy team to try to abuse. If you're going to get away with that, then hey, a win's a win, right? Like, at the end of the day, we're going to come out of this series. We're going to look back at the end of the year and be like, cool, Thunder Talk was X in some amount of games, right? Like, sure, that's fine.
Now the question is, for ease of execution, it gets a little bit more complex because Fearless has taken away a lot of champions that I would associate that both fit into the Venn diagram middle of easy to execute, but also fit into our meta. Like the top 80 carry, I would think it would be Misfortune. Jungle mid combination would probably be, Jarvan Orianna or like Nocturne Orianna, but losing the Orianna, gets rid of that. So what champions do you expect Thunder Talk to maybe try and prioritize? More importantly, though, for EDG, actually, I want to ask you this. They have first selection now. Are you expecting to see them go for, like, red side to get, like, the count, or are you expecting them to try and pick for first pick? Maybe they want to get counter picks for safer lanes. First pick?
It's first pick. It's first pick. I mean, there's still plenty of champions. Nico's still in the game. You also have to think about a lot of the top lane champions. Right now, before this series, Keshi has only played 2 champions so far in their 4 games before this. It was Ambessa and Renekton. We'll have to see something a little bit different from him. There's also still Cassante, Jax in the top lane. There's plenty of answers up there. So I wonder what the arms race is going to look like for our solo lanes going into this game.
Yeah, especially a guy like Keshi, who really showed why Ambessa is going to be one of those champions in his wheelhouse. He played Ambessa Game 2 against Edward Gaming yesterday. He played the Renekton Game 1. I'd like to see Thunder Talk, keep the carries in his hands because I don't know how reliable we feel Ryan can be on a carry or, any other position. So keep the old proverbial thought, keep riding the hot hand.
Yeah, for sure. Man, Thunder Talk, please don't do this to me because this would be really sad if we win our first game of the season fairly early on and against EDG, and then we just completely biff the rest of the series. I think that would be really heartbreaking for them, and probably a necessary series would not just for just setting the stakes and maybe even getting an upset here versus EDG, but you want to set the mood right for the rest of the season because this is you're gonna go into 3 splits and you're still gonna have to play a best of 5 heroes group perseverance. So we'll be looking forward to it. EDG, they have first pick coming in. We'll see what their priority is. No Nico ban. Yep, that's going to get immediately snapped up by Perukia.
Yep, some staple bans you always see coming through. Not much more to touch on. All right, you know what? Thunder Talk, I think they're doing a good job on the ease of execution. Vi Talia, it's a great, season assist, seismic shove. You find one person, you blow them up. Not bad.
All right, Angel, what do we play? It could be Ryze. I think the Ryze versus Talia matchup is fine, and Ryze is going to get a lot of value later as a champion, just in terms of time, and I think as a setup for Nico, it's great. Going for Leave Kai'Sa.
Yep.
I'm worried. I don't think you're allowed to play Kai'Sa this early on. There are still plenty of champions. You can still go for things like Corki. There is even things still like the Sivir that you can need to be aware of, so very early slam here for the AD carry of EDG.
This is the bottom lane they ran in Game 2. just an eye to go to get the win of the series over Thunder Talk. So we'll see again, kind of back to that, how well do we study tape kind of idea, getting the same exact bottom lane the Thunder Talk we get another look at. You mentioned the Corki, easy slam dunk there for Ryan. So now that we move into the second phase of bans, Thunder Talk are going to try and take away some comfortability for Angel into this Talia. I like that idea.
Yeah, Ari's a good look. Now, we did see Angel play Malzahar last night. I don't think we're likely to see that champion again, but we'll see. Now, Renekton ban tells me we're picking Cassante in my mind. If we're not looking for that, then I don't really know what Keshi's going to be immediately opting for. I do think that a Jax is always a good choice into a Kai'Sa later on into a game, and a decent enough laner. So, what's this last ban? It's Nautilus and, is it Braum? Is it Nautilus and Rakan? It's Leona instead.
Okay. Maybe try to take away that Solar Flare stun that would allow Junhao to get the ball rolling on that Vi cease and assist into the Talia. I don't know. Would a Rakan be a good look? Oh.
No,
Malcolm.
do not pick this. This is fake.
No?
This champion. I think this champion in support is so terrible. You have no resistances. You really are a champion that really kind of wants to just be left by his lonesome. We're going for Nami. Strong lane pair and smash the Nico. Nico's been falling a really high, still very highly prioritized, but definitely falling in terms of relevance and strength that we saw from her just, 4 months ago. So I like the tentative look at this. Again, we said play simple to play compositions, strong early laning phases, and then try to just snowball over your opponents at this point. And we're seeing EDG continue to just play for later in the game. Let's play for 2 items. Let's play for 20 and 25 minutes here.
What TT are playing for, though, by picking up that Nami now, is they're playing for a Keshi counter pick. So you see the Scion. Maybe this is a Jax angle. I'd have a lot of fun with the Jax into the Scion. Think you can really run wild. Maybe do you want to play Yorick to try and split up the team fight style of a Wukong, a Nico, a Kai'Sa, now an Akali? I don't know. I think Jax is really good here.
Jax is great. I do think that the Yorick has its place here in this game, and I don't think you really want to get counter. You don't want to counter pick yourself into Scion, because then Scion just hoover ups all of your minions and is unkillable. You need a tank buster in this game. Talia and Corki are not going to cut it. We get Gwen. All right, we're finally getting some more AP tops, and Gwen is really, I think Gwen in side lane versus every single one of these champions, if Kesha gets an advantage here in this game, he is unkillable here.
Yeah, and certainly tank shreds, right? Especially the way you can build Gwen now with the possibilities. It's going to be fun here. We've seen a lot of talk about the new AP items, how disgusting they are, and a lot of different champions, mainly the AP Jax builds we've been seeing. We'll see how similarly Keshi's Gwen will rock towards those new build paths here. It's the main thing I see here, though, man, we are gonna start stacking team fights like flapjacks. There is no range in this game whatsoever.
No, but if there's a leave Kai'Sa in the game, there's probably going to be an engage somewhere in terms of this game. So we'll see what was on the table here. I think with Thunder Talk, you have strong bottom lane, you have a good enough top lane matchup, and you can't lane swap anymore because of the quests. So this is tough. I think you get a Gwen with the top quest already done, and she gets a ton of XP. This is very dangerous. I think that EDG need to find ways of getting objectives, whether it's dragons or elsewhere. Otherwise, they just lose this game if we go even.
We'll have to see. A precarious spot for EDG. We are in new territory. The second round robin has officially started here for Group Perseverance, and Thunder Talk are already feeling a new sort of vibe, bringing themselves in to try and shake up Group Perseverance even more. EDG looking to claw things back. Down 0-1 as we hit the rift again, and already see Angel find a pretty nice trade into Heru, and yeah, with those new minion timers, no reset. Nope, can't do it.
He's just gonna have to sit, chug one of his pots, and hope that he can survive for the time being. I'm taking a look at runes. Nothing too surprising. Cash back for most of her variety carries. That's fine. Is a Conqueror and a Revitalize here for the Gwen. So just more healing, more survivability, and it's going to be really tough. So I want to see how Thunder Talk transition the lead that they'll have from their bottom lane, expected anyway, and how do we get Keshi? Because Keshi was kind of the best part of the first 15 minutes here for Thunder Talk in this game 1.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. We do have both junglers pathing away from the top side as well, and the one advantage here for Junhao over Xiaohao is going to be the fact that Vi doesn't need to get to level 6 to be super impactful on gank paths. I like to see Junhao get a bit creative here. Maybe look for something early, especially maybe into a bottom lane that will potentially be pushed in, but I mean, range versus melee in the mid lane. You mentioned how the Nami can kind of cancel out a lot of Nico's threat in the lane, and obviously Gwen versus Sion. At the very least, Junhao's going to get that protection we always talk about. Vi really needs through her first clear with these lane advantages.
Could also just look for something. I know you were kind of hinting at it there, so I think for right now, it's when we talk about jungle, it does feel like a role that has a lot of value. The fact that they turned down the quest from 40 to 35 just means that getting those smite upgrades really, really impactful. So making sure that you're staying on top of your camps, making sure that you're just hitting them, just because it has so much inherent value thanks to upgrading your smite. We haven't seen too many early active jungles, but I mean, hey, I'll take it. Like, we have a Wukong and a Vi, just give me to my level 6s and let's start praying.
All right, for the time being, Heru holds an HP advantage in mid lane. You see Ryan and Feather have bottom lane pressed up for now, and both junglers are going to come down towards the Scuttle Crab around the same time. Xiaohao, thanks to the nature of red side though, is there first. Junhao has to Vault Breaker over the wall to find it. So this looks like it's going to be a smite battle here potentially, or they're just going to start throwing hands themselves. All right. Staff versus glowing fists. Xiaohao is winning hard. He's going to flash to make sure the Vault Breaker doesn't get over, but Junhao wisely holds it instead of immediately dashing, and Xiaohao gets the Scuttle Crab he always wanted for, just the price of his flash.
I mean, Wukong is always able to duel way better than the Vi there, so very risky from Thunder Talk. I know they wanted to get the lanes involved, but mid was getting impacted, bottom lane was crashing in the middle of the lane, and so we saw Leave and Pruki actually start to hover towards the river. Makes it impossible for Thunder Talk to get much more than that. It'll just be the scuttles that are traded, and for now, it's a small advantage for Thunder Talk, but I think rather meaningless for the time being.
Keshi getting into his groove up against ZDZ, already a level up here. Once that needlework comes around, the solo kill threat will always be on the mind of ZDZ. We'll see how much maybe Thunder Talk can use Keshi to get towards those grubs. I think getting the grubs on the Gwen as well continues to push that prevailing point you made that nobody should be able to deal with an ahead Gwen in the side lanes 1 versus 1, and grubs will make that an even bigger problem later into this game.
Oh yeah. See what we can get. Again, early jungle pathing. Doesn't seem like we're getting much out of the ordinary. Xiaohao is about 5 seconds ahead of his enemy jungler right now, so what that means for the game, I don't think it's going to have a huge impact, but oh, Ryan, don't die right here, please. You have to give up this wave now. But what I was kind of getting at is whether or not Xiaohao is going to have opportunities to maybe sneak in a very quick level 6 in comparison.
Oh wow, he was trying to fake out Ryan there, but Perukia, bit of a gamble. Right.
That was a visual bug. That was a visual bug.
Okay,
still got the flash from Perukia. We'll take that.
And there's another flash. Heru has to flash away from Angel. Perfect execution. Kill threat there. Starting to sway the mid lane a bit more here. So some key flashes to take note of. We have Dragon on the Rift now, and Grubs in about under 3 minutes. So all those flashes you just saw expelled will not be available for either of those big people.
ZDZ's got to be careful, because there's an ultimate here for Keshi. And if ZDZ walks up, tries to take a little bit too much damage, you just unload with those 1,000 cuts, and the Scion turns into paper mache at that point. Looks like Keshi's just going to instead look for a recall, maybe go into Fog of War and make a trip down. Just gets his Fey Lights here in top side. Junhao is starting this. I don't like this, but I think that the buttons that TT have pre-ultimates are just significantly better than their opponents. And EDG just say, look, we're not going to look for anything. So all that hubbubaloo of Angel trying to trade, of Xiaohao using his flash early, not turning into very much here for Edward Gaming.
Yeah, that flash for Xiao Hao should be up for the grubs, so you'll have the Cyclone available for another, snatch engage with that Summer available. Classic Scion maneuver there from ZZ to get back to lane. I guess the only thing you could say is he can't really ult in towards the grub pit if there's going to be a fight there. I really hope Thunder Talk, I know they got the first dragon, and a lot of the times you might want to play a bit slower and, at least allow the other team to take 2 of the 3 grubs. I still just think it's so big if they can get majority of grubs on Takeshi, so we'll see how much they want to try and go for 2 of the 2 opening major neutral objectives.
I'll be a little critical of Ryan. From what we have seen every time we've panned down to this bottom lane, those phosphorus bombs are just not hitting anybody relevant. And that's a big part of the lane. If you play Corki Nami, Gatling Gun, Valkyrie forward, throwing Phos bombs, all of those proc the Tidecaller's Blessing, and that's a large chunk of burst damage early on into the game. But without any of this poke landing, Leave is just freely farming, has the call a little bit earlier than Ryan does as well, so we're getting to a really, really big pivotal part. Feather already has level 6, which I think is really impressive, but as long as nothing else happens and Perukia still gets access to that ultimate, probably not by now, but definitely for the second dragon of the game, I think EDG are okay with the state of the game.
Ryan. I wonder if Feather wants to utilize that ult advantage towards the top side of the map, but not only have neither bottom lane shown that they want to reset to maybe get the supports back on the map. Okay, here we go with the needle work, but I think, yes, he's tanky enough, so walk away. Both of our jugglers are also on the bottom side of the map. These grubs are about 10 seconds away, so neither team too content on trying to knock those down off rip.
Hey, did you know that there's a Viego skin that's coming out soon?
I tried to not think about it because then I'm going to start thinking like I don't have a bank account to worry about.
I mean, you work here, so that's not usually a huge concern for people. But all right, well.
I watched what's his face, Electro. I watched him talk about all the many combos of the skin.
Oh.
It's really cool.
Okay, cool. Well, I'll make sure to check him out. Juno, I don't think we're allowed to do this. I think we're getting one and we're out.
Nope.
No one else is here yet, buddy.
Oh, let's see if he can juke the. All right, he gets away from that Vault Breaker block. But yeah, I think TT backed themselves into, hey, maybe they can walk in and take one from Xiao Hao.
Oh, they got
Xiao
two.
Hao, you'll let the third one go. Nope. Stands his ground. And I don't think you're Vault Breakering back forward. All right, so I think that's a pretty big win for EDG, taking a lot of the steam, the gas out of Keshi's side lane Gwen Exodia.
They just recognize they don't have a lot of damage. Like, Vi Talia isn't the most versus a Wukong and an Akali. And also, Perukia showing up there, because he's wearing he's cosplaying as Leave in that fight, they don't actually know that he's level 5 during that. That is probably a little bit influential as to, they're like, oh, that's a Nico that might have ultimate. Okay, we're not playing this anymore, guys. There's just no way we're looking for anything. So, all in all, EDG will grab themselves 3 of the grubs, which is good. More importantly, just taking that away from their opponents. It's one of their first small wins we have seen in this series early on. Because last game, they lost almost all the dragons early, and they didn't get any of the grubs nor the herald.
So how going to be spot on this top side is Keshi is really losing out on a lot of these sustain and thrive fights at his EDZ. He's going to stand her turret. Smart, wise to use the needlework to clear out the wave. Might just save him from getting dove here by Xiao Hao, but if he walks out away from the turret, does Xiao Hao just jump onto him? All right, nope. He's going to be able to dash back to safety. The question I was going to ask you before that started, that play started forming on the top side, how highly are we grading ZDZ's early game on the Scion? I feel like he's doing a wondrous job.
Yeah, Scion is a very disgusting champion, so not surprised to see that somehow in this matchup he is doing okay. Scion can be a bit of a lane bully. I think we've seen multiple times where even in slightly worse matchups, this champion is really ridiculous. So he's good. I mean, he has a Kanan Rookern already done. The Soul Furnace is one of the more important abilities on this champion. If you can get that procced off of right next to someone, that's a lot of damage. He's going to come back to this lane. Keshi, I don't think, really gets a ton of time hitting this turret. He gets a turret plate, but the wave's already dead. Keshi!
Keshi takes a turret shot.
I think Keshi's dead.
I think Keshi's just going to get walked down. Maybe not. ZDZ, you know what? It's mental warfare. He's like, all right, Keshi, your time in this lane is over.
if he did not miss the decimating smash, I think he should have just solo killed him there. So good play from Keshi. He got himself the turret plate. Going down half HP after you just teleported. Not the best, however. Perukia.
Oh my god, Perukia does the fake out, and TT's bottom lane falls for it with ease. Oh my gosh.
That's second dragon of the game going over to EDG. They'll have their first here, but amazing. Perukia has been really mind gaming them here in this one. Not only with the first back that we saw going up against Ryan, but even here, just has them completely cooked when it comes to movements of the clone.
That was nice. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Thundertalk, especially Ryan. I mean, you knew he tried that on you earlier to stop your back, so. It's a substantial gold lead manifesting now for Edward Gaming. And a lot of that right where they want it for those team fights later on. As you see, Xiaohao completes the Trinity Force, and that is Knight of Advantage over the Sundered Sky. Leave is cruising himself to a gold lead. He's getting featured, as he should be, in prime position on the classic LPL Kaisa to add another chapter to that very large book.
Wow, this is great for EDG, man. You're saying, okay, we took matchups that maybe suffer at different points in the game, but we're ahead, and a lot of that is in Leave. We've had a lot of criticisms for this guy. He's now returning back to EDG, his original org that he found success on in the youth program, and so far this early season in 2026 has been significantly tougher than it was on NIP, and obviously expectations are just a little bit more grand. EDG came into last year with, okay, we're going for a slightly different rebuild, we're going to have some older guys, we're going to look to really try to farm most of Group Nirvana and maybe take a couple of best of fives off of Group Ascend teams, but so far, hasn't been good.
Down. Good flash and clone usage. Get away from the tidal wave. Haru does have the Weaver's Wall, doesn't need it. Gets the nice little seismic shove flash combo, and Perukia's caught. Leave, very audacious look for this trade. Flashes over 1Q, but I don't really. Are we buying time? Yeah, he's buying time for Angel. All right, Leave. Shouldn't have doubted you because he sent enough flags up for the Cavalry to go right where to come down in. Gets the Void Seeker to make sure Angel finds that kill. Leave, nice positioning.
Beautiful play there from Leave. It starts off with the support getting caught, and it transitioned into a 2-kill lead here for EDG, and maybe even a third. Haru has no flash. He used it to kill Perukia, and now that's the turret as well. 2,500 gold here for EDG, and almost like 2/3 of that is now on to this AD carry. He's gonna have his support quest, or his AD carry quest done now. He's gonna get so much gold going into the rest of this game.
Leave is cruising. And it's Thundertalk that are unfortunately going to be receiving a bruising. Yeah, he
has 2 items at 14 minutes.
Disgusting.
2-item Kaisa. Get me out of this one, guys. TT, you tried. It's very early on. Look, you can just scrap this one and put this one in the books. An ambitious look. I know you need to look for something. It really sucks that Haru ended up flashing, but he tries to take a slightly greedier path down in the bottom side. Leave showing a lot of patience. The flash, I think maybe expecting that Junhao would do a short-changed Q, but still doesn't matter. Then we get to see the second part of this. Perfect execution. Great cancel there as Angel stands in front of the Vault Breaker from Junhao. And then a Void Seeker comes in, gets enough damage that Angel can wrap that one up, and then the rest is history. Bot lane tier 1 taken. Another kill going over to Leave. I mean, now, Slayer, the game is near unplayable for Thundertalk. They don't have enough damage to kill the tank top laner.
Nope.
And we're never fighting if Kaisa's even remotely in the area.
And we have to go in a way because we have a Vi. And we have a colleague that's also ahead playing against Enchanter support. So you know how that one goes. Yeah, it's rough looks here. Look how tanky ZDZ is. Yep, that's basically a full combo for Keshi. Does ZDZ lose this with? I don't even think he loses this with Junhao. All right, cancels the Vault Breaker. He's gonna flash out. That is an audacious season desist, Mr. Junhao. Decimating smash. Luckily, doesn't catch him under the turret. But that's not a good sign for Thundertalk. Oh my god.
We're going for the turret. Oh, Junhao's going to get solo killed. Junhao's solo killed.
Oh yeah, ZDZ. That's my brush.
He can literally just stand here and take the entire turret. Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yep. Kanik, Rookern, he'll have Soul Furnace in 3 seconds. this entire time EDG are hitting the top tier when they're going to summon the Herald. Are they going to go mid with this play? Because I think there's a very real explanation that we could look for. No, never mind. We're just going to take 3 plates off top lane. Okay. And they get the teleport. Damn, this is such a good play here for EDG. They are really squeezing on every part of the map. And ThunderTalk, they have no avenues. They have no way to play for the rest of this game. It doesn't get any easier. And it's not like maybe, just maybe, if Ryan gets his Muramana in the next 5 minutes, that's something. But
Reaver's well played. Leaf gets away from the seismic shove, though. Disgusting amount of damage he can trade back, but those slippery stones made it so he was going to get stunned no matter what dash he used, and that's what's able to get a pretty good kill back. I believe Ryan picks up on that boatload of gold.
Ryan does pick up this kill, but I'm just the rest of the map is in ruins right now for TT. We're not able to push on mid wave. We're going to go top lane to try to make something happen onto ZDZ again. He has ultimate coming up in 5 seconds. There's no objective to play for, and the dragon's spawning in now, actually. It's already up. So, I mean, it bought time here for ThunderTalk. It gave them a moment to breathe. That's really it.
They have no reason to try and contest this dragon. Third one of the game with a split. We're going to start seeing how Angel can maybe take over this side lane, because it's definitely scary for Haru going forward. The innate burst that Akali can bring to the table. Also the Hex, the Hextech Gunblade being back in the game. That it's kind of a ridiculous amount of AP damage that you just fire out randomly if you need a little bit of extra burst. At least Keshi's getting some plates back, but again, it's just such a problem that he will never, ever get to kill ZDZ unless this game goes like 45 minutes and this Gwen is like level 20 with all the items needed to tank shred. Which won't happen.
Sure of something. Yeah, I'm just making sure, because I know it has a blasting wand. He's going for an Asher's Tooth. All right, Keshi. So we haven't really read the patch. I get it. Except not really. You are playing in the LPL.
I don't get it. Yeah.
So this is going to be an Asher's Tooth, which completely nullifies everything we were talking about beforehand with this champion. Dusk and Dawn, an additional on-hit of all your on-hit passives and effects with Gwen is not okay. It's the reason why in Jungle and in Diamond Plus, she is almost 55% win rate. There's no reason for this champion to be building anything else. I think the win rate spike for this is like 3% plus. So it's unfortunate. I know it's just such it's a microcosm of all the small mistakes that ThunderTalk have made in this game. All right, so Slayer, we don't even have a Muramana spike coming up soon. So like, I'm at a loss as to what exactly ThunderTalk can kind of do for the next 2 minutes.
Farm really well and give everything that they can afford to give, which isn't a lot. They can't really afford to give Baron. They've lost a lot of the map. I mean, I'm also just looking at Haru. I mean, this build, where it's at, we're tickling people. We are not hurting people. What? Blackfire Torch is, or no, is that a... Liamdres, what am I thinking? So, Liamdres, Seraphs. Like, there is no damage in this to Liam.
Nope. So I'm just looking directly at top lane Gwen's. 52, 53, it's about 55% win rate. If you don't have this item, suddenly all of her win rates just go down, like an insane amount. At least 2% in each category. So, we'll see. We'll see what ends up happening.
A whole lot of milk you lose.
Exactly. You don't even get all of the fat with it. It's just nothing.
Reduce fat too? Darn, that's it.
It's tough.
Sketchy. Yeah, I think EDG really can just do whatever they want, right? They're in the driver's seat. They've got a Baron that they can come up and play for now. They can maybe look onto Keshi, who continues to just struggle to get any waves near this top lane tier 1 turret. You can't really break this sort of curtain that EDG have set up around the top side of the map. Just keeping it dark. Nobody can see behind it. Nobody can get the turrets to allocate less pressure.
Whoa!
And now Junhao's getting jumped on his own chickens. And it's a tidal wave out. Junhao flashes. Not good for the team that's relying on those 2 tools to not only peel, but engage for them. And yeah, guys, that's not your red buff. Those aren't your golems anymore, Junhao. I'm so sorry to have to tell you this.
Oh, we're using the Weaver's Wall. He was trying to look for something onto Angel. Cool. I mean, the rocks are down. Yeah, this is not meaningful in any way right now. EDG just have such a lock iron grip on this game. I guess she's just gonna force the issue.
Okay. Oh, good flash away from Decimating Smash. Need to work. Gets him some decent healing. TP help has to come through here. Can Keshi finally break this mold? CDZ's going to go down. All right, Keshi. I think Angel can catch him, though. Chases down to Shroud. Yep, and there's the Hex Tech bolt to the face. And Angel finds the trade, but had to TP to even find that. So, win for Keshi.
That's a huge win, and now Thunder Talk's laners can hopefully hit on some turrets right now. Haru's on the bottom side. He's going to try to take this bot lane tier 1. Ryan is not able to get any damage, and look at this contest. Feather can't be here.
Oh, flash after. Killer Instinct going to come through for leave. Yep. There's the pick
That's
play.
Baron.
That should be Baron. Nice little cleanup from EDG in the mid lane to make up for Keshi's impact on the other side of the map.
We are TPing to a mid wave that I think gets very little here. There is not a Weaver's Wall. Okay, EDG, I gotta say, I like how we have played this game out. We got an advantage early thanks to our bottom lane playing very well, and then we just snowballed this into more leads. We took control, we played a slow game, and we choked our opponents out. That is the EDG that I have come to know, love, and hate here in the LPL in the last year and a half.
No, things are going well when you don't even need to smite home a Baron. Take EDG secure that as we look back at the 2 picks found from Xiaohao and Perukia.
I just love it because now anytime Ryan sees a Nico walking towards him, he doesn't know if it's the clone, and he instinctively goes for a Valkyrie backwards because he doesn't know if he's going to get engaged upon or if Feather's going to be getting any kind of Pop Blossom next to him. So great job from Perukia. Yeah, I've loved to. We as a broadcast have really loved watching this player grow now.
Oh my God! All that's for Perukia, by the way. It's for the Nico support. Do they even find this trade kill? I mean, yeah, okay, they got rid of Perukia, but you lose out on the Junhao and use so many resources to make that pick onto the support. And who has the inside track towards the mid lane? It's EDG. Crystalline Overgrowth, mid tier 1 turret down. Blascone audaciously throwing Keshi in the wave, the minion wave. Still a win for EDG because they have first look onto their 3rd dragon of the game that should go uncontested.
And I got sad again because I looked in Keshi's inventory and he has the alternator, which again means we're not going for Dusk and Dawn. Yeah. It's fine. It's fine. We're in the Twilight Zone. You know, there's an inability for us to get to that point anyway. So
that was a good one.
So, 3rd dragon for EDG, that's Soul Point. This is more the EDG I think we were expecting in Game 1.
Yeah, I was going to make the comment earlier of, like, I'm sure some people in the chats have tuned into this and been like, how is this Thunder Talk up 1-0? Like, the way this game has gone, you would figure it's business as usual, just like it was yesterday. Hey, listen, Thunder Talk, this is good practice, right? Playing from behind, seeing what risks you can take to try and get back into a game. I don't think it's gonna work, but you always got Game 3, so just try some things.
They've played a lot of their games from behind, not just this roster, but also last year and the year before. True. So I don't think they need any more experience.
You can always learn.
Yes, but you have one of the things with group Perseverance and Nirvana is that there are just way less games, right?
Way less.
Like that was why when we saw FPX and Team WE playing Group Ascend, it was such a big boon for them because they just had a significant more amount of games than they would have otherwise playing Group Nirvana. So it sucks because you don't have a lot of time to learn, you don't get a lot of games to get that experience, and then your season is over before you kind of know it. So for Thunder Talk, every single game is going to count. Every game here for them is going to matter. And for EDG, the fact that you even lost the game is kind of bad because this is supposed to be a team that comes into this and is supposed to be by and far #1 in this group. And that just never, well, I say never, hasn't yet really materialized. This is going to be if they do win the series, their 2nd series win, and both of them coming from Thunder Talk, I don't think is very impressive.
No, and to take it a bit further, right? I'm not saying that I believed coming into the season that EDG could, you know, make some noise in the playoffs up against a Group Ascend team. All right, we have to hold that thought. Angel was not expecting Junhao to be sticking around this long. Zanya's the CC assist. Gonna flash out of the seismic shove. He's doing everything he can to prolong this fight. Can he go 1-for-1 with the burst? Not if he perfect executes away. Junhao's gonna flash. The Vault Breaker doesn't land. Oh, Angel might have a chance to find this kill. Remember, he's stalling so well, the EDG are getting a lot more on the map here. So this taking this long does innately hurt Thunder Talk in the immediate, that being in mid lane.
Mid lane, and we still have so much to play for. Like, EDG are just stacking so much gold. They have a 5,500 gold lead, and almost all of it is mostly in Xiaohao and Leave. And cool, they caught Angel, but it feels like every time we've talked about Thunder Talk getting a kill, it has been, sure, you got one, but everything else is kind of on fire.
Yeah, and I just watched Xiaohao and Leave each purchase a GA at the same time. So that first comp, it's a lot more problematic. The point I want to get back to, not that I believed that EDG could, come in and challenge group ascend teams, expecting them to top group Perseverance and get into the playoffs, but they were, if you like, had to pick a team to be like, I think this team could beat a group ascend team. The pick would have likely been EDG going into this split. So.
Okay, Keshi, I mean, level 18. We put a lot of stock into whether this Gwen was going to be useful this game. You are 3 items. The same can be said for all of the carries on Thunder Talk. This has to be when it kind of clicks.
Okay, flash away from the stop onslaught. He gets over towards the GA.
Look at the healing!
That needlework do a disgusting amount of damage. See how gets his GA pop. He's still healing through a lot of it. Leaf goes down about half HP. Gets hit from that tidal wave. Seismic shove onto 2. Baruki looks to re-engage. Pop Blossom falters. Thunder Talk go 1 for 1, and Junhao's feeling a bit brash. He wants to go forward now. See how much damage they can do into the tank CDZ. Flashes away from another good seismic shove coming out from Heru. The chase continues. Junhao leading the way. Cease and desist is back up. Leave off to the side, looking for an angle to come back in with his GA. Angel goes back in for the back line. Feather gets deleted. Angel goes right after Ryan. Ryan gets deleted. And TT overextend themselves, trying to make the desperate play to save this game, but instead, they end the game. Ace over to EDG to polish off a dominating response to a flat Game 1 loss.
Edward Gaming, they're going to go for the Baron instead. They won't end this one out quite yet, but it's all but functionally over here for Thunder Talk. They tried to overextend. Keshi spent, or at least healed for a hell of a lot thanks to that 1,000 cuts passive. And the needlework there, giving him a little bit more. Just isn't quite enough at this point. Teleport comes in. It is Keshi. He does have ultimate. They're very low here.
Okay. Leave. Oh, good little killer instinct. GA's gone. Oh my god, here comes CDC. Bouncy house. Keshi, I like the look, buddy, but GA diff.
Yeah. That's just gonna be Dragon. That'll be Soul. That'll be EDG ending out this one. I mean, if you're looking at it from EDG's perspective, we're now going into Game 3. A lot of champions no longer in the pool. We'll see if Thunder Talk's newbies can really pull off a heist here in the end of this series. The EDG have played this game so slow, controlled, and honestly, very poised, I think is the word I'd like to use here. Even with Keshi wasting this much time and Brukia dying to what is essentially just the Valkyrie leftovers and the rocks from Heru. What I want to see from EDG is, let's just get one more team fight. Let's finish this game out. Let's kind of muscle our way through this one. They get to see them do this again. I don't know. Like, they're so far ahead. Leave has been having a massive lead the whole game.
Yeah, I'm almost. It almost feels a bit foreign how poised Leave is playing on it. Really fed Kaisa. I'm with you. We're up 10k gold with Soul. We can throw ourselves into Thunder Talk, and I don't think we really lose here. ZDZ, hey, he subscribes to this idea. Maybe a little bit too much. That's a really good Weaver's Wall from Heru. And that's a free pick on a ZDZ.
I guess. Sure.
Slows down the Baron push, right? At the very least.
Yeah, I mean, they still have the Chemtech Soul, and they have complete control of everything that isn't directly inside of your own base. So while you killed ZDZ, we got a lot of homework still left. You are by no means out of the clear on this one.
No. But little positive baby steps at least to delay the game. I mean, we've all I'm gonna say is our first series of the game had some games that really got lengthened into disgusting levels when they shouldn't have been, and I'm sure some people clicking on over from the LCK also are very familiar with the disgusting comebacks that happened tonight. That's all I'll
come on
to everybody.
Come on. already had to
What was
watch
it over
these
for?
guys.
What was it? Wasn't like 12K and down Elder Soul for good old Faker over there in the LCK, if I'm not mistaken, today?
Some things are just immovable at this point. So, come on, EDG. I know we got it in us to end this one out. If we throw this one, we got to throw the whole org away. We're done. I think we're done with the EDG experiment in 26.
If EDG lose this game, I am live calling Mark on my phone.
I think we got to get him on the. I agree. I think we do have to get him on the stream for a little bit, just to get him the real disappointment.
But I don't think that's going to happen. So,
No.
again, don't think it's going to happen. Hey, the Baron does run out, and Thunder Talk have all their turrets standing. So, how much do we trust their wave clear right now? I mean, Talia definitely makes it decently complex.
But look at all the waves right now. Like, EDG are crashing a bottom wave and a top wave and a mid wave all at the same time. The two side lanes are going to crash on the same timers onto these turrets. So TT are going to get pulled around the map just as there's nothing else to play for. They don't have a ton of range, so it's harder for them to siege. And they have to use these Baron buffs to hit these turrets. So until we get another Baron buff or until we get that Elder spawning, there is no reason for Thunder Talk to really get out of sorts and put themselves in an even worse position here in this game.
Couldn't agree more. We do get to play this fun game called Does Keshi Ever Build Dusk and Dawn? Is that already gone? Like, is it too late, it feels like? I see Seeker, so he's going Zanya.
Well, there's not enough gold in this game. I feel like this game's ending in 3 minutes because we have an Elder and the Baron spawning before that. I don't even know if we're really going to get an Elder, but that would require massive theatrics from EDG. And if there's ever been a time, Slayer, that a leave positioning clip gets put on, it would need to be here. It would need to be now with a 5,000 gold lead.
Yeah, it would. I will say for Ryan, with all this stall time, he is one of the bigger winners. He gets the IE done. So, pretty healthy on the Corki damage by this point. He also has the armor pen to try and deal with ZDZ. He's starting to catch up in levels. Heru, Bloodletter's, I mean, there's still not enough AP in this kit, but does help deal with ZDZ. Am I coping? Yes, but I do think this game should have ended about 5 minutes ago. I do really believe EDG could have if they wanted to.
You're like pointing out Ryan's inventory, and Leaf just took it back and finished his 6th item. Like
yeah, that's
it's not the same
timing,
game
as we
being
call
played.
It. Nope, it's not.
And if this was ever, this might have been a game where we actually just needed to go LDR because the Giant Slayer passive is going to give you meaningful damage versus Scion. Alas, I am not going to harken too much on these items. At this point, I've already proven my point that there's a massive discrepancy in terms of play here. So let's see, EDG, can we somehow baffle with our Baron take here? I mean, we have a Kaisa. This objective just disappears in front of us, right? Surely.
It definitely should. Top laners are up to level 20. We're reaching the point where we get pretty similar in levels, like Heru, nearly level 18 as well. Thunder Talk feel a little bit awkwardly confident to come out of their base, but they have to be very worried about Perukia. You can start a fight whenever they want. We got all Summers up, we got all GAs up for everybody included. Everything is here, except for the, mountain of gold that EDG are currently clinging on to, as they will now start the Baron. Do Thunder Talk just give this up to try and have first position for Elder?
They have vision of this. They just use the redemption from Nami, so they know this is going down. Half HP here. There's a Perukia engage potentially coming on through, but everybody's teleporting for this play. This could be a huge turning point in the game or the final point.
All right, there's the tidal wave. Junhao, can you steal it? Cease and desist. Baron's very, very low. 50-50 at some point. Xiaohao secures it. Okay, Ryan's on top of Leave. Leave deletes Ryan. All right, there. Boom goes the Dynamite. EDG, respect the poise. This game goes on as long as they need to finally force TT out of their comfort zone, and they wipe down the fight that we all expected. We're going the distance here with perseverance as Heru wins the, that's like checkers right there. We got a King Heru. He went over Angel's checker.
Yeah, they were doing the like instant transmission thing where you keep teleporting behind each other. They use the wall. Yeah, that's just it. We'll just watch Heru die right underneath his Nexus turret. EDG are sending us to Game 3. It took us an extra 36 minutes to do so, but hey, at this point, a win's a win, as I keep saying.
And a dominating one at that. Not much more to break down there because EDG gave us all the time to talk about how many ways they were ahead. They get the win they desperately need to try and get back to 500 by only beating down on Thunder Talk. It'll take one more game.
Wow. I'm still worried, man, because, like, the draft looks so good. We mess up a couple of bottom lane plays. And I want to give credit to where it's due. Perukia had a fantastic Nami game here. He was so pivotal in so many of the fights. I would not be surprised if the advantage or the MVP ends up still going to leave, just because he kind of has the big boom boom damage, and he's also like a 15-2 Kaisa in this game.
Yeah.
But still, I do think Perukia was essentially the foundation for that happening.
I agree. But at a certain point when the boom boom numbers are way too high, you just got to give the award over. Unlike what they did to give Ryan the award last time. That's not the same thing, folks. This is going to be a lot different. You'll see in the post-game graphics. All right. Well, I mean, that is becoming a pretty reliable bottom lane for EDG to go towards, at least in group perseverance. I think if they're ever in a spot where they really need to win a game or they want to start a series off right against any of these group perseverance teams, get Leave a Kaisa and get Perukia Nico, and they should smash every bottom lane in front of them.
Just how? How do we mess that up? How do we... I don't know. I'm disappointed. I'm a little sad, especially because you really wanted 9 games today, and it is trending toward. We will at least
I really wanted 9
have
games
8
today.
games. We'll have at least 8 games tonight.
Smiling because what's the LeBron meme? Smiling because I love my life.
Yeah,
That's me right now. I don't have a life because we're going to 9 games.
I had something a lot meaner set up for that, but
Oh, okay. Well, that's lovely to know.
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
Well, how am I supposed to respond to that? I had a really mean insult to say to you. Like, how am I
It means
supposed
that
to
I held
respond to
back. I'm being nice.
that? Okay, true. All right, leave damage, top of the board.
Yeah.
There's your player of the game. Hey, you know what? Thunder Talk, you got that one Infernal, Drake, man. That's all you
Got a
that's all you-
300 gold lead.
And that's all you get on that. That's such a depressing column. Oh, man.
I mean,
you know what?
I mean, they got nothing else.
Not the most one-sided game we saw today, though.
Wow, I really was exaggerating there. It felt like it was 15-2. 8-1 is...
Wow, yeah, you are seriously marking up some numbers around here. That's
anything
nearly
to
half
get the
the
leaf
kills.
propaganda. That's anything to get that leaf propaganda up, okay?
Respect the
I've been
hustle.
having too many of the casters on the desk here. I've been putting leaf positioning clips in our storyboard meeting.
Okay,
so
yeah, but they're deserved. They were deserved.
not if they 2-1 Thunder Talk.
Oh my God, that is the single most cope saying I have ever heard you say on broadcast. Not if they 2-1 Thunder Talk? Come on, Hulk.
If they 2-1 Thunder Talk, then obviously they must be the best team here in Group Perseverance.
Right, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure. My favorite part is you try to laugh through this entire thing.
Hey,
Are you
has
reading the script
NIP
from Mark?
Has NIP beaten Thunder Talk? No. All right then.
No,
Let's
they haven't.
keep the respect on them, okay?
All right, man. I'll let you run with this one. You know what you're doing, nonetheless.
You know what? Actually, I just realized something. How the hell is Thunder Talk playing EDG a second time without playing NIP first? How is that
Above my-
possible? How
above my
did we
pay
get
grade.
here?
Maybe it's
like-
something. Maybe that's something with like the stadiums. Like maybe it was easier.
Dude, NIP don't play them until the 29th. What the?
Yeah, that is really weird. How does
Shouldn't
that happen?
we could have slotted this a little bit better. All right, we're finding ways of not talking about this game because this was
Well, what are we
very
supposed to
boring.
say? Yeah. All right. Let's give our player the game over to Leave and get set here for Game 3. This will be the first game of this. Did Thunder Talk have first selection coming into the series?
No, that was EDG.
Okay, so this will be the first time TT can play around with. Do they want the counter pick? Do they want the first selection? What side do they want? So that's an interesting thing to look out for.
That'd be really funny if they're like, we want to play on blue side, and they're like, oh, cool. EDG's like, great, I love first pick.
Yeah, because haven't both games been TT blue side, EDG first
Yep.
pick?
Yep. So give it to me, please. If God is good, you give. God damn it. All right. Well,
You knew it was going to leave, even if your inflated numbers were a little ludicrous.
there's a 15 somewhere here on this graphic. We just got to put it together.
There you go. Very very quick math there from all. All right, I am shutting down this rabbit hole of cope that Ulk has sent us down here with Edward Gaming.
16-1.
They are victorious. They keep the series alive. We go to a game 3 on the road to 9 games on a Friday morning night. What a time it is to be at LPL English. We'll see you guys after a short break for game 3, our final game from Group Perseverance tonight. Showdown time here in our second series of the night, the Group Perseverance feature. It's been a pretty fun bout here. Thunder Talk come out swinging, get some revenge for the 2-0 sweep from yesterday, and then EDG remind them why they're the big boy in Group Perseverance in many people's minds, with a very clean Game 2 win to set up an intriguing Game 3. Unless you believe EDG are back in form, then maybe not that intriguing.
Well, look, anything can happen. I think the largest principle I've had on this show is that if you can blow up one Nexus, you can blow up two. You've shown the possibility of winning a game. And I think that is the most important part that Thunder Talk need to be focused on. We can close out this series. We are the heavy underdogs here in this series. I think EDG have shown that they have been willing to kind of play a little bit more loosely versus them. Now it's Game 3. Now I think it's time for you to show us whether or not you got it.
Listen, 1 is infinitely bigger than 0. So that's true. Yeah, blowing up 1 Nexus is infinitely more Nexi than blowing up 0 Nexus. Yeah, we'll see, because I do think, EDG, I think the fact that they slowed down the pace of Game 2 kind of shows that they were like a little bit respectful to Thunder Talk after Game 1. So there's still avenues to punish. I still don't think we've seen like the best form of EDG yet consistently. So there's always like the any given Sunday propaganda, any given Summer's Rift show. We'll have to see. It starts with the draft, though. So with first selection available, what will set Thunder Talk on the right path forward in your mind to pulling off this upset?
I really do think we need to be looking at what the suite of AD junglers is left and whether or not we are going to give another carry over to Keshi, because while the Ambessa was great, the Gwen wasn't as awesome, and there are not as many tanks left in the top lane. There's maybe an Ornn. There's still Cassante in my mind. So what are we getting for the jungle top here? Because those have been so far the most impressive lanes for Thunder Talk.
All right, we'll have to see here. Curious to see what route they want to go with, because I do think like first selection is super valuable, especially into like the end of a Fearless draft where there's like going to be a couple clear-cut champions that are very good to get. But I do think Thunder Talk could benefit from like trying to get Keshi in an advantageous matchup again if he builds the champion correctly, maybe, or for the matchup. But like if they could get it, maybe his Renekton, that's like a nice spot to be in. We'll have to see here. I think Keshi has been the most impressive player for Thunder Talk, so going towards that is never going to hurt. Let's see if any of those, super permaban champions slip through the draft this time. Like, do we get a Varus through? Malphite isn't banned just yet. Let's see.
Silas got banned, so that's kind of edging towards potentially seeing that Malphite. It is Thunder Talk with first pick here as we come through. EDG on the blue side. It'd be interesting to see, like you mentioned, what other bans are going to also exist. A lot of the top tier junglers are already gone, but things like Kiana still exist. That's kind of a big worry in my mind, especially if we're going to be seeing that from Xiaohao. I don't think you get that luxury as Junhao, as a player who has been on the losing end of some of these games.
A lot of people have been clamoring that AP junglers should have a place in competitive play.
True.
A lot of those are always up floating around to take if you'd like, but yeah, the Malphite is really standing out. I believe in Game 2, the first phase, Keshi did draw a Renekton ban early. Okay, so we take away the Mundo as well. Yeah, I mean, I think TT are making it pretty clear that if you leave Malphite up, they're just going to first pick it.
There's ways of getting around this. So I'm okay with giving Malphite if we're going to have something really powerful in trade. Again, if you're willing to give up Malphite, I'll take Varus. And if you're EDG, you can take Varus Cassante, and you're chilling. That's a massive blind. So they're going to ban the Malphite.
Giving
TT,
Varus.
please just pick Varus. This champion is like a 70+% win rate here in the LPL, and is one of the most picked champions currently in this. Right now, before today, 16-7, at least in pick and bans, and was 12-4 before today. So very nuts.
1, 6, 7.
Thank you. Perfect. I hope Chad is making fun of you, man. That was forced.
Listen, yeah, that one was forced. I should have waited. The Varus does get picked up here. Pantheon should be the, yeah, so this is, we're making trades. We're making trades in this final draft here. So, Xiaohao gets a lot of map agency. Ryan's comfortable in the ED carry position. I do like this trade for EDG for one specific reason. I think Leave, he could play the Varus like everybody does, but like I don't think of Leave as like a guy that likes playing Varus. That just doesn't feel like up his wheelhouse as a marksman.
I don't think Leave likes playing poke Varus. I think Leave loves playing on-hit Varus, and we've only gotten a fair few amount of those games. Again, if we're looking at another AD carry that might have been tangentially related to these two teams playing, 1xN played an amazing on-hit Varus the other night, so Sivir is a good option. I like this from EDG. The Pantheon is going to give you flexibility later in the game, but a strong duelist early on. And the Sivir, always going to be relevant and still a competent duelist in the first few levels of the game.
Speaking on that on-hit Varus, I'm going to at least signal the fact that we have a Sivir, a Pantheon jungle, low range. So keep stock with how many how flexible builds Varus can get. You know, we can have a little bit of fun here for Ryan, but it's something to keep note of. There can be range, you know, at least coming out through Angel that can make things tough. Varus Nautilus, though, is a very strong lane for any AD carry to stare down, so that Nautilus you've been calling for virtually all series long will fall into the hands of Feather in the clutch game 3.
Leona's okay. I really would like to see a Braum. I think Braum does a lot of good things versus Varus, and you have a good matchup individually. It's a bit early, so I get why they would want to do that. I just think that if you have a Pantheon, you have decent enough frontline, and Braum can kind of join him up there. So we'll see what Perukia ends up locking in on. This is basically a flash check in the mid game. Does Varus have a flash? If no, then Eclipse or the Solar Flare should just immediately land and hit someone. So now we go into second phase. We have both of our bottom lanes chosen. I wonder if TT are going to be looking for some more top lane bans here, considering they're not going to have counter pick for top lane.
Why not jungle though, right? Like this pool's already incredibly pinched. I don't know how many champions Junhao really feels comfortable playing by this point. Yeah, get rid of the Kiana. What else do you think you don't really want to play against? / what do you not want to see from Junhao? I mean, it's slim pickings out here. Look at the Fearless. We've lost Jarvan, Vi, Xin Zhao, Wukong from the first 2 games. Pantheon's gone, Kiana's gone. We're reaching deep into a jungle bag right now.
I think Poppy's good here. I think Poppy is very likely here for Junhao as an answer. Like, you have a decent interaction into both the Leona and the Pantheon, and if we're talking about wanting to make fights really easy, we'll just knock someone out. Just Keeper's Verdict them out of the fight here. So I like the Anivia ban. They're getting rid of the Malzahar. They learned from last night. We can't let this champion go through. I'm sure Angel's having a little bit of fun with that, so we'll see what he's going to be moving towards. I don't like Aurora. I think some of the nerfs have really taken her down, and again, Ryze being one of the most important mid-mages here.
This is how I'm responding to Hovers. I like the Syndra. I like the Syndra. I think she's in a great place. I think she does really good to kind of punish Ryze from range. You can maybe catch, you know, Nautilus mid-hook. Like, you can really punish any overstep here. Like, that's what Syndra is. She's the zone control champion with that Scatter the Weak. Just curious to see how Angel will build her, especially now seeing the Nautilus and the Cassante. Ryze for Junhao. Nocturne for Junhao. That is, you know, one of the few junglers left that I would think that Junhao feels comfortable playing at the current spot for Season 16.
It's fine. You're going to be looking to punish on side lanes. I think, again, we're really looking for, do you have Flash? If you don't have Flash, then there's a Nocturne, there's a Nautilus, you are going to get caught out. It's going to be a very explosive game, especially from the side of TT. They have a lot of great range, and I think that Varus is basically going to be teeing up some of these other players, like a Ryze, like a Nocturne, to really get things done. After all of those amazing hovers from ZDZ, we're going to end up with a Gnar. So strong lanes immediately in the solo lanes for EDG. Whether or not they're going to be able to turn that into a couple of team fight wins, I think I'm going to need to see. Again, there's a big game here for Xiaohao and Perukia to really set their team up for success.
So now that you get a look at all the comps in their totality, it's going to be lethality Varus, right? I don't think there's much of an angle for anything else. Here's the one thing I do worry about with TT with going with this Ryze, like Cassante, like low damage solo lanes until very late on, right? Well, then maybe Haru can be reliable. There's not a lot of reliable follow-up damage for Junhao with this paranoia, unless you're ulting for, like you mentioned, like side lane plays.
Sure, I think a lot of times Nocturne ult kind of gets distilled really basically into like, I'm going to press ult and someone usually is going to die. I think just the vision denial by itself is really important, especially if they're around a dragon. You make it nearly impossible for Xiaohao, if he's not already in the pit, to get in and then try to steal. Also, it's a great way of hiding certain map movements if you're trying to make a play on the other side of the map. So I kind of want to see what Junhao is going to do. I think he's going to have to be really creative here in this game, because Ryze, while he doesn't have the range, I think provides a lot of great setup for the team if he's allowed to actually play the game.
Some notable stakes as we get set for the last bout on Summer's Rift between Edward Gaming and Thunder Talk Gaming. EDG looking to get back to 500, stay in reaching distance to the top of Group Perseverance, and Thunder Talk looking to shake things up with their first series win. One of those two going to become a reality by the time we are done here in our familiar battle arena.
Damn it, Slayer, we missed it. The EDG Gyos were coming out, and there were only a few of them here in the Suzhou Arena, but we were close. Again, we're scaling with them. We're going to get more of them later in the series. We've got BLG versus JDG right after this. I know a lot of folks are waiting for it. It has been the matchup to watch for tonight, so don't worry, folks. After this one, we'll be getting into that series right afterwards. But for now, big focus of the early game for me is going to be looking at EDG solo laners. You have such a good matchup in the top lane that unless Keshi can somehow flip it, I think that Xiaohao is going to have pick of the litter when it comes to whatever he wants to do in the topside jungle.
That's the unique spin to this game, Game 3, right? Is the fact that both junglers can influence the map from ways away. Paranoia and obviously the Grand Starfall have a ton of range to force number advantage plays anytime on the map.
This is what I'm talking about, guys. If you're playing Sivir, you don't have to be afraid. Like, this champion level 1 is broken. You could throw your Q down, you have so much damage, and then the bonus movement speed you get from your passive, while small to start, is incredible. So already, Thunder Talk's bottom lane getting completely moved off of the wave. Level 2 hit first there for EDG, and they're going to continue to punish them and make sure that this Varus doesn't really get enough space to play.
CDZ settling in comfortably to his lane assignment as well. Starting to see slight push here coming out from Angel into that early rise. I mean, can you just put the headphones on, blast whatever music you want, and just kind of cruise if you're Xiaohao? I mean, doesn't have a worry in the world right now.
Hey, look, as much as I would love for him to cruise, I think you want to win the game. I'm gonna take a leap out here and say that Xiaohao wants to get this game done early. Angel probably has a bedtime soon. We haven't talked about her in a little bit now, but I'm sure Angel's dog also wants to maybe see him. So for EDG, it's about let's get Angel home, let's get him in bed, and you got a lot of options here. First play coming on through for TT. It is going to be Junhao immediately spotted, but they gain control of the Fey Lights. And this was some interesting pathing, I think, from Xiaohao, going from bottom to top side.
Both Scuttle Crabs going down. Xiaohao just going to, get a little bit of scouting as he goes for his reset. Just notice this, that both mid laners are not supporting teleport. I know that's a thing on Ryze, but I've been seeing a lot more Syndras go away from the teleport. Even with Phase Rush, I do think it's intriguing to go for the Ghost here, but into, Cassante, Nautilus, Nocturne?
Yeah.
Never a bad thing.
We said that this was going to be a low-range game. I think Ghost is so OP for Syndra here. And Ghost especially, Hero actually just used it to get back into lane much faster, so he's going to have first push in mid. This is really interesting. I want to see if Thunder Talk are going to be able to leverage Ryze's advantage right now, because it's so early in the game. Ghost is going to be back before any real big fights, especially around that Grubs. And the home guard's advantage means that he's immediately pushing here. So are they going to use this to move into top side? Maybe does Hero get a chance to sneak into bottom lane and look for something on the leave?
I have to see. I have a weird segue question.
Yeah, what's up?
There's still one Syndra skin that what's the name of the Syndra skin that is it still banned in competitive? Because it's like too hard to.
Oh, the
Justicar
Justicar
one?
It's
Or,
so this is it. So the Justicar one is banned because the orbs are really hard to see. You can kind of hide some of your animations. Talking to Syndra players, and this information might be outdated, but a lot of the Syndra skins that are not her base skin are bugged because the actual models of the spheres are a lot smaller than their hitboxes. So it's much tougher. Some of the skins, like I think it is whichever underwater skins that she has, not the Atlantean one, but the haunted one. Her animations are slower on those skins. So
interesting.
You get
so what you're saying is, for all the Syndra players at home, you should just rock the base skin if you want the most optimization.
Correct.
Oh, okay.
However, I love Spirit Blossom Syndra.
I use Spirit Blossom every time.
Exactly. It is too beautiful of a skin.
Except for when it's Halloween, then I rock the one with the pumpkins because you gotta be festive.
Fair play. Fair play.
All right, so while we went down the old history books of Syndra skin optimization, we now see that both junglers have completed one more sweep through the clears. On the top side, Rukia looking for a nice little Zenith Blade engage, gets the cleanse out of Ryan. Both junglers are, begrudgingly looking to fight here over this top scuttle. Angel does have that ghost advantage, gets the Sky of the Weak stun, Unleash Power immediately thrown fully out, but gets poked really low. Haru's going to flash for first blood. Junhao gets away from Xiao Hao. Oh my god, the longest Realm Warp you've ever seen in your life. Please get the Rip Prism. All right, Haru, come on. Can't go through the unbreakable wall. Xiao Hao, is very lucky to be alive. Haru hit every single skill he could to nearly find himself a double kill. It's still Thunder Talk on the board first, though.
20 HP there for Xiao Hao. Incredible stuff, the fact that he lives, but a massive investment from EDG. Still turns into first blood. Good job from Thunder Talk in the mid jungle. This is why they were trying to avoid each other early on. If you have a spell shield as Nocturne, you kind of cut out the legs from underneath a champion like Pantheon. And now Nocturne has level 6. If he wants to make a play for the bottom side, I think it's very likely. If Gnar would have overstayed for this lane, maybe they just look to turn onto him instead of this dragon.
He's definitely still sticking around. Junhao? Nope, not gonna look for it. He wants the dragon, so he's gonna head back towards the bot side. Big win as well for the kind of dynamic of how mid lane's expected to go. I know Syndra's a lot different than her lane bully past, but she doesn't scale as well as they say a Ryze would, and definitely is a lot more punishing early compared to the Haru's Ryze. So definitely where you kind of want the gold. Haru now up significantly alongside Junhao, the mid jungle duo for Thunder Talk, gonna try and pave their way through an early to mid game that you marked as one they need to find the win in before leave comes around.
So grubs spawn in 30 seconds. You can see that Junhao is moving towards the top side. There is no Syndra flash, so if she ever moves for either of the side lanes, you are going to be hard pressed to find a better target as Thunder Talk. I want to see them try to abuse this. It makes EDG going for an objective really tough. You cannot walk onto that same side, and you basically have to escort Syndra everywhere, which basically means you are always going to know at least 2 members of EDG and where they are on the map.
Grubs on the map. Junhao on top of them. You do have Xiao Hao close by. Haru has first move, though. Angel trapped under the turret. We don't see where exactly Feather is. Couple pings show him towards the Drake Pit side. None of this matters, though. Junhao uncontested. The grubs going down before first dragon. That's something that we're used to talking about in season 15 last year. 25. Oh, hello. Solar Flare. Oh, the ghost doesn't get hit. Oh, the stun. Good little find there from Rukia. And the Unleashed Power gets the kill home. So both mid laners have claimed the lives of their counterparts so far.
And now Xiao Hao gets all of the information as to what Junhao's camps are. He'll steal the respawn raptors, probably also get the bottom side scuttle. So it's going to open up a big lead here for EDG. And like I said, for Leona, flash check. Does Haru have flash? Slayer, let's inform the audience.
I don't know. No, I'm kidding. No flash. No, there was no flash.
There you go. See, it's very simple.
I feel like I'm playing League of Legends Coco Melon Edition.
Look, you had a bit of an issue earlier with reading the pretty pictures, so I'm just making sure that you're on your P's here.
I knew the minute you took that tone that you were going to go right for that. Right for that. We're breaking.
Come on, man. Got another 3 games after this, okay? So yeah, can't run out of material quite yet. This is called callback.
Okay, right. Okay, yep. I understand. I understand how callbacks work.
Yep, there you go.
I'll be making a callback myself if something happens. So, and you're gonna hate it. So, foreboding. Let's make some callbacks to games 1 and 2, based off of where we're at comparatively to what we want to see in Game 3 here. My point being, how do we tackle these Drakes now, and how much do you feel like the game might warp the fact that first Drake is not going to go down? I mean, it doesn't feel like anytime soon. Maybe like 12 minutes in. It's definitely going to give a different sort of edge to this game compared to a lot of the games we've seen in the LPL so far this season.
You say 12 minutes. I think 10:45 is a good timer for this Dragon. You see that EDG are already positioning around here. Is it because they want to take a I see Leva's recalling. This is strange. I would have thought you want to use your power now. You just got to push in on bottom lane. Syndra also just got a push in mid and also has her flashback. This could have been them playing for this Dragon. Instead, it's Leave getting closer to an Essence Reaver, and ThunderTalk are going to do nothing for it. Okay, no punish here from ThunderTalk.
Haha, I'm liking my 12-minute assessment. Guys,
all right, never mind. It's not
Guys, slow
10:45.
down.
Maybe it's 11:15.
Okay, we're going for Heru. Nice little stun. Scatter the weak. Angel finds the pick. The stun lock comes down thanks to a nice timed solar flare. And Heru is once again picked off, thanks in part to Angel and Perukia teaming up.
I don't understand why Heru had to die there. I mean, he just kind of got back to lane. He's already down almost a full level. Exactly, he had flash the entire time, and he had Merc Treads, so it wasn't like he was getting CC'd for the entire duration of that play. He had many opportunities to use the flash, opted not to, so if he doesn't end up making like a big flash play in the next 3 minutes, I feel like that was a really good punish there from EDG, who now get more time on the bottom side. They take a Dragon, and ThunderTalk are kind of left with very little reprieve. I mean, unless they make something happen around ZDZ, this is a huge win.
I mean, I'm still waiting. Junhao, yeah, we got to see that first paranoia. Flash comes out here from ZZ trying to clear some distance. The Fierce Storm going to come through. Grand Starfall behind. Angel's here as well. All right, don't know if they'll be able to get Junhao, but they're definitely going to make it a top laner for top laner trade. Oh, maybe they will. Perukia is going to force the flash. Junhao, luckily, has a blast going nearby. Solar Flare. Perukia might be looking. Not going to gamble with a spell shield still available, but nice little turnaround there from EDG. So we can look back at Heru's escapade towards the
so he doesn't have flash for 5 seconds. Wait, okay, 3, 2. Okay, he's already dead. This is a really tight flash timer then. Okay, I will give him credit. I'm sorry, Heru. I was unfamiliar with your game on that point. Thank you to our observers for showing me up. You know, we'll be humble, eat some cake, eat some pie there. For EDG, I'm very happy with the trade on top side because, I mean, we invested a lot there from ThunderTalk. We got a kill going over to Angel. That's just more Splinters of Wrath. Already has the first upgrade in her queue. He's going to have it soon for the W once he hits 80. Everything's going right for EDG. This is exactly what we wanted to see them coming into this. Oh, we get to see how Angel lost his flash. An important cooldown, but I think a little less meaningful considering what just happened in top lane.
Yeah, still. Win. Dredgeline spec given over. Some of the quests are starting to come through, even though we've seen some lane swaps come across. Keshi completes his top lane quest. Going to get some gold off of the turret as well. Good to see Angel. This is the most meta build for Syndra. I do think there are places to go like Ludens and then go full burst, full Shadow Flame. But in a game with Cassante, you know, Rise, Nautilus, you got to go Blackfire Torch.
I'll tell you right now, this champion with ability haste is broken. So you just need the Blackfire Torch. And
you know who's broken with ultimate ability haste? Good old Junhao right there. Not saying he has any yet, but he does. He has Hex Plate.
He does. So good play. They caught ZDZ. They knew he doesn't have flash. That'll open up a small window here for Heru to farm up this wave. If he gets a turret play for himself, that'll equalize the gold. But Angel's just been farming on the bottom side by himself. And without Realm Warp, I do want to say that because both mid laners didn't opt for teleport, making map movements and choosing which waves you're allowed to be on is way more important as mid lane. But anytime a Haru has Realm Warp, that means that they get to basically make a little bit of a cheater. They can go to the other side of the map if they want to. Xiaohao picks a direction, chooses wrong. Don't think it's going to be too much water off our back at this point. We'll see if EDG can get anything on this top side now that they've reinforced 3 members up here.
Herald in 30 seconds. Still waiting on a first turret break. Dragon timers are still pretty funky. Nice little gold injection for Angel with the crystalline overgrowth claimed. Definitely has a huge advantage item-wise over Haru. Still need time for this rise. Syndra, with that ability haste like you talked about, is going to be problematic. This does feel very similar to Game 2 so far, Ulk. And again, do want to praise, at least in this part of the game, the poise that Edward Gaming are bringing to this matchup that we kind of were missing in our first match of the night. Haru
there we go.
Prisms. Junohao, turn the lights out. Angel gonna go down. Again, it's the Grand Starfall turn with Perukia nearby, but this time TT get their kill without having to get near the EDG turret and way before the reinforcements come across. Still, Xiaohao's gonna section off Haru. Does not have the Realm Warp. He is as good as dead, and this time with Leave here, they can make sure the gold goes to the right place on the trade back, but TT on the map, feeling a bit better on the mid lane side at least.
Yeah, Ryan gets to hit up this wave, no Q3. If Keshi lands that might have been ZDZ going down again. But a very, very tight play. That's the flash that Harrow didn't use in mid lane when he died the second time. I don't think that's worth it. I mean, you got another turret played in mid, but Leave ends up picking that kill. You now lose your entire top tier 1. It's actually going to be reinforced by a Keshi TP, and you still get the Herald? That's dicey at best, and pretty bad at worst here for Thunder Talk. A great trade coming in for Edward Gaming.
Very fun to see 2 teams opt into playing the map with their comps, and I feel like that's a really good test to see which teams are at better spots. Oh, Leave. Well, improvement plan. It was not followed there. I don't think we should ever be close enough for Keshi to get a 1v1 with you, Leave.
Okay. Good enough. Killed Leave. And it did cost a lot. That was both the flash and the teleport coming in from Keshi. So, meaningful tools being used. Maybe Keshi gets alone time on the start. I think more so it's going to be him taking his recall, moving in. Dragon going over to TT is not all that bad. So, we are getting some push and pull in this game, which I know coming into this series, I was maybe a little bit more hesitant to give Thunder Talk the benefit of the doubt. But like, this is just a very good play. I mean, he doesn't have Spell Shield anymore, and you get the flash from Leaf. That's massive for Thunder Talk.
I don't know what we're doing, Leaf. Yeah, great play to Keshi, but we got the plate off the turret. We saw the TP. We just need to back up there. So still those problem points that EDG need to solve a bit more. And like you mentioned with the push and pull we've had in this game, they're not up a whole lot. It's like a couple hundred gold. We're even on Dragons. We're going to even up the turret count here with Haru taking the bot tier 1 side turret. Here's the play, though, for Xiaohao and the rest of EDG. They are going to bring good old Shelly out to throw herself at that tier 2 turret, but it's just gold plates. Leave, though, on the mid lane. That's good.
Haru's going to be here. EDG can kind of wrestle this. I've just now noticed we are 18 minutes in, and Perukia has still not completed his support quest. That is very dangerous. Just not having that same amount of vision across the map is kind of making it a little bit tougher. He now completes it, so he'll get it back when he goes through base. Also picked up his Bulwark. He's a little bit tankier than usual. But the gold's fairly even. We're within striking distance of each other. Look at how even these gold differences are between our players. I mean, if this is leading up to one of the best games we get tonight, at least in group perseverance, I will take it. Because Game 2 was a stomp. Game 1 was like an action-packed thriller that had like a mid-game spike. Perukia getting caught here is pretty bad, though.
Yeah, I mean, depth charge into Chains of Corruption and so much CC lock. Good flash away for the piercing arrow. Ryan tries to get it out quick and hit short. Doesn't end up finding its mark. Again, kind of an even trade. I think Perukia burning flash stinks, but you take a couple ults off the board here nonetheless. There's not much to play for with those ults before they come back up, though.
Yeah, and what I'm going to be now kind of excited as TT is not only does Perukia not have flash, it means that he had to recall. Is there a side lane that we can look for? Can we punish Syndra when she's sitting in this lane? No, she's going to rotate mid alongside Leave. It seems like EDG want to make sure that they are poised and in position to either go for a Baron in 45 if the pick makes itself apparent, or, more likely the case, protect our immobile control mage that's sitting in a side lane right now and make sure that she's not going to get caught unawares without very much in terms of backup.
It's going to feel a lot nicer in the side lane when Angel can get this Cosmic Drive down for the ability haste and also just, natural tankiness, the speed up. Both of these mid laners need a bit more time to cook in the crock pot for sure. And protecting them on side lanes is that must that you pointed out with the junglers we have at play. I don't know how much I want to call this poise anymore. I was expecting a bit more playmaking from at least our junglers and our supports. Perukia's been doing a lot, I would say. Feather on the Nautilus, I mean, that's an easy way to look. You get Perukia blast coning himself into trouble. Once again, it's Chains of Corruption. He turns the Solar Flare back around. It's going to get the cleanse out of Ryan, so he doesn't get stunned up. Good amount of poke, but doesn't manifest into much, and it's definitely not going to be a Baron turn at 20 minutes for TT off of that. So.
Oh, no, but now they can recall. I mean, Perukia, again, is getting chunked out pretty heavily. I mean, he's very poor in this game. Does he get his Protoplasm? No, he doesn't. He is incredibly squishy. So he needs to engage, activate his Aftershock, and then we can kind of start talking about whether or not this Leona can start to play. You do have your W, so you do kind of get to cheat resistances, but you could see how easy it is for TT to blow this member up. And this is a 2-item Varus at this point. Like, Sivir is very strong, yes, but Edge of Night, you're also going to have Muramana being completed within the next 5 minutes, so there's a very large spike coming on through here for Thunder Talk, and I think EDG do need to be a little careful with what and how they take fights here. I mean, 45 seconds before Dragon, and we still have our Cassante who can teleport in with a 30% max HP shield.
Gonna get some time on that top lane turret, though. Looks like TT are willing to sack some immediate gold to Keshi, or sorry, EDG are willing to sack some immediate gold to Keshi to have first setup on this Dragon. Again, part of the reason that the pace of this game is slowed down is you have to remember, first Dragon of the game came off the board at 11:30 on the clock. So we are just now getting to third Drake with Baron already on the map. It's making things a lot more slower pace. We are not immediately having to fight over some big soul-altering dragon yet.
I think TT are just going to give up this Dragon, play for position over mid. They're putting all 5 members into this right now. EDG are already on this. Let's just take the mid-tier 1. Maybe we can go for a little bit more. I mean, we have 3 grubs. Why not? Angel cannot walk back into this until Perukia gets here. This just might be the whole turret, and they can Realm Warp themselves out of this play. ZDZ is still split pushing and does not have Mega Gnar anywhere near close.
Zhao has to use a rare defensive Grand Starfall to cover the turret. Wonder how much work ZDZ got done. Okay, so we went about even on turret damage, but all right, now ZDZ will walk out at just the right time. Again, another really even trade.
I would say mid-tier 1 is slightly more important.
Just
especially because you have
Drake this late? Yeah.
Yeah, Drakes are going to be important, and when we're talking about the side lanes, just being able to have push is very crucial, but TT can move so much quicker around the map than their opponents. Again, just having a Rise gives you that timing with the Realm Warp. So Rukia, again, by himself, no one else is nearby.
I mean, this is like Groundhog Day. The same way this starts, it's like Dredge line first, Depth Charge second, they wait out the flash, Chains of Corruption was third. Perukia does get out. The re-engage comes across, though, on top of Angel. Great scout of the week. Junhao doesn't block that with his spell shield, but that's Angel Flash, Perukia Flash, both their ultimates off the board as well.
This gives TT time to scale. EDG have been sitting on a 1,500 gold lead, and a lot of this is in ZDZ, who we have not seen neither the Gnar or the Cassante really be in a big fight. So until ZDZ either makes a big play in a side lane where he's open up turrets and taking down structures, or he gets into one of these team fights and has that Mega Gnar to really be a big difference maker, functionally, this game is even right now. And Perukia getting caught out, while he doesn't die, is slowing down the game and giving TT a little bit more space to breathe.
It's a dangerous game. We talked about how if you take one win as TT, you could definitely get a second. And now that we're 25 basically extended minutes into this game, we're going to start getting to the point, Ulk, where it's like one fight wins you the series, right? With how long death timers are going to be, what's going to be available on the map for either team who can win a pretty convincing fight at this point.
A lot of EDG Game 3s have been disappointing so far. I mean, I look back at that Game 3 versus NIP, and while they got clapped in this one, and it's nowhere near close to this, you have to start thinking that maybe that comes to haunt some of these players.
On to Junhao. Instead, it's Feather that gets jumped on. Flash still gets the stun
Dead.
from the Pantheon. Solar Flare stun over top. Xiaohao's dead. Heru is flanked. He's looking for leave. There's the Nightmare re-engage coming across, but Angel gets thrown into the wall. Ryan executes the Syndra. Junhao's going to flash himself out. Re-engage all out from Kelshi. Gets on to leave, and a flashing, piercing arrow from Ryan stabs the heart of EDG's damage control center. And now the rest of the squad is scattered to the wayside. TT looking for a chase. I don't know if they get any speed ups, but Heru does have an inside track. Has to be wary of his health bar. Perukia might just look for this turn. Gets the slow from ZDZ. Heru, can he get a Rune Prism down? Piercing arrow, Perukia dies to the Arcade Comet. That means 3 big kills for TT. They win our first big fight of our do or die Game 3.
ZDZ gets no value there, and look at the reposition. How creative is that flank from Heru? He gets right into the back line, threatens leave so he can't fight, and Ryan is just throwing out damage. ZDZ, we're flashing! There's nothing else to play for right now. You have no objectives that you're looking for. Baron is never on the cards, and you also have a dragon spawning in a minute and a half. We'll take a look back at this fight. Leave is nowhere near this, and I like the engage from Perukia. Get onto Feather. He has no aftershock, no flash now, and is immediately gone. But look at the flank. Junhao jumps right onto this Angel. He gets feared. Nothing can be done here, and Leave, because he got zoned out by the Rise, he can't really fight this. He loses his flash. He'll end up dying later on thanks to Ryan 3. These LDL players are really starting to shock, and while their first 2 series were disappointing, expected losses there, I think taking a win versus EDG might give them that fire to potentially do some really great things here in Group Perseverance.
Ryan looks good in that fight. I think Keshi's the fight winner. I mean, he comes in, he throws Angel into the wall, he goes all out to pick up that next kill. You're praising Keshi for that Ambessa performance. Looking good on the Cassante that is only going to get more and more valuable compared to this Gnar, who at this point, it's all about split push advantage he can kind of get, and look for those Gnar ultimates that we're still waiting for from ZDZ. ZDG still clinging to a 1,000 gold lead, but like you mentioned with how much more of the map is open, feels like ThunderTalk should be able to set up pretty comfortably around either this Dragon or this Baron.
Look, our top side has a big lead. I talked about it before, but ZDZ needs to appear in these fights for them to be able to make a big difference here. And we haven't really quite seen it. Also, this Pantheon sitting on 1,200 gold, but still hasn't been enough here for them. So EDG, they've been good about taking turrets. They've been good about pressing and pushing TT on side lanes. Now we need to see them kind of make it true, happen around these objectives. A Dragon win over to EDG, and right now it is going to be Junhao who evens it out at 2 apiece for both teams.
Oh, Heru's looking. Realm Warp. Fake out. Not going to actually go for it. Good, wise decision. Could have gotten blown up. Junhao is sprinting up river.
Oh.
Angel Ghost, I think. Yeah, I saw the look. I saw the look. But back, again, the point you made there, I kind of love it because I do think EDG are dominating side lanes, dominating, kind of the macro decisions to get some of these turrets knocked down. But stuff like that, the actual fighting of the game, I think has been all ThunderTalk favored.
And you saw there, EDG, even though they were in the halfway point of the lane, they're like, we can't be here. We need to even go even further back into our side of the map because Junhao didn't have level 16, but that ultimate just gives you so much reach across the map as Nocturne. So very tense game. We've been sitting tenuously with EDG having the lead in terms of the gold, but it has felt like every fight slowly making its way over to ThunderTalk. Now we get Heru and the rest of the team moving into this top side, getting vision down. ZDZ has another TP available. He's going to be Mega Gnar now. He has a 20-second window where he can be really effective. Otherwise, he is going to be a mini Gnar for a Baron take.
What timing TT have found on this very Baron. Heru is on a mission. You can cue the Mission Impossible music behind this guy the way he is looking for the flank. Finally spotted. Light's going to go out. Hero gets jumped out by Xiaohao, but nobody else can kind of engage because the lights get taken away. They still find Feather. Keshi goes into the meat and bones of EDG. Hero has to go into the stasis and Xiaohao goes after him. Shunhao executed by a big unleashed power. Angel's trying to do the heavy lifting here as now finally EDG have found a fight on their standards and they have mopped the floor with TT, who desperately looked for a pick that was never really there.
That might just be game. I mean, 40 seconds left. It's Feather, and it's going to be Keshi who can defend this base. You have a Sivir. EDG might have just won this off of a single team fight here in Game 3.
Nobody's near Cloud Soul. Baron got, a little bit of a rebel rouser going on.
Oh, EDG.
But they're not going to go for the win. Okay, that's that poise they showed in Game 2. They're going to set up for Baron instead and take over the map that they have had no control over for a lot of this game.
Reminder, if you're angry that BLG JDG hasn't started yet, you can blame EDG in the series for doing that to us, okay?
You definitely can.
Baron's going to be taken here. There's zero possibility of contest. Now, Keshi and Feather, are they actually going to stop them from getting this? That is crazy.
They are. At what point do we change change poise into cowardice for some of these EDG decisions?
I mean, you make one wrong move. Yeah, you make one wrong move here, and you lose the game. You lose a series, and you're 1-3 as EDG. We're right back onto the Baron. Flash available here for Leave. Flash available for Ryan 3, and this Baron's almost done.
We gotta get in. We gotta ult now. We gotta get towards the pit. Lights are gonna go out. I don't think they can steal it. Nope, too late. It's secure.
Oh, no!
The round gets canceled though. TT can't get out thanks to their trusted Rise. All out wheel pulls Xiaohao away from the fight, but ZZ has already claimed Feather. TT are just trying to run away with this Baron, but Angel's looking for the chase. Scout of the Week finds one, but Keshi's gonna protect Angel from chasing down any of these kills. Keshi is the sacrifice as he eats an absolute power for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. Thunder Talk get our first Baron of the game, and they should get out with 3 members holding the purple banner.
Oh, ZDZ was trying to squeeze one more death. Can he find Heru? If that stun from Angel doesn't stop him and Perukia completely end the Realm Warp, and that could have been a massive disaster for Thunder Talk. But getting out with 3 members is as good as it's going to get, and guess what? This Baron is going to give them time and the ability to push before this dragon. It won't be Soul for anybody, but getting to that 3rd dragon, giving yourself a little bit more time in this game is exactly what we wanted to see here for Thunder Talk. I'm sure we'll get a replay once we get a little bit of time, but I think the timer's a little too close. 50 seconds before this dragon here, and one wrong move for Thunder Talk ends this series.
I think buying time is what this Baron's going to do, like you mentioned, mainly for Heru. Want to see him get the Zhonya's done before another fight comes across here. He still doesn't have like the innate damage you'd expect for a Rise 30-plus minutes into this game. And while you have talked about how time is definitely on the side of TT, in some areas I do think it's not advantageous at all, mainly in AD carry. 4+ item Sivir is one of the scariest hyper-scaling ADs in the game, especially in a game where you, again, don't have a ton of innate range outside of a lethality Varus.
Yeah, well, guess what? If Sivir walks up and there's a 5,000 HP Cassante, I don't know what those forward items are going to do. So we'll end up seeing EDG still have a huge lead, 6,000 here. Trying to see if they can get some crystalline overgrowth. It might be Keshi who's dead.
Oh my god. I mean, yeah, let's test how beefy that health bar is. Angel and Leaf can certainly get it done. Yeah, wow, that was way too easy with that execute from the Unleashed Power. Angel once again doing the heavy lifting. No Realm Warp to safety. Just brings a couple of minions alongside TT, and despite them having the Baron push, they are the ones that secede territory. And finally, 33 minutes in, Cloud Soul point for Edward Gaming.
We're going to keep going. There's just nothing else to do. There's no waves for them to catch right now. It's going to be EDG, I think, moving into the bot side. Let's try to get a little bit more vision. Let's take this last outer structure. I mean, there's a ton of crystalline overgrowth just stacking on this turret right now. So should be the last objective that I think EDG are going to play for the time being before they take their resets and look for the Baron in 3. But what a tense game here. I mean, it's only group perseverance. And I know these teams, their records aren't that impressive, but we spent a lot of time, I think, building up what this series means to both teams. And I think especially for EDG, we came into the season with such high expectations. You kept 4/5 of the roster. You're supposed to bring in Leave, who had a really impressive performance on NIP, if maybe a little disappointing in how it ended. But it could all come crashing down if you now start the season essentially 1-3.
EDG trying to get some of the pressure off their backs for sure, and then for a team like Thunder Talk, with only Feather returning from the 2025 roster that ended in such disappointing fashion, it's as simple as getting that moment to build off of, right? Like a win, like a series win for a team this young in their tenure together. The coaching staff were just looking for something to expand on and saying, hey, look what we did against CDG, guys. We won 2-1. Where can we go from here? That's a big thing for a team like Thunder Talk, a roster like Thunder Talk.
EDG are just so slow. They are not a team that usually makes a ton of super expressive plays. I think Keshi knows. Oh, no.
CDC got that Meganar so fast, Keshi. Oh, that Cassante health bar is not going to matter, friend. You tried for the teleport gambit, and instead, a very untimely death for Keshi. 35 minutes in, that death timer is a full fat minute.
30 seconds though before Baron, and look at where Haru is. He's in the top lane right now. He's pushing. EDG, they will at least try to take down this turret, but because this structure exists, I don't know how much further they can really go to get this wave in. I mean, you have Sivir who's sitting in mid lane, but she can't be by herself because Jinhao could just ult. You could also have Haru end up following. How much further can EDG take this advantage? It's still a 30-second death timer here for Keshi, and he doesn't have TP, so as long as they're rushing and getting the other side of the map, Perugia,
that is a very deep find to nothing. That is one of the problem points EDG have had. Perugia looking for an engagement on his team,
Angel!
but Angel's going to be here to rescue with a 3-man stun, sending ZZ in the backline with a Narbar, but Junhao gets himself out. Feather is fine. They turn the lights out and ruin that engagement. Leave is on the front line, throwing heads with Haru and winning. Oh my God, Leave wants this series over on his own, running straight at TT with no fear in his heart. It's a 5 versus 3 now. Keshi respawns to see 2 of his members fallen, and EDG, unlike their last base push, they're looking to end it here.
Yeah, the wave is gone though. They don't have any minions. They have a wave now crushing from mid and bottom lane. Leave might have just won this game.
Angel's stuns are going to bring it home as well. Down goes Feather. Keshi flings himself into the waiting arms of Leave to finally take down the one person that tried to end their series. And he may have fallen, but he falls as a statue for EDG's victorious march forward. It took a whole lot of patience and way longer than I think Edward Gaming fans wanted, but they are back to 500 and have swept both series against Thunder Talk.
There we go. The round robin is complete for them. They have at least won one time against this team, doing it in 2. I mean, look, it may not be the same result that we were expecting. We were looking for, an EDG win. Keshi, got to get up. Brother, there we go. Okay. But what I was saying is that we came in and we're saying if Thunder Talk can win one game, we're happy in terms of improvement, especially because you just played this team the night before, and it started off in game 1.
Yeah, it's a weird spot because now that we have the 5 games to look across, I do think like the sweep was almost in a way not like the 2 wins the EDG had the first time round were not as like convincing to me as the 2 wins EDG found in this series, but it's funny because it took them 3 games to win this series versus 2. If that kind of makes sense, Alk.
I agree. It's not the same quality in between the 2 series, so
yeah,
it's tough. But if you're EDG, again, famous line, I'm gonna keep saying it: a win is a win. End of the day, you are 2-2. Let's use this to springboard us. A big piece of why we saw EDG be so good last year was because they were a vibes team. They kept winning, so the atmosphere was good. And so the feedback was good. Okay, so they kept improving, and it was an up and to the right line. But when you've lost the first 2 series, it ends up being a little bit tough. You get your wins versus TT. Now I need to see them do it against NIP and WE to close out.
Thank you, Kai, for throwing this back up, because I do think it's very funny. Once again, if we go across the board, I don't know if we made a lot of gains on all of these. Maybe leave positioning. I worked out in the last one how aggressive he played, right? That last fight.
Sure.
I think Perugia, like, tried to sprint a couple of these weird skirmishes in this game with some of his engages. It didn't end up costing them too much. And, well, you know what? How about the last one? The last one worked out. I think Angel was masterful in a lot of those team fights on
The
Sigil.
last one worked for sure. There were
Yeah.
some parts of this game where Angel just wasn't able to be effective, and again, that was thanks to Junhao being on this Nocturne. Even in that top fight around like the middle brush near mid lane, it was pretty impressive. He just uses the ultimate, and nobody from Thunder Talk can see. The issue is that he hit the ultimate, and no one on his team could do anything because they all missed their spells. If they would have landed
Yeah.
even one of those abilities onto members of EDG, I think we're in a much different pace of the game, and we're probably still in game number 3 at this point. So it's tough. It's a tough look here for Thunder Talk, but they're going to continue going on 0-3.
0-3, but I mean, I think much more impressive series against EDG than the first one, right? Like, that's definitely a good takeaway.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, obviously
Yes.
they won a game, so.
And we made great progress today. There are no longer winless teams in the LPL. OMG have won a
Yeah.
game, unfortunately, and then they won their series. And for Thunder Talk, they won a game and weren't able to clutch out a series win. But no more winless teams. We're not going to have a how long until this team has won graphic.
Those are never fun ones. Those are just painful ones, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think we're still waiting on taking a look at some of these post-game stats, if I'm not mistaken. Unless
It should be coming up soon, but we're going to have
Yeah.
post-game stats, then we're going to have an interview, and then we'll
All
have
right,
our
so-
player of the series. But we can start talking about that now.
Yeah. So okay. Player of the series. I already forgot who got player of the game last. Oh, Leave.
Lee
got
got
it,
it
okay.
in game 2, so
I don't know. I think it's tough to pick out a player of the series.
let's play player of the game for this one, and then we can start extrapolating
Okay, right.
for the rest of the 3 games.
Not Perugia. Not CDZ. I don't know, because everybody had like kind of iffy. Like Angel, you mentioned like died a bit early, but I think he was like the best towards the end of the game. Leaves really quiet until that last fight. Does it
He's
just go to
playing
Leave
Sivir.
again?
I think it goes to Leave. He has
Okay,
the most
yeah.
impressive play at the very end of the game. We had another fight where he's like just playing Sivir, and he just walks up with Ghost and runs them down when they
Yeah.
were chasing him all the way down mid lane. I do think Leave earned himself an MVP for this game, and probably for this series. Outside of really even that first game, his Yunara was really good. It's just that Thunder Talk were kind of just piling on to him. So,
Well, oh, actually, I don't want to spoil that. Yeah, let's a little inside joke for me and you all, knowing what we know. For a certain thing that I talked about that LPL English fans will get to see shortly, player of the series for Mr. Leave will do wonders for him, if you know what I mean. Certain bypass, a little roadway.
Oh, you can spoil it here. It's okay. The episode's probably coming out in 2 days, so.
I'm not going to spoil it. Just you guys will see. Just when you watch what I'm talking about, it's an LPL English podcast episode. When you watch
Okay,
that, just remember that it was recorded before Leave got the player of the series there. All right, enough waiting room jokes. Okay, folks. Congratulations to EDG. Congratulations to Edward Gaming. They are back to 500. They will push themselves into the top half of Group Perseverance once more, get a lot of the weight off of their shoulders. But it's time to finally start prepping it, folks. We have arrived to our Group Ascend matchup. We're going to go to one more extended break. But all of you that have been waiting patiently, Billy Gaming, Jindong Gaming, best of 3 coming your way on the other side of this break. It is time, ladies and gentlemen. We have finally gotten here. It's been 6 games, 3 thanks to Group Nirvana, 3 thanks to Group Perseverance, but the big ticket item is ready for us all. Billy Gaming off to one of their hottest starts. It feels like it potentially a while almost. And then JD Gaming trying to cement themselves as maybe the other big contender for an LPL title in Split 1. And they're going head-to-head for the first time this year.
Yeah, this matchup and AL are much-watched television when it comes to the LPL this season. And, I mean, these are 2 top teams right now. BLG already dispatched of AL in a 3-game series, and JDG have been having a pretty good go of things outside of a bumpy road versus an IEG that looks a little bit strange. So, this is the matchup to watch, and it has 2 of the most exciting AD carries that are here in this this group. Good finishing note there, fellow AD carry player. All right, let's start introducing our rosters, though, because we have a lot to get to talk about this historical matchup. We'll start by introducing JDG and their new look roster, hot off some amazing Worlds performances. Looking to cash in on those. Xiaosu is the one remaining member from JDG in 2025. Now next to Junja, the jungler for the Flying Oysters, and his star-studded mid laner from the Worlds performance, Hongq, in the mid lane now for JDG. But of course, the bottom lane is nothing to scoff at either. Gala and Vampire team up together to make for one of the most deadly bottom lanes. And can't miss the last point here all very quickly. Coach Tabe leaving AL to head up this new star-studded roster. Oh yeah, this JDG roster is supposed to bring JDG and put them back out on the map. They had missed internationals all last year, and 2024 was also filled with heartbreak. So to see them now with this lineup, it's going to be a lot of pressure on these guys, but a lot of young guns in the mid-jungle, and especially for when we're talking about bottom lane, Gala is the pentakill prince. He got another pentakill last week, and I mean, this guy is looking to head up the league when it comes to AD carries right now.
And if I'm not mistaken, Gala could take the all-time pentakill record with his next one, correct? Right? He's currently tied at 12 at the top?
He is tied with Pays and Holy Phoenix right now for 12.
What a fun... God, I love that tie-in. Gala's here with JDG now. Pays was the former JDG AD carry. And now they're going head-to-head for that fun marker. But, you know, you talked about, you know, shortcomings for JDG last year. Internationals have been kind of rough. How about we talk about how rough the BLG JDG kind of head-to-head looks like for these 2 teams, right, against each other?
Yeah. I mean, this matchup is really big. It's not only just the 2 top teams in the standings, but I think for both of these teams, a lot of folks are going to be checking in on this as, like, where are these 2 orgs right now? Because if you would have said last year, BLG were struggling, this year they look indomitable here in the LPL early on, already undefeated in series, only losing 2 games here. And JDG, every single time we go to the stream and JDG are on, everybody in the chat is looking at Hongq and Junja. Whether that is fair is another discussion we can have maybe later, but when you come from CFO, when you are LCP imports, especially for Hongq, everybody is going to have a magnifying lens on your performance. And now you're going up against the best team in the league with some of the best players the LPL has ever produced.
You brought up the fun combo that I want to have as we'll get to look back at some of these plays from JDG so far this split, because I obviously susceptibly fell for like seeing. Well, okay, let me say this. I did the first JDG series, right, with Top Esports, their very first game. I saw, you know, Junja and Hongq playing Malphite Orianna, like fighting a bunch of these early picks, and I sat there and felt like, oh, JDG, they're winning because Gala Vampire bottom lane's playing well, and Junja and Hongq have that same synergy they brought over from Flying Oysters to get some of these wins, but you kind of feel like there's other things that are working well for JDG, and maybe some of the things I mentioned aren't as well as they could be going, right? It's complex for JDG.
I haven't really been impressed with the mid-jungle here, and really what I wanted to look at was what other pieces on this lineup are looking at. Thankfully, JDG have actually been really good about posting content, especially around this team, and we actually got a little bit of a clip coming in from one of the recent pieces where it shows some of the comms that are going on in some of their recent matches.
我可以闪现脸。别，哎，雷欧没闪，就打脸上的。我有踢，我踢了，我可以把拉斯顶走。我也踢了，我2秒 Q，我2秒 Q。打好可以大龙吧？大龙吧，可以打。我有大，我没闪。 等一下，我给你上老师，上老师。
完美的团战，惊艳的视觉效果。
保下一滴，等一下 ，nice。一起把他杀了，一起把他杀了。
慢点。
牛没闪，先打牛。
慢一点。先看牛吗？
我有钩。
我可以拉掉。
先打前面的，
我要强大。先打没闪。
慢点。
强大死了。
放我钩。
可以看。
牛头没闪，牛头杀完没闪。
看一下，我给你救一下。
我2秒钩。
AD 没闪。哎，伤亡有掉。看一下我。
他杀火。
有大了，杀完。先打。
到了。
一个人去推线。
我也推上。看一下我。先打刘娜。
You saw that man talking a lot there in those clips. I think that Xiaoxu is very steadily becoming one of our best top laners here in the league, and this is by and far his best roster that we've seen from him. Obviously last year had a big call up replacing Allah and having coach Zoom, actually previously of LPL fame, coming in and doing a little bit of positional coaching for him. I think he is very steadily making a name for himself here in the league, and hoping that 2026 is a big breakout year for him.
Okay, my hat's off to you, because you talk about how mid-jungle duo isn't the main thing, and then that fun SOT shows that, yeah, it's not like Junja and Hongq yapping like they normally do. It's Xiaoxu and Vampire too. Like, that's really fun. These are players that we are looking to ease into much more monumental positions in the history of our league. So to see them shot calling for a team of this caliber is awesome. One quick note I want to make that I think is funny. My guy Gala, 80 carry players. I do this when I play in a team environment. I don't say a single word. Everyone else can talk. I'm just hitting who I need to hit. I don't need to say anything. That's the perfect way to go about it.
Hey, one of those clips he was playing Misfortune, so not a lot of discussion that needs to be had. Just press R and
True.
do your job, brother. So we can take a look at their opponents, though, because this is, again, big matchup. Even though we've been big up in JDG, you got a huge opponent in front of you. It's Billy Gaming.
Ooh, my first Billy gaming cast. This is going to be a fun one. Of course, the team looks pretty similar in some spots. Bin getting back into gigabit form. Big reason why this team has turned things around. Shun reinserting himself into that roster, playing into 2024 Shun form, some people have talked about. And of course, Knight maybe playing at a level we haven't seen since that very 2024 Billy gaming team. But Viper, the big acquisition in the LPL, next to On, who seems to have gone back into his form. This team is a Star Destroyer level problem for anybody that gets in their sights.
They are the #1 team. They are playing exactly the same Billy style that we've seen from them in years past, and they are succeeding excellently so. Also, bringing in Coach Daney from Weibo and IG, I'm thinking that this team is now going to potentially be unstoppable, because a big problem for this team has always been macro, but Daney has been an incredible coach so far, and if he can bring the same level of talent to this team that he has in other ones, I think this is going to be a force to be reckoned with, and this could be a year that is really exciting for the LPL.
Now, obviously, when you see, yeah, hold on, we'll get through these intros. I'm not going to tee that up just yet. It's awesome. We're going to see BLG. A really quick shout out. We did this talk the last series we saw, Ulk. I did, deservedly so, put the Billy Gaming jerseys up in S tier. There is few things that hit in the LPL aesthetically wise than that pastel-y, blue, pink kind of combo on the white. There's nothing like it.
It's funny because we're in JDG's home arena, but in that content that we showed a little bit beforehand, all of the players on JDG are complaining about how cold it is. They're like, how the hell is top esports warmed up? I'm freezing over here. Hongq's like, it is so cold on the stage right now. And Gala's just telling the team, like, don't worry, guys. We'll warm up in game. We'll warm up just like playing the game. Just focus right now on getting through this
draft.
Who got
out of order? Somebody got out of order there. I saw Viper fist bumping Hongq. That's not, whatever. You know what? We get to see our two teams out here. This, ladies and gentlemen, the way this split is shaping up early so far, could very well be a grand finals preview. So soak it all in as Billy Gaming and JDG take to their PC setups to get set for this game. The point I wanted to make before we got those awesome walkouts was the fact that when you add a player of Viper's caliber, obviously you know what you're getting gameplay-wise, but I think some really fun things that we've been able to find thanks to BLG's content is maybe another underrated thing that Viper has brought to this team outside of the gameplay.
Yeah, all of his teammates are talking really well about him, and so we'll get a little bit of that right before we get into draft here.
谈谈对他的初印象和现印象有变化吗？
没有太大影响，然后就挺帅的，然后身材也好。
所以根本不需要配合吧，就加过来就会打得很厉害。就生活中我也觉得他性格非常好，就很好相处。
不太好接近，但私下相处起来是非常的搞笑和可爱的。那你对于新加入的 Viper 选手，你觉得你们之间大家相处的怎么样呢？是否融洽？怎么样的？
我觉得 Viper 选手他性格也是比较沉稳，也比较好说话的一个人吧。然后就是他也是一个非常有实力的 AD 选手，我们都非常喜欢他。
Yeah, so Viper, obviously you know what you're going to get on the Rift, but the fact that all of his teammates, like the vibes have been picked up with him here. I love Shun, like, just talking about how handsome of a guy. Like, that's when you know a team's going well. And what's most important with that for BLG is we don't know for sure, but you gotta assume to some level with the jungle carousel we had last year, like, the vibes never really got to a great point like they probably are now.
Yeah, I remember seeing multiple clips of just like watching Maokai and Poppy really yell at the guys, and it's just such a different thing because there's the Worlds documentary for all the LPL teams, and Tabe is just like, hey guys, I know we messed up. Let's not talk about that. Let's keep our heads in the game. Let's look at the next game, and we can win this series. And he immediately cuts over to BLG. All of them heads down, getting yelled at by the coach, not doing great. And it's obviously reflected in, I think, some of the gameplay that we got from them. Only a single title from them in Split 3, but outside of that, scarce MSI performance. Oh, an even worse Worlds performance. So I think this is kind of the big year, and I think if this Billy doesn't accomplish 2 out of 3 championships domestically and at least 1 international title, I think we're done with the roster. I think we need to blow it up. I think it's really hard to keep this line of guys together. Bin, Knight, and On now going into their 2nd and 3rd year playing together. Something has to change, and I mean, we can keep making Worlds. I'm sure Bin and Knight want to stay together, but there's been a big target put on a player like On in recent memory.
And as nice as it is to see for him, he's kind of been whittling down that target, maybe creating distance from the shot, the kill shot to the roster with his recent form. What's interesting about your comment, I think that's a big ultimatum to throw out. If I'm not mistaken, I think it was Yanni that maybe showed us at LPL English, but didn't the GCD for a lot of these BLG players get updated through 2027? I believe it was Viper,
yes,
Bin.
I always do
fake,
not
though?
trust. I don't trust GCD because it is very rarely updated properly. At least for the Western world. So I'm going to wait until we see more, and players could always get dropped at any point. So we're heading into draft here, though. Yeah, we're going to be going in. It is going to be BLG or JDG.
JDG first pick.
Exactly. They had first selection, so we're going to be seeing them with first pick. Again, Rumble, a big champion here, especially for Xiaoshu. What are we going to see between our solo lanes here going into game number 1?
The most fun part about talking solo lanes is how I think the meta has allowed Knight to get back to some of his most tried and true champions of past. The one I want to mention is Syndra. He goes I think it was his first Syndra game. He goes 12-0 to rescue a game 2 for BLG. This guy, I mean, there's so many champions he's amazing at, but dare I say, I don't know if any other Syndra players in the world can touch him right now.
There are 4 champions I always will associate with Knight. It is going to be Akali, his Syndra, his Sylas, and his Ahri. Those 4 champions are iconic for this guy. So, take a look at bans. Nico, Sylas, Ambessa, Varus, Orianna, and Jace. Malphite has been a big pick here for JDG, but I do think you're giving over some pretty important champions. Rumble, in my mind, Xin Zhao is incredible. This does mean that some of those immobile mages are not going to be as enticing here for Knight.
Interesting spot to mention that I do feel like jungle matchup-wise, the answer to kind of shut down Malphite has been kind of going Mundo, right? Because they are diametrically opposed to how they approach fights. Don't know if Shun, how many reps he's got on the Mundo, if he's willing to pull that out, but something to keep a note of. But like you called out, with so many of these big junglers, oh, hey, look at me. Oh.
This is weird, though, because I always feel like Shun plays a role for this team that involves him having to either be the tip of the spear or him in some way like creating angles for his team. Mundo is a farming jungler. It is something that kind of plays into how Shun typically wants to play, which is like a main carry jungle role, but is a tank. And you don't have tons of ways of engaging. So I think this is going to have to be a really big call-up for either On or someone else in this team to have the engage position.
Love it, Viper. Hey, Gala, you got the most pentakills on Yunara. Some people are calling you the Yunara, the Yunara Slayer. I'm a pick it into you, Gala. Show you what the best AD in the world looks like on Yunara on Season 16. But like we talked about earlier on in our series, Aphelios is a pretty good answer into Yunara, especially makes laning pretty tough. And the one sell right now for Gala Vampire is they are running over laning phase.
What is your bot lane pair? You can go... Brahma's not great. There's a Mundo, but many supports in the game are not awesome into this champion. You could go for an Enchanter. I mean, Lulu is always fine. Also just cuts a lot of what BLG in terms of engage are going to be looking for. We could also just try to blind one of our mids. I do think that it is something that is available to JDG if they feel like Honkyu's pull might get pinched later on. And a Thresh pick, I don't like this as much. Thresh gets run over by Mundo later on, so that's a bit worrisome here.
Quite a front line we're building here for BLG. Where does Bin want to go? I wonder what this pick looks like. So they're fine having Knight go in the next phase, maybe taking a lot of bans here. Do they really like the Renekton here for Bin? I think it's another good answer in a Malphite. I think the value of this first pick Malphite has lost a significant amount of its bite with the front line BLG have put together.
Oh yeah, Renekton's going to be way too tanky to burst out. Just the build that he has access to. I mean, you get Black Cleaver, you can get Asterix Gauge, and suddenly Dominus plus that, you have over 1500 HP in shielding, plus the teleport changes we keep mentioning. Second phase of draft here, we're looking at mid lanes. A lot of the immobile ones are going to be kind of weird. You also always have to take into consideration that an Anivia might come out, as Honkyu has really been leaning on this champion in some of their games, has been picking up a lot of steam. I'm surprised by the Cassante ban, but Xiaosu has mostly made his name in the last 6 months on Renekton, Rumble, and Cassante, so all of those, only the Rumbles left over.
I want to ask you what you think of, is a Lulu ban worth throwing down? Wow, I'm on a roll.
There you go. What else? Give me more. They cut you off, brother.
Azir ban. Oh, wait, I switched sides. My bad. BLG.
Quickly, come on.
Zahen ban. I don't know.
No, you're playing Renekton. Come on.
Help, Colorcaster. Scion ban.
Yeah, that's good too. Sion's reasonable. You could go for Gnar.
Azir ban. Azir.
Hey, Azir ban.
I'm calling it. See if I can go 3 for 3. Is Azir a good ban in your opinion? I feel like it's
okay. I mean, you're always going to be threatened by Malphite, but I do think that Knight does need to beat some Azir allegations. His last game was not great. It was the only loss that they had in their series versus AL. So I want to see either he's going to put a little bit more time into it.
Damn.
Cassiopeia to me says that Honkyu wants to pick up a Rise game here. I wonder if Knight is going to let him have that. I think a Talia actually does make a little bit of sense, but is, again, susceptible to the Malphite problem.
I do also think if we get Rise, if we get Azir, plays perfectly into this like scaling group of Yunara, Mundo, Azir, right? Like they are, no way. I don't care about
good. This is good. This is good. On has been known to play Blitzcrank before.
Yeah!
We are getting a Blitzcrank into Malphite, Thresh, Aphelios. These are all great targets here for BLG. And playing right into the playstyle. I mean, an explosive 2v2 already here in the bottom lane. And a very tanky front line. These are going to be very slow fights here for both teams.
You know who loves a slow fight? Definitely a Yunara. Viper's going to be a fan of it. And they've held counter pick here for Knight. So now seeing the full comp, is it time to beat the allegations? I do think leading Scaler is the right call next to Yunara and Amundo.
So, Syndra is fine. Again, there is no mid lane mage right now that you're going to be able to pick up that can deal with Malphite properly. But Syndra gives you tools to play early. BLG, they have good lanes for playing topside. Now, this Gnar matchup can be explosive. we're probably going to be seeing a Grasp of the Undying here for Bin, as that's going to be something that you kind of use to survive the early laning phase. But there is not enough action through the jungle. I think a portion of why BLG has been so successful early on this season is that you have Shun being able to play aggressive. I love that On is showing just how cold it is.
Yeah, I was about to say, he goes, oh, he's cold. That's funny. And then, all right, you know what we have to evolve, though? I want to see, after a game win, that's also a 6 Selly. I don't know, maybe some Premier League fans are out there, Cole Palmer fans. You go, well, that's his Selly. That's a nice one to hit. You call a game, you stand up, you go, like, this is the crowd? Some serious aura farming going on there. All right.
If he knows that, then good on him.
Well, wait, I swear I saw... Didn't I see you were showing us Sots? One of these players was wearing a Chelsea jacket. So, I mean, like, that's Cole Palmer. That's Cole Palmer's team. That's all I'm saying. So, I don't know. We probably won't see that. I'm just hyped. I'm excited. This is going to be a statement match to define Split 1 of the LPL. How big of contenders are we ready to make JDG? And how damn good are Billy Gaming going to be in the LPL in 2026? Are we turning the clock back 2 years before? Definitely going to have some serious arguments either way by the time we're done and dusted with this Group Ascent series. And it's time to hit Summoner's Rift to kick it all off.
Oh, no.
No, not in the home arena.
Oh, no. That's so...
takeover on our hands.
They literally started the fan chant. One person says the Giles, and everyone starts laughing. Oh, brother. Okay, well... Not the grass that I was expecting, but it is Conqueror, and Bin is just fighting level 1. I mean, sure, you can do this, but it's a little dangerous if you miss a spell here.
Maybe trying to, I guess you can't really take Xiaosu out of XP range, so at least he's gonna get on his way towards level 2. I do, as we kind of settle into things and we start to see these clears, going back to your point about this Mundo, playing this may feel comfortable for Shun, but I do think it definitely takes away from that sort of full court press style that BLG like to go for in most games. It's not as easy with a Mundo.
Yeah, and it's not like they're just trying to smash all their lanes immediately. I do think that BLG do take a lot of hands trades because they know they have the best player in the league in mid lane a lot of the times. But there's just a lot of movement around mid lane. So Mundo can chase down a Malphite, but all he's doing is just throwing cleavers. There's not like a Xin Zhao for a knockup, and I don't know, we'll have to kind of see what that does for the flavor of this game. Knight is almost...
Honku! Oh my
Jesus
gosh.
Christ!
I mean, hey, he understands the assignment of this matchup, right? If I wanna stake my claim to the LPL, this is the guy to beat! And Honku will solo kill Knight to kick off our series!
By the way, he did that in the most baby faker way possible. That was very reminiscent of the Perks versus Cap solo kill. Flashes over a minion, gets the overload right on top of him, and that's the first blood. Knight has been nigh unkillable in the mid lane on a lot of these series. He's been very stalwart about not using summoner spells, and right there, he gets completely punished by Honku.
What a start. Just his second year playing Tier 1. And he's soloing out Knight in their first ever matchup.
And that was like near pixel perfect because the minion is right next to him. There's a very real possibility that that minion just tanks the overload and the fight is completely lost there. So a great play. Now we're going for a dive on top side. I think this is so fake. We have no damage.
Okay, hops down for Xiaosu. When is he going to flash? Perfect time there. Bin goes for the slice, and nice Shun takes up turret. Xiaosu's going to make it a 1-for-1, and Bin take an extra turret shot. He doesn't have flash. Junja is going to flash at him, roll a boulder on in. The chase down is there. Junja makes it 2 on the top side for JDG.
Jindong are saying, is this the best you got? Is this the best of the league? Is this your king? just give me the crown at this point. JDG with 2 free kills coming on through. And a pretty big mistake from BLG. Maybe some of that hubris starting to kick in. I mean, this is awesome for Xiaosu. He gets a great lane setup for himself. Malphite is just farming a storm. And the bottom lane hasn't done anything. We have not really gotten too much action between On and Vampire.
So I do think Shun got executed.
Yes, but still, that's local experience.
True, right. Just not the gold. As On landing the hook on a Honk. You remember he used the flash for the play in the mid lane to kill off Knight.
No.
The heal speed up. Vampire's going to ruin. He gets the heal speed up as well. Throws down the dark passage. Are they looking for a turn here with Junja? All right, Jun's going to come. Join the party a little bit here. Knight likely waiting on cooldowns. On as well, looking for a hook target. He's not going to find anyone. Hongyu without flash gets out from the pick play.
By the way, what is Vampire doing in that play where he's throwing the lantern after he walks forward? Can we just talk about the positioning and the thought process behind that? Great flash from Xiaosu, and Bin, thinking that he had enough damage from the slice and dice, doesn't even think to input an auto command there. So ends up staying a little too long, takes a turret shot, and again, free kill. Junja's got a lot of kill gold. And again, that local experience from Shun dying is gonna help. So he's already halfway through level 5. If he finishes his Gromp here, I think he actually just gets level 6 on the Gromp. And if it's not this, then it's gonna be the bottom side scuttle.
Damn, Bin doesn't have ultimate, and he still gets a really good trade into Xiaosu. He gets away from the stun. So Bin, despite, I mean, he does pick up the kill onto Xiaosu, so he does have that advantage. JDG off to a torrential start here. They have bot lane pressure with Vampire and Gala as well with the Graviton. Vampire's looking for On here. The Battle of the Hook champions. Now they're going to throw theirs out for now, but JDG, the Realm War play, they're looking to overload. The minion waves cut down, though, so they're already taking aggro.
Oh my God!
Vampire's going to cleanse, flash himself away by as much time as he can. Junja will fall to the turret. On flashes himself out to safety. Vampire picks up the kill. Now Knight has showed up. The golden left hand looking to punish JDG's transgressions, and a great scout of the week should set up Shun for the kill. They're going to give it over to Vampire. The turret will help it out. Excuse me, Knight grabbing that one, and a good little response there from BLG.
Some good plays there, and an unfortunate hook there from Vampire may have ruined the entire play. BLG, their bottom lane gets dove. Is this the dragon going over to BLG after a fantastic dive? I think the idea behind it, great Realm World setup. Junja got the level 6 after finishing his Gromp, so it set that play up in its entirety. But BLG, they get at least a few kills on the back end, and more importantly, Knight gets some credit there, so he's going to get to his evolve sooner with those Splinters of Wrath.
While it is a couple hundred gold shillings, it is Billy Gaming reclaiming that lead. Like you mentioned, though, Knight trying to get that reset off. I wonder how close he actually is to that first Splinter evolution. We won't get to see. Also pretty big that Vampire, I think he did everything he could to survive as long as possible, and he gets rewarded with that trade kill. So he also now holds a slight gold edge into Gala.
Let's see what else they can get. There's still a plate going over to JDG, so they're just getting closer to their quest completion. Remember, turret plates also give you some progress, however minuscule it is. It feels really good, especially as an AD carry when you're playing this champion. I mean, they had to hotfix nerf Aphelios for 26-1, just because the flat lethality and the fact that you just have access to 200 damage crit now thanks to the new season. Seeing some early movements. No dragon quite yet on the cards, but I mean, Malphite has level 7, also still has the ultimate available. I think it is a tough ask as BLG to walk into this pit.
I think Shun is going to be relatively fine with this because he will have first access to these grubs as they spawn. So they're up in mere seconds. Junja won't have any camps to steal away to punish this, so Shun with Bin's pressure on the top side and Knight arriving back to the mid lane. There should be all 3 grubs in response for Billy Gaming. Junja really wanted a camp to steal back. Or a
he doesn't, but they don't have vision. They don't have vision, and Rise is coming. They're going to dive again on this wave.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Vampire's immediately getting away from the turret. He's going to transcend, dash away from Junja. Arcaroon going to get the slow. Hook from On to throw. Junja over the turret. They knock him out of the dark passage. And here comes Knight once again. There's the Death Sentence thrown down. Moonlight Vigil going to hit. 2-man stun from Knight. And he's going to find the kill. Gala through all of that. Thanks to the green gun passive. On goes down, but again, BLG, I think they do a pretty good job covering for a dive onto Viper.
Beautiful Calibrum there from Gala. gets that kill. The dive doesn't end up working, but again, the most important part is we zoned Viper from the wave, and we still got ourselves a kill. Jinja also saving the ultimate there. JDG are playing with such good aggression, and it feels like their early game planning is doing a lot of wonders for them right now. First Dragon, no grubs even being contested here by BLG quite yet. They'll move into the area, but Shun is still on the bottom side of the map. You can see that it's going to take both Vampire or both Knight and On to move into the top side and get some vision down.
The gall and gumption for JDG to see how well Billy Gaming have played this full court press style, dominating all lanes, looking for all these dives, and opting to play that same style, but
good.
I mean, the original founders of it are for a reason Billy Gaming, as they make that easy kill on a Xiaosu.
Yeah, Bin needs to use his flash there. Let's save that summoner spell on for Knight. Let him just use his ghost at this point, and he'll be able to just walk back in the mid lane at this point. Bin gets a turret plate as well, so dealing good damage here on the other side of the map. I want to note that while if you've been looking at Western media, they may have lied to you. A certain outlet in the esports community has been talking a lot about Viper, but he has not been the main reason this team has been looking good. It really has been Knight and On who have been making such big plays and big movers and shakers for this BLG roster. And it's going to be a level or a needed path to success for BLG here in this game.
And that's also what can make BLG even scarier, that we haven't had the 1v9 Viper games that we know are going to happen at some point, Hulk, and when they do,
we hope.
That is, yeah, I really hope. I mean, manifest into reality, right? We were talking about that earlier.
Yeah.
I'm manifesting it. But if it does happen, I mean, that is Exodia BLG. And we technically haven't seen it yet, even with how good they've been playing.
Exactly. So we've got Dragon spawning in 2 minutes. There's not much for them to do, but Rise is doing such a good job. I want to praise HongQ because while I think his individual performance hasn't been stellar, at least here in this game number 1, I've been really impressed with not only his individual mechanics as we saw earlier, but his map movements in tandem with Junja, who we thought was going to be an easy slot in, but hasn't found the amazing amount of success that we were looking forward to immediately here in the season.
I missed... Oh, no. So Shun and BLG got all 3 grubs off that top lane dive.
Correct.
Yep. Okay, yeah. So that's big to give side lane pressure, because we do see Gnar, later in games does have a lot of agency to split push into a lot of matchups. So to get those grubs off of Xiaosu and get it into Bin's territory is always nice. Start to get grasp on some of these first item breakpoints coming across here. I guess maybe I'm not too privy to the Felios. The Storm Razor first, is that the new wave? I assume so.
I mean the movement speed is nice. So I mean the energized proc is okay. I've been seeing some people try to experiment with this item. We're going to do a lot of learning on the broadcast here then. So we'll see kind of grade Aphelios as to how he's doing. Right now he's in a good spot, half a level up on his lane opponent, and doing decently fine. So I want to see if Gala can perform. There's a big matchup between these two. It's been a while since we've seen Viper versus Gala. Viper joined EDG in 2021. I might have to hold this as we look for a top lane dive.
Oh, we'll get back to the big time matchup for sure, because we've got a big bad dive coming across. Junja trying to knock Bin out of his slice and dice. Really well done. He takes up the full turret, does get himself out. Silence come across to Junja as the unleashed power into the stun from the Syndra. Gets Viper the Arc of Ruin kill. BLG go for a big top lane dive, but everything comes with a cost against Jindong Gaming.
A whole turret in bottom lane is good. Yunara will get some of these plates, so at least getting a little bit here for Viper. But HongQ also farming. It's a decent trade. 2 kills there going over to BLG, and JDG will take a little bit of time to ravage the other parts of the map, get themselves some turret plates, maybe finish some of their quests. As you can see, already Aphelios done with his.
Back to your point, Aphelios, Gala Vampire. All because you did such good history going back and looking at some of these matchups. Tell the people about some of how these two have matched up against each other and some of the biggest moments each of them have seen on international stages as well.
I mean, when Viper joined EDG in 2021, it was a tie between RNG at the time and the EDG of that time. So spring playoffs, Gala beats Viper in the lower finals and goes on to win the entirety of playoffs. They then go on as RNG to win MSI 2021. That summer playoff, Gala and this team lose to an LNG with Icon and Tarzan, and while Viper goes to win the entire thing playing against FPX in the finals. And then at Worlds, Viper knocks Gala out of Worlds contention in top 8. He beats him in the quarterfinals and then goes on to win the entire World Championship. Now, things have obviously changed since then, but for Gala, I think there's a lot of resentment to try to beat this guy, and he knows he's a top-level AD carry, while Gala himself has kind of slipped in terms of form. We haven't seen, I think, top-level Gala in a really long time. We got glimpses of it back in 2025 with this IG roster, but it's been a while, and I think Viper has kind of stayed as the premier AD carry around the world.
But the most fun sell out of everything you just told me is when these guys match up, it's always big stakes. So matchup like this in Split 1 for who can really catch BLG, and then like we talk about, we can only hope, but the way these group of set is going, think that these two teams could once again match up in one of those huge regional playoff matchups like you pointed out from the 2021 campaign from these two. So that's going to be super fun to track as we go along. But getting back into the game, one of the things we saw while we were talking about the history of our two marksmen, JDG opened up a pretty big win con. They now have the first 2 Drakes towards an Ocean Soul, while BLG have inside track to a Rift Herald and a cushion gold lead of their own.
And On's trying to fish for something. I know he doesn't see very much thanks to the control ward placed by Vampire. We have Herald here on the map, and BLG have a minor gold lead right now, but all of it is in bin. Otherwise, the game is even right now. Gala has a 30 CS lead over enemy AD carry and is close to finishing his IE. Look at the splash damage.
Oh, On. He doesn't need the hook. He's going to flash silence. Gala, he can't get the lantern. Great find for BLG. Gala is caught and sent back packing.
Man, look at the spellbook as well from On. He gets the exhaust. He puts it right on top of Gala. No movement available. That opens up a free Herald, and they can even stop Hongq from pushing in the rest of this wave. No turret behind him if they really want to go for a long chase. That was exactly what BLG wanted. The laning phase wasn't clean, but I mean, we could just punish this guy on repeat. That's exactly what BLG will look for.
And that for On is exactly what we've been so excited to see him getting back to, just mechanical outplays to make picks happen.
This blue trinket, man! He gets the silence, the knock-up, the exhaust, the gray screen. Explosive play from BLG, and that's exactly what they needed to break open a stalemate. So a 2,000 gold lead now. Still, again, almost all of it is in bin, but making plays without the big bad Renekton as well. Feels very good for Billy.
Starting to manifest in some pretty powerful items as well, right? As we pointed out with our last Lunara showing tonight, Viper has now got the Fiend Hunter bolts with the Kraken Slayer combo. So now when he transcends, he's going to throw out some very deadly autos, especially to start a fight. Knight not too far away from getting his second item with that needlessly large rod. Maybe this will be a Shadow Flame instead of that, Cosmic Drive path we see a lot of Syndros take. Hook wide from On. Shelly out on the Rift. Scatter the Weak just to make sure nobody can try and contest this Shelly crack into the turret, and not really much of a plate left here, so more gold to BLG, but most importantly, a lot of this map on the top side wide open.
2 turrets there, and we're just getting gold into Knight and Viper. Feels pretty good. I mean, I was afraid because I see level 11 on Malphite, and surely we have to be blowing flashes, but a dragon spawning in 50 seconds, and this would be the 3rd dragon for Jindong Gaming. I think it is so important that they grab this. Maybe they try to make a play on Knight before they rotate down to the bottom side. There's no vision here.
Oh, Realm warping in. Flying Oyster Boys going after Knight. And he will have to burn that oh-so-coveted flash Hulk that you like to highlight with him.
So no flash available for Knight, no Ghost either, so he's going to have to kind of walk into this bottom lane with a little bit of hesitancy. No Malphite ult is good, but he has a ton of ability haste. It's already a quarter of the cooldown down. Thanks to the Zeke's Convergence, the Kindle Gem that he has a lot of ability haste open and available to Junja. So as long as JDG can slow down the dragon, if they can maybe bait BLG to be a little bit more aggressive, they can very easily look for a turn on this fight.
It's very hard, though, to warrant any sort of fight for a comp with sporting Malphite, not having that ultimate available. Also just too slow off the reset. 2-item Lunara with a Renekton gets rid of that dragon easily. Another big win for BLG. They're stacking gold, and now they've slowed a real win con here for JDG.
Man, they would have loved if they could have an Ocean Soul Point right now here for JDG. But that top lane play, maybe a little bit ambitious. If that top lane turret wasn't there, maybe Knight ends up dying, but small wins here for BLG. That has almost never been something we have said about this team. Every single time for the past 3 years when we've looked at this lineup, it has been big wins after big wins, snowballing games time and time again. Now, Knight, no flash.
All right, unstoppable force, Vampire hook. They've locked Knight down. They don't need their damage dealers. Junja and Vampire, the playmakers for Jindan Gaming, getting a crucial kill.
All right, what is it though? What does this mean? What does this turn into the game? It's Knight not farming, yes, but it's Hongq finally being able to hit on this bottom lane tier 2. Okay, that's good plays. This is good ability to move around the map and start opening up things for JDG. They're looking for maybe some more damage onto this mid turret as another plate falls to Gala. But
I mean, it's so hard with this gun combo. It's really hard for Vampire to comfortably take these waves down.
Viper. They both have fangs. They both have fangs. So fair enough. But also,
did I do it? Oh my gosh!
Yep,
all right, yeah.
I think you did. Also, I think if you're usually when I talk about Yunara, she is a fantastic duelist. Also, already completed the Fiend 100 bolts, so you would think much better at being able to do that. However, Gala had already finished the Infinity Edge, and especially with those gun combos, as you were hinting to, I think that is a very even match, if not potentially going in favor of Gala. I would definitely be a little bit afraid if I was Yunara at this point. So you can see right now that mid-tier 1 going down in favor of BLG is opening up some ability for them to play a bit aggressively in JDG's jungle. You can see right now that they are fishing for a pick, looking for someone. I think Vampire is a very, very worthy target as this Thresh.
Oh, there's the hook. Gets Junja over the wall into the Baron Pit. Dark Passage is going to get him back towards Vampire. So they'll be safe there. Does give JDG inside track with some of this vision. Vampire, Death Sentence on to On. Drops the box for the slow. He has to use the Mikhails for speed up. Hooks Junja again into a Scatter the Weak stun. Junja, another Dark Passage. Gets Vampire, gets his teammate on out of there.
They can find Hongq.
Now Knight has an inside track to Hongq. Slow goes first. Get a bit of damage down. Scatter the Weak isn't available, but Hongq has to pop his Ghost. Key Summoner to get out of the Rise.
Just posturing from both teams might look a little strange. Vampire's doing a lot of work. I think Vampire's
Yep,
dead,
Mundo
actually.
Gaming. Shun's just walking down. Who's ever in front of him? Junja tries to go after Viper and Knight on the backside. Huge stuns. Hongq trades out Knight, but Viper gets himself out of safety. Xiaoshu with the big shield shows up for the TP. Shun with the maximum dosage is not to be trifled with. Good little response there from Junja to save a Mundo walkdown from Shun.
Another another Knight death there is really important. I mean, that's gold still going into the back pockets of JDG, and it lets for Rise go to the side lane. Bin didn't have teleport for that play. He'll have it in the next 45 seconds, which means that BLG will have some, at least, breathing room when it comes to making cross-map plays. I think JDG are so focused on getting this top tier 1, but just haven't been able to get it. Knockup from On is okay. The damage from JDG just wasn't here, and I think On blocks so much of this Infernum ultimate. If that landed onto those multiple members, this could have been even worse here for BLG. So the support, this Blitzcrank is doing a lot of work. Maybe not intentionally, but doesn't matter, right? Like, if it happens, it happens. That's what you'll take it.
And, you know, relatively quiet, you know, first 20 minutes here for Shun. Doesn't have to do too much. How big is that for him on this Mundo that I don't know. I feel like he's just been able to power farm comfortably like he wants to. He's down camps to Junja, but he's gotten into Heartsteel. He has the Spirit Massage. Like, this Mundo is scaling to a tank juggernaut pretty well.
Yeah, we saw at the World Championship that the big breakpoint for Mundo was hitting level 16 because maximum dosage at that rank is ridiculous with the healing and the DR that it gives you. So with this champion, if he can actually get to that point, it'd be great. It seems like we are going for a bit of a later game. We're at 23 minutes with 14 kills. It seems like it's just generally going to be a slow game. So if Mundo can scale, that's awesome. But I just think the ability to make plays like this.
They've caught On. He'll have to sacrifice himself, just throwing down the Blitzcrank ult at the last point. Viper hasn't transcended. Knight's coming on over, and Vampire will make sure nobody gets clipped by a Scatter the Weak, because at this point for Knight, could mean a very easy kill onto a squishy with that Shadow Flame completed.
Honkyu is cut off. He's going to have to realm warp into this side of the fight if he wants to go for it. Viper might just take him up on that trade. Might as well stopping him. Bin with a flank.
In. Oh, that's a very angry Croc. JDG have no ideas in that pit. Junja, you have a bad surprise coming for you. They're going after Gala. Bin gets the stun. Gala is caught and cut down. Honkyu throws himself into the frame, but Shun takes away the dragon. JDG are spiraling to find these kills, but they at least get one back onto Vampire. Bin forward onto Xiaosu, has not gone into Mega.
Oh my!
From Vampire gets sniped though, and now all the damage is out of BLG's comp. So it's the front line that has to get it done, and Shun is just gonna casually walk him down in his business casual attire to cut down some of these other kills. Slow after slow, knock up, no hook, but Xiaosu, the turret won't protect him, and he's got a long walk away from Shun, who can eat all the CC he wants. Xiaosu's death warrant has been written, and it's Bin that will finally collect it under the tier 2 turret. It's a delayed ace for Billy Gaming.
And the dragon is secured still here by Shun after all of that. That was a great fight there at the start for JDG, but BLG slowly make their way through, and we thought the idea was, hey, Bin's gonna go in, try to stun Junja, maybe they just one-shot the Malphite. No, they go straight onto Gala, and Rise was never in that fight. Teleport comes in from BLG. Do they make this Baron play happen?
Well, for now, okay, they just got Discovery. Good scrying warp. I don't know who that was. Yeah, it's gonna be Gala that spots it out. They're not disturbed.
They can contest. Yeah, Xiaoshu has no teleport yet. He's not even alive at this point. He has to still build Meganar. This might just be a one-way trip for Junja.
All right, come on. Make your mark here. Steal your first Baron in the LPL, Junja. Unstoppable force over the wall. He goes in, he steals it right from under BLG. And now Xiaoshu can TP in. He doesn't have Meganar. We knew Junja was going to one-way trip, even if the Inferno Moonlight Vigil comes down. But what a one-way ticket for Junja. His first stolen Baron in the LPL.
All right, you slow down the game, but I gotta say, Slayer, I don't know if that is worth it. That Baron is gonna give you a lot of local gold, and we'll go all the way back to the start of this dragon. Perfect vision toggle. Thank you to our observers for showing this one. He's just building up the bar. He's getting all of these rage stacks, so he has the empowered stun or the slice and dice. E flash, empowered W, the stun is longer, Gala's out of that fight, and Honkyu is just now realm warping in. This is as good of a fight as it was going to get, and I gotta say, Shun, we had some criticisms of his smite in some series past, but at least today, he is on point with them. Well, all the damage is not here. Honkyu, it took him too long to get in here. If he was here at the beginning, this could have been a much different fight, but I loved what we got from the mid and 80 carry position out of BLG early.
Yeah, I was gonna say, Shun's smite, not good here.
97. I saw 94. I thought I saw 97.
Oh, 94. Maybe it was 94. All right, you know, maybe they're hurting a lot of JDG fans in the arena tonight, but that one's hyped up for the steal.
Hey, look, any Baron steal is going to be hyped. Sometimes it breaks your heart, sometimes it brings you elation, but either way, it is just exciting. Baron here for 3 members, still.
Whoa, on. Now Junja's going to be able to throw himself right into Shun and on.
We're in slow motion here on Huya.
Knock up ever. Shun's walking at Gala. And Gala's just like that. Nobody died, guys. Nobody died.
What the hell? Guys, that was not us. You can blame the clean feed that we have. Nothing ends up happening, but it looks like BLG are in a good spot.
Oh my god, that Moonlight Vigil all nearly dies to a minion. It was a good stun from Knight. He clips Gala, but that ult is scary at this point when he has Infernum up.
If there was ever a time I really needed an LPL replay, it's right about now. Finally, JDG, I talked about it a while ago, but they really wanted this top tier 1. They used their Baron, and they're going to utilize it now to finally take it. A lot of crystalline overgrowth as well. So no tier 1 stand for BLG. Hopefully this means for them that they can move around the map a little bit quicker, and they'll be able to push these lanes so they can get priority once they do that. So Let's see it. JDG now, I think pretty big items coming on through. We have the obviously completed Rod of Ages and the Seraphs, but an Actualizer now in his build, which is an item that has an active during which your mana and all your spells cost double. However, it means that based on however much max mana you have, you do a percentage more. So with Rise especially, this item is huge for him. I imagine at this point, he's probably sitting where anywhere between like 30 to 35% bonus damage.
And then for our marksman, I think Gala still has the innate raw damage advantage, but an LDR done for Gala, or Viper, he will be able to throw down in a lot of these extended trades. And Shun in the jungle, 3 items tank deep, and you called out that level 16 maximum dosage. Shun is not far away from that mark.
I think he, oh man, I thought he was going to get enough experience from killing the ward there. Vampire looks for a hook, but who does he hook in this game? He has to land it onto Knight or onto Viper. Maybe if the passive is off for Shun. Junja's in the pit by himself.
Bin the same brush. He's in the same brush. Is he going to pop Dominus now? Oh my god, JDG, we can't fall for the same thing again, right?
Oh,
where is Bin?
Oh, they know!
Oh, there he goes! Bin's going after Gala. It's deja vu! But this time, Gala gets kited back. He has enough stuns. He's safe. Bin goes into the redemption. Junja on the front line. His teleport goes like Knight. Looks for a flash play on a Gala, but falls flat. And the Gnar ultimate hits onto 2 into the Moonlight Vigil. Down goes Bin. Viper desperately trying to kite back as the front lines are starting to crumble. And Shun goes down next. BLG tried the same exact dragon play, and this time, it doesn't work out. JDG fight win, Ocean Soul point.
Wow, and even with a biffed start of that fight, JDG still come out the victors in that one. I mean, I thought Bin was going to find the stun again, but a few summoner spells just go a little bit wide, and the damage is not there. Gala stays alive, puts the damage out, Knight even tries to find it. We take a look at this again. How does Gala survive? I mean, he already has a little bit of a shield here. I mean, Xiaoshu, this has to be like intuition or something. He randomly throws out a Q. Gala flash. Don't look at the Malphite ult. Thank you to our observers. The shield from the Dark Passage. And then nobody from BLG is on top of him.
Get in.
Yeah, Viper's not getting in. Knight tries to flash to find something, gets nothing.
Oh no.
And now,
no, not
Viper gets caught.
Picked off.
I can't wait to see if BLG win this game, can't wait to see the Sheep Esports headline. Viper with an incredible 3-3-3 performance on Yunara. Tower goes down and BLG, they're starting to lose this one out as JDG are clutching out fights.
Oh, it was a Hongq Realm Warp, and they got Flash Cleanse off of Viper and still get that kill. That is monumental.
It is the mid-jungle. A lot of players that I thought this duo were not exactly performing to expectation, but in this game with the Rise and the Malphite, Junja and Hongq are in perfect sync here in this game.
Xiaoshu, I mean, this Syndra hits like a truck on anybody. On's gonna hook a minion, and then Vampire gets a hook onto him. Junja, I don't know what that unstoppable force was. But it's not going to cost him. Scout of the week onto 2. My God, it chunks Hongq down to half. Vampire's down to half. Knight is hitting like a freight train. And JDG are scattered to the wind, backing away from BLG's tier 2 turrets. How far do Billy Gaming want to chase this, though? Shun is that Mundo. He's just going to heal up. He has no fear when he has the maximum dosage. Oh, another hook goes wide. Hongq gets away from it. Dark Passage get Gala out. Vampire going to pop the spell shield from Shun with the Dark Passage. Down to about half HP, but BLG are content. Yep.
This is just Baron here. Like, JDG do not have timers to recall. Xiaoshu is going to have to TP back into this fight, but he will not have Mega Gnar here.
Realm Warp, it's fake. Nobody's coming in. Junja has Unstoppable Force again. He's already stolen one Baron. Is he going to go for it again? No, this time, Knight gets the stun down. Junja still wants to look for Unstoppable Force, but you can't ult any of these frontline members. He has to find Vampire. He has to find Knight. Shun pops back some doses. Straight hook from On. His tower deletes Junja. Knight looking for the turn alongside Viper's Transcendent. Xiaoshu trying to stack up the Mega Gnar bar as Ben gets very, very low. Nice full range Dark Death Sentence from Vampire. Bin goes down. BLG trade, jungle for top laner, but a purple banner onto 4.
Great vision denial from BLG, and the scatter of the week obviously just makes it impossible for Junja to find the smite steal. Now, Slayer, it all comes down to this. 2 minutes, an Ocean Soul potentially at the grasp of JDG, and it only takes a single fight from here. This is exactly what we wanted to see from the top 2 teams here in the LPL. 2 of the biggest expectations in terms of roster to depend on. Look, AL are crumbling, IG and Top Esports are not what they once were, and Weibo are still trying to do that Weibo thing. But while all of that is happening, BLG and JDG are at the top of the table, and it's only game number 1.
Whew. Got little goosebumps going on that one, huh? So we get set for this dragon about minute 15. I want you to talk to, all right, well, the item breakpoint I was already talking about got finished. That's huge. Viper, Infinity Edge is done. This Yunara finally has the big, damage, high octane zone now.
Doesn't have the 100% crit chance naturally, but once you proc the ultimate, should be in a good spot. And it's a very big power spike, but I'm looking the other side here, Slayer. I see Gala with 4 items plus a QSS. He is nigh unkillable in a lot of these fights, and with that LDR plus a flat lethality, exactly, he is going to be in a really good spot. What can BLG do to destabilize the game? They're trying to get push in mid, but it's equalizing now. They're pushing on this bottom lane wave, but all this does is get minions onto the other side of the map. You're not going to be able to spend this gold immediately right now. And there's still a top wave that's stacking in favor of JDG, so all this control. I like the vision coming in from BLG. Let's set up an objective properly and do what we couldn't do in years past, which is, have pretty decent setups around objectives.
All right, JDG going to get some very valuable time clearing out bot river vision because Shun went far up mid lane. Should be able to get, I don't know if he's going to get his CC shield back. He's wary of going for it. Shun is susceptible to crowd control. It's a big first step to get rid of this Mundo. Shun, though, level 16, max indulgence, high health bars. He wants a 50-50. Gala has to flash away from an on-hook. That's a huge summoner to get down. Junja already stolen a Baron, and this time it's Knight to secure the Ocean Drake. No Ocean Soul. Bin goes after Gala. This time, can he find that kill? No. GA gets popped, but Honkyu's getting turned on here. BLG looking for the chase down. Unleashed power. Gets him down to half. Shooting over the wall. Just gonna walk him down. Business. Business suit, but the Realm Warp gets Honkyu out.
They don't get the dragon. We're going to 7 in these dragons right now, and a fantastic Realm Warp escape from Honkyu. All of the flashes, they were necessary in this fight. Gala stayed alive. Bin dies again, but Knight saves the play. The man in the mid lane, the most legendary mid laner in the LPL right now. Bin and On, they do exactly what they need to. They get the flash away from Gala. They're staying on top of this objective right now. And while Xiaoshu isn't really doing much here in this fight at the start, the solo lanes of JDG are getting a lot done. Hongkyu's on the opposite side. He's tanking all the aggro from BLG. And this just means that Bin is getting completely soloed out as he goes on a one-way trip to try to find Gala. Oh. And then this escape is just magic on top. Oh my god, On's dead!
On's dead. And Knight nearly goes down as well. On's gonna flash. Hold on, Blast Cone! Oh, the death sentence doesn't find its grip.
This is an incredibly tense fight right now. A single pick just completely opens up the game. On surviving there probably saves them a lot of headaches. We'll take a look at the picture-in-picture. What exactly happened? They just made a play in mid, and Knight has no flash yet again. Look at this. We just came out of that replay. We go back into live. Junja's ult is already back up. That's a minute and a half gone. And they can just make this happen again. Knight will still not have flash for 3 minutes.
He will have the Seeker's Arm Guard, so outplay potential for a Malphite ult. Maybe he can dodge a Moonlight Vigil from Gala as well with that. But yeah, losing flash is going to make every single click Knight makes in these fights even more problematic. We've got the Ocean Drake that will decide Ocean Soul in 3 minutes, a Baron in a minute as well. 2 clear-cut moments for fights that will end this game at 37.5 minutes.
And a problem we talked about in the draft for BLG is usually they have Shun as an engager, but in this game, we're watching Bin have to be the front line in this game. I mean, Shun can really tank a lot of damage, but he can't engage for this team. All you're looking for is whether Bin can land a stun, it can Knight land a stun, can On land a hook. That is it here for BLG. It is significantly more conditional, whereas JDG, it can be a hook. It can just be Malphite pulling the trigger. And it makes it significantly, in my mind, easier for JDG to kind of call their shot and kind of write the rules of engagement here in this game. So we're seeing BLG have to problem solve in real time, and they've gotten away with a lot here in this game just by being the better players in a lot of instances.
Also has Xiaosu, who can just go in with a big Gnar ultimate. It's really BLG that need that pick, or they need Viper to churn through the front line appropriately enough, but he's just not there by this point. It's too difficult. As we start setting up another nice little skirmish. It's the battle for mid lane prio and then the vision towards Baron, but feels like both teams are pretty content maybe waiting this out until the dragon spawns. We're under a minute 30.
Yeah, there's just no reason. I mean, because the dragon spawn is so near, it is nigh impossible. Neither of these teams have great Baron turn damage. Now, JDG are allowed to sneak this. They do have Realm Warp, so if somehow, some way, they just find a pick or someone moves too forward,
On! Scour of the Week, though, clips Gala on the back end. He does have to burn that QSS, but On is dead. Picked off. Nice find for Junja. Man advance for JDG, and they're turning their sights towards the Baron. They have a neat little window where they can burn this down before Dragon comes up.
And they can Realm Warp out, and just look at his ultimate. It's already halfway back up. He just used it. And there's still a Mikhail's there's still a Mikhail's here from Viper, or Vampire, sorry, onto Gala. Can Bin sneak in?
Is he going to walk it and steal it? You get Junja back, Death Sentence down the box, maximum dosage. Shun is trying to heal through all of Gala's damage. He's doing a good job.
Look at Bin!
Off to the backside flank, but Hongq picks off Viper all the way halfway across the screen. Knight is going to find the tranquil into Hongq. Ensemble Force falls flat. Knight is desperately trying to kite back as Shun's health bar is unwavering. Gala is chasing him around, but Xiaosu clips down Knight, and finally, Gala gets through the Mundo. JDG ace, JDG game 1 win.
Oh, they're trying to use the bot lane wave. This is a good ultimate from On, but it's just not enough. Just having so many cleanses available to them. JDG completely outplaying that team fight. Hongq getting right into the back line. That's just it. Death timers are way too long. You called it right there, Slayer. JDG are going to open this up with first blood in the series.
We talk about BLG starting one of their most dominant runs in the LPL in years. They've only dropped 2 games coming into this matchup. Well, they've nearly doubled that count thanks to the new look JD Gaming. First edge goes their way in our series.
Look, Tabe is just trying to get some revenge on some older clubs here. He took down AL. He's gonna potentially take down BLG here. And it all starts with one game. And I gotta say, outside of some individual flubs, that was a very tough composition for BLG to play. I think definitely an adventurous one where they're, I think, maybe testing some of their own jungle champion pools right there, but a fantastic set of team fights from JDG. Just effortlessly maneuvering around BLG, and especially in our carry roles. Gala and Hongq came to play tonight.
Yeah, I mean, Gala, one thing we know about him is when he's on, like, the frame perfect flashes, like the correct kite backs, throwing out ultimates, getting the cleanses down at the right time. He's always there for that. And you saw in those fights, I'm glad you pointed out Hongq. We'll get a look at this replay. The way the camera panned away from that Baron fight, we didn't get that good of a look on how Hongq gets on top of Viper, but gotta think it's a Realm Warp towards the Sunara. And back to your point about the composition, I felt like it was trying to do too many things at the same time, right? You talk like Shun isn't an engage tool. Bin then has to try and dive backline to be it, but with those two that far up, like nobody can cover for Vampire. On's on Blitzcrank. That's not a great peel champion. Knight gets set. Like, it was just a little too all over the place in some of those later fights.
It's a very tough composition to play. Also, I will just be honest, Vampire on this Thresh ended up having so much utility. The problem that I usually have with Thresh is that his laning is really weak because he has virtually no stats in the game, and because his passive gives him armor, he has some of the lower base armors that we see from supports in the game. So he's usually a big kind of stick that kind of gets walked over, but Bin tries to get on the back line, Dark Passage, the Flay comes through as well, and it's near
box.
impossible for him to get on there. Yeah, Vampire played this game incredibly well, and we didn't touch on them too much here in this game just because, again, you have Viper and Gala playing. Knight versus Honkyu ended up being explosive as we expected. Vampire is a player that has gone through kind of through the ringer in terms of his reputation. He was one of the worst players in the league in 2023, 2024. Then he comes onto that WE roster, and it's like, okay, maybe Vampire's got some legs. This has to be the year in my mind that Vampire makes his claim to be a top 3 support in the league.
I mean, just think about at least for Split 1, right? It might not be the whole year. Like, what supports are we missing that we're used to? Mako. There's no Hong. We got no Crisp around, right? Like, the door's wide open. Not just the team, but, like, how the rest of his class looks is shaping up for 2026.
I mean, right now, his competition is, like, Jue, who debuted in the same year as him, but is on a much different team. I know that we have a really big kind of soft spot for that player. And then maybe, like, Arha, but Arha's in his second kind of year.
Yeah. And then
some
there's Kyle
might even,
up there, obviously.
Yeah, but Kyle's been here for a little bit, and that guy is by and far away probably our best support. But On is playing really damn well. This game was not it from him.
No.
But other than that, I feel like On has been playing a spectacular set of games. But we don't have to talk about him because JDG obviously won that game and in spectacular fashion.
Yeah, it was awesome to watch. And, you know, seeing back on how their comms looked, we got that nice clip we missed in the pre-show. Every one of these fights, that's like all I'm thinking about, right? Is you kind of start to see it all, understanding how much Vampire and Xiaosu are talking in some of these games. You can see how JDG move based off of the things they look for. You mentioned like how they played off of Vampire's peel with this Thresh game. They played off some of his hooks, and then Xiaosu, maybe a little bit unsung hero, like that late Dragon fight, he gets a big Gnar ultimate onto a couple guys. The Baron Pit fight, he gets this good look on the Mega Gnar. This is what to expect for JD Gaming going forward in success. It's those two, the vocal voices, and then these carries showing up. And boy, oh man, I hate it. It hurts my Viper heart. Look at that damage split. That's disgusting.
I think we're just seeing that Yunara is not as OP as some people say. Like, it's very reasonable that she has high priority, but there are a ton of answers. Aphelios and Corki were ones that we saw earlier today. And obviously Aphelios here tonight, right now. Just good laning phase and a decent team fighter, but it does take a little bit of time and you need space. And while he has the front line, I don't think he has the necessary crowd control here. Some of these highlights, I mean, they put a lot of effort to get Bin into a spot where he's supposed to be kind of their pseudo-tank engage champion. We kind of saw his build where he gets Black Cleaver, he has the Serix, the Shojin, so he's going to have a lot of HP, and he also got level 20, so he's just very, very tanky. But aside from that, I mean, the threat on the backline was just not there. Also, maybe an uncharacteristic Knight game. Getting solo killed at level 1 or level 2 was pretty tough.
Yeah. He gets caught, right? Like, remember what you saw in the picture-in-picture at one point late in that game, he has to burn Ghost Flash because him and On get caught in this top river brush. Like, these are not characteristic Knight plays, without a doubt.
I can't believe this second play doesn't end up working here for Bin, man. Like,
Gala.
This is the one that works. This is the one that works, not the next one.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh, it is this one.
This is not the one that
this
works.
one.
Yeah, because Gala, what does he see? He flashes. I don't even understand. It's so fascinating how your brain can process like that. He maybe gets like whatever the quickest a human reaction can be. I think it's like 0.8 seconds for like MLB hitters or something. Like 0.8 seconds, he sees a Renekton and he's flashing away from him like instantly. There's no thought in his mind except this is what I have to do to survive, and it's so cool to see.
He was one of our best team fighters. It took him a little bit when he was playing with Mako, and I'm assuming that some of that is still kind of calibrating with Vampire in the lane. But after 2 series, it felt like him and Gala were really starting to click. And, I mean, if this is the Gala that we're going to get for the entirety of the year, then I think this is really a JDG lineup that we can be continuously proud of. And hopefully we can see at internationals representing us. I mean, there's so many LPL seeds going into all of the... Honky, man.
That's what I want to see, right? We didn't get to see it during the fight. Yeah, he just pounces on Viper at the perfect moment.
So, MVP for this
Player of the
game,
game?
Gala.
Yeah.
Yeah, very
Gala?
clearly Gala. If not Gala, then it's Honkyu. But, like, I think there are many, many reasons you could pick Honkyu. Like, just the solo kill alone is iconic, but
Yeah.
many fights in here where Gala is smurfing out of his mind.
The more I think about this game, the more I realize it's just not good for my brand. I wouldn't be mad. I'm saying this. This is Slayer saying it. I wouldn't be mad at like a vampire. He's not gonna get a vampire player of the game.
He's not
Some things
getting
you
it.
talked about, like he's like Gala doesn't do this if Vampire isn't playing out of his mind. But there we go. Gala finally matching back up against Viper when they've been known for always having heater head-to-heads when they see each other. Gala wins round 1.
And a great start here to this series. This is very similar to that BLG AL series. Started off game 1, Tarzan on the very first Jace, and the only Jace we've had in LPL. Completely smurf, and then BLG kick it on for game 2 and game 3. So I'm hoping the same here delivers.
We'll have to see here. A little bit of suspect performances from Knights. Viper can't really get going in that game because JDG had a plan, stuck to it, and were unwavering. What a start. Jindong Gaming looking to try and cement themselves as a true contender in the LPL for Split 1. We'll see if they can do that by sweeping out BLG, undefeated BLG. We'll find out and more after another break before Game 2. All right. Go ahead, man.
Do the intro. Do the intro.
Okay. Welcome back to LPL English, where JD Gaming have stolen away Game 1 to give BLG their just third game loss of the season so far, and I think Ulk is here to try and rally the troops.
Slayer, do you know who this is that I'm holding? This is the mascot for BLG. This is Balulu, okay? I have been paid by the BLG fans to come out in force tonight, okay? Look, we lost game 1. Let me make sure I have this on right. We lost game 1, okay? I got my Balulu hat. I got the scarf. I got the little man sitting right here.
Yep.
We need to win, okay? The entire ecosystem will collapse if BLG lose this series, okay? We're going to lose this series. We're never going to first stand MSI or Worlds. Sheep Esports is not going to be able to farm posts off of Viper winning games in the LPL. Everything will collapse. This is like if Caps ever leaves G2 or Europe or retires. If Faker retires, that's basically, this is the oncoming apocalypse if BLG loses this series. So I'm here to save the LPL, and I'm doing my part. See? This is basically like a potato, but significantly cuter.
Don't worry, I'm also a Suning fan. Shout out.
There you go.
Leo the Lion, anybody? I don't know. I just want to participate in the blushy fun. All right. Bringing back to okay, Mr. Super BLG fan, definitely not paid to say all these things. Hopefully the bias doesn't carry into some of the casting critiques. What does BLG need to do, in your mind, from the draft approach, to have you confident that all of LOL League Esports will not be collapsing at the end of the day?
Well, I want them to pick the best champions possible at blowing up Nexuses, or Nexi. I don't know if there's really a plural for this. I don't really care.
I tried that earlier. I thought it was Nexi too.
Yeah. I want to see Sun back on Wukong, back on Xin Zhao. The Malphite is out of the equation now, so we don't have to really worry about this champion. And let's get ourselves a playable bot lane matchup. We've tried the Yunara experiment. I'm sorry, Viper. It's back to MF duty. You're back on, brother.
Oh, man. Oh, man. All right, well, I do think Misfortune gets picked in this game. I think one of the two of these teams definitely get Misfortune.
Okay.
BLG have first selection available to them. So we saw JDG take first pick. I believe BLG would want first pick here. It is a little worrying, right? Like, is that the first small sample size? That's the first BLG loss where Knight's playing Syndra, right? Like,
I mean, sure.
Syndra's off the board. Like, I guess
Rise is off the board.
Syndra Rise. I guess Allen gets to benefit from the fact that support pool is wide open. Everyone, we played Blitzcrank Thresh in game 1, so anything can go there.
Yeah, Nico's still here, Nautilus, Alistar, everybody's still here. So I'm not really worried about that. I think we had enough unique champions in Game 1 that there's not going to be too much that's really out. I think that means that Games 2 and Games 3, we're still going to have a lot of those like red-hot missiles ready to go for either team. Again, Xin Zhao, in my mind, still probably the best premier AD jungler on the patch right now. And then outside of that, I mean, really everything's up. So I kind of want to see what priorities are going to be. Bans are going to tell us a lot. We're still expecting things like the Jace, the Nico, the Orianna was banned, which I think is interesting. Assuming that BLG will have first pick here, I do think that they're going to probably look to try to grab that.
Varus usually eats some bans early in series, but could come up as well. The one of the highest win rate champions we have across all the games we've seen in the LPL so far. Let's get into it. Game 2 draft coming your way now. And I believe...
Yep.
So BLG first pick? Yep. Okay. Yep. As expected.
Jarvan.
Aurora ban.
Aurora. In my mind, this is probably Orianna getting set up here. Just some bad matchups that they wouldn't want to play against. And just making sure that they have that for themselves. JDG are going to snap that away. So now we're going down the tier list. Talia is available. Azir is still up on the table. Kutsi and Ari. Those are kind of champions that are immediately coming to mind here for me.
And then jungle. Xin Zhao, you pointed out, Wukong's still going to be floating around here. We've seen Shun play a Kiana game. He's the big hero in Game 3 against AL. Finishes that game off. No Rumble. So top lane getting a bit pinched as well. Still have a lot of those big tank players up there. Again, like you heard all talk about, we had enough unique picks in Game 1 where we're going to get some pretty good trades into these drafts. It's just who really comes away with the first big premier pick. Do we see the Varus ban here? Pinch the jungle pool? There's a couple options.
You know, I didn't really think about it, and you always have to be worried about a Jax, but Rumble, Renekton, and Nargon, Cassante becomes massive in this game. His counters are very few and far between. Again, have to think about the Jax, but that can come a little bit later in the draft here. What are BLG going to be looking for? If you're just trying to look for a snapback, you could go for, again, the Xin Zhao, but honestly, I know Varus is strong. I really want to make sure that Shun gets a champion that is going to be kind of front and center when it comes to engage for us.
I mean, it could be that they see a couple of
Wow!
What?
Because they know, okay, this is a really interesting gambit. We're going for first pick Karma because Nico is up. And Vampire has been a good Nico, but whatever lane that Viper and On have up their sleeve to try to beat it, I think is going to be significantly interesting. Honestly, if they give over Varus Nico to try to play something like Karma MF, I'm down for it.
Karma Ezreal is like the pairing that I always go with for Ezreal.
Oh, we're remaking draft. God damn it. Okay. They know they're trolling. Don't laugh. Do not laugh, Viper. This is not funny. I don't want to go through this draft again.
It's kind of funny. It's kind of funny. Listen, hey, you're not allowed to say anything bad about. You can't do that to BLG players right now. You're paid off. Be nice.
Exactly. That's why I'm allowed to do it. I'm paid off.
I'm confused now. All right. Well, so I guess we're probably just gonna reload the draft, and I think they're just gonna pick Varus. I think that's what's supposed to happen here. Maybe I'm falling for hover.
I think we are first picking Varus. I agree.
Yeah. Okay. Hey, Viper Varus, sign me up. Sign me up. So the trade, I feel like it's going to be a Varus Misfortune game then. I think that's our AD carry matchup.
Yeah, probably. I really don't want to play MF into Varus if I'm being 100% honest, but if it is, again, Sivir, always an option. I think I'd rather play Sivir into Varus than I would the other way, or yeah, I'd rather play Sivir into Varus than I would MF. So hopefully Vampire or Viper and Gala pick the same or on the same wavelength as I am here. But yeah, there's nothing to do now. See, this is not fun anymore. See, told you. See, Balulu is now mad.
This is now mad. I didn't disagree with you. It wasn't fun. I just think that in your contract stipulations for the BLG glaze, like you can't say anything bad. Like it's in the contract. Besides,
how can you ever stay upset when you got this little face? Look at how cute that is.
I'm trying to think how I think. I'm trying to theory predict the rest of this draft. So Varus, I mean Vi isn't that great, but like Varus Vi Ahri is really fun at just blowing one person up.
I hate Vi Ahri. Once the Vi and the Ahri nerfs came through for both of these champions.
Yeah, it's not as good anymore.
It was dead in the water, and Vi doesn't do very well in 1v1 skirmishes in the river. So saw that with the Junhao earlier. But as we are getting ready for draft, for folks at home that are maybe just joining us or they're coming back from break, we started the draft, and then there was a first pick Karma, which meant we had to restart because Varus was let through, and can't have that happen. So we're kind of waiting, and we're having a little bit of fun here.
The least favorite part was you were starting it. I could see like the hamster wheel in your head. Buddy was going full force.
It was so much fun. I think it is significantly more interesting to not just immediately try to snap up tier list stuff and, you know, like introduce like, oh, maybe we can go for these counters. And, you know, we're expecting you to go for Nico because it wasn't banned. So let's play Karma. Like it works. I think it's really cool. But no, we got to have our boring drafts. We're going to get right back to where we started. Akali is the third ban. Just pick the Varus and let's just get to the real part of the draft now.
Yeah, let's no toying around. All right, there we go. Viper Varus. So Xin Zhao, I think, is the obvious pick. Where does JDG? Do we want to mid jungle pair up early? Maybe.
Maybe. I mean, you could
Xin Zhao
just take
Varus?
Xin Zhao.
Or Xin Zhao Azir?
Could be Xin Zhao Nico, right? We were talking about this
Yeah,
champion
yep,
still
true.
being available. They're going to go for Ambessa. I mean, yeah, sure. There's no Rumble. There's no Renekton, no Gnar. So it makes sense. All the bad matchups are gone. You could pick Sion here for Bin, and it would be okay. But
Cassante?
Cassante's also fine, but Cassante does have a little bit of a tougher time in the laning phase compared to the Sion. Ambessa used to be the counter, but then we got closer to Worlds, and some of the Ambessa nerfs brought her back down, and I remember seeing a stat like, even as the most picked counter into Sion still had something like a 55% win rate into it, which is crazy.
Okay.
That's probably why that champion was OP during that tournament. So we're going to see BLG, again, let's revert back to classics, give Shun an engaged champion. We're going to give over and grab ourselves the Sion, or the Pantheon and the Sion. So not bad.
All right, so you got pick potential versus kind of looking for the big classic vampire team fights. That's how these comps scream out to me so far. Where does JDG go here, though? I think they just have to take a jungler for Juja. I don't think there's anything else that would really scream out. Unless Gala, no, I think it's gotta be jungle, right?
I think it has to just be Xin Zhao. I think we just have to pick Xin Zhao here and get it over with. This champion gives too much value, and he's just too much of a good skirmisher. Like, he's one of the most broken AD junglers that isn't named Jace right now. So instead, there's that matchup that I was talking about. We are gonna have Sivir into Varus here. And that just means that JDG will have a really potent 2v2. Now, I want to posit that this Pantheon can be a flex. We've seen On play this champion before. It is potential for them to look for it. We'll see what happens in the second phase of bans. JDG immediately go for the Alistar.
This also, I do, another point to Gala picking the Sivir. Like, you see the Sion. I think a lot of, like, how overpowered he is right now, you have to find an answer for him. Sivir, later in a game, will find a way to churn through a lot of this health farm. So you do have that factor relied upon. Viban, okay. Are they? Maybe you're cooking. Maybe they're about to, like, if they have Xin up and they're fine sitting on the Pantheon, that's the turn, right? That's the little heal turn.
Yeah, it could be that. Or if this mid lane champion from HongQ is a bit more on the mobile side, I do think we could actually just see a Bard. I wonder if BLG are going to give on counter pick in this instance. Those are the kind of two that I'm looking at right now. We'll see what exactly BLG, if you are going to continue on that jungle spree, I do think you need to be looking at Xin Zhao. Instead, we're going to go for Nocturne. Okay, so they're inviting this. I do think that they know that Jinja's going to be reaching for it, so what else are they going to grab? Also, what is the mid-mage going to be? I do think that Anivia is crazy disgusting here for HongQ.
Yeah, I mean, Pantheon, Sion gets caught up in all that. It can be a real deterrent to a lot of the BLG comp, and also a reliable scaler. But yeah, Talia gets through. I think Talia Pantheon is just always such a reliable comp, especially, again, how BLG like to play, like the full court press style. Knight and Shun can show up in any lane, anytime, whenever they want together.
All right, Talia's going to probably get locked in. I do think that now you have to say, like, are we going to play an Enchanter, or are we just going to play Bard? Engage is fine, but I'm not really happy about it. I know you have a lot of frontline. Just give me this is the perfect Anivia angle for HongQ. He's already shown it before. I think we need to be able to see it from them again. And Anivia would just completely rattle every single possibility. Like, the range that this champion has, the walls, the slows. Here we go, JDG. Are we going to immediately win draft in my mind?
I mean, if HongQ can, get through the early stage, and then, the threat of, like, this Pantheon, like the pick potential with Tempered Fate and a Pantheon, is he scared of that? Is he scared of that threat? All right, the Anivia's not. It's going to be the Ahri. So a lot more maneuverability. I will say that is nicer into, like, the threat of a Bard, Pantheon, and a Talia, right? Like, all those mobile mages. It is kind of scary staring down that comp.
Yeah, I just think that the wall is such a broken ability. We won't have time to talk about it in this game because this is not here, but...
Yeah.
All right, BLG, they have a composition that is going to be a little bit lower on the max cap of damage, but they have a ton of burst coming in and good ways of picking them out that aren't direct crowd control, especially if On's Bard is going to be maximal. But for JDG, I think this is such a clean team fight to play. On the Hunt is going to be massive here for Gala, and as long as you play these lanes out right, I think the solo lanes have a lot of priority early on for JDG.
So the Super BLG fan is giving JDG a Game 2 draft win, which would set them up for sweeping out the team that is the only remaining Team Group Ascend left undefeated and double their losses on the entire game losses on the entire year. Wow. We are set up for some fun once again, especially if Game 1 was any indication. It took everything out of both these teams, for mainly JDG to come out with that win and BLG to keep that game alive. Could this be a huge, fracture into the LPL Split 1 in a single game of League? We'll see if JDG can do what many thought was not possible as we head back onto the Rift for Game 2.
And it might be in the home arena, but there are BLG fans all over the Beijing home ground. So it might be in there, it might be comfy, might be cozy, but you are in enemy territory right now as JDG. And BLG, they got a lot of fans watching. Would be a big disappointment for them. Again, undefeated here in series at 4-0. Here we go. Oh! Look, at least the JDG fans were not, bullied out of making their Jayos. So good job to the crowd leaders and squad leaders for getting that down. So let's take a look. Again, solo lanes here. I think you have the ability to play make a little bit more from JDG. We talked about Sivir in that last series, but I think that you can definitely make a big movement here in this 2v2. So we'll see what ends up happening between all of our lanes. And both junglers are pathing away from the top side, so could have some potential here for a little bit more explosive action.
Jungle paths, once again, top down. But unlike last game, it's not two power farmers looking for their ultimate to come online. They definitely could see some skirmishing come a lot earlier, especially like you talked about, how starkly different it feels BLG can play early on too, when Shun has that playmaker, CC initiate like this Xin Zhao. So we'll see how much more they fall into that classic full court press everyone likes to mention when they say the Billy moniker.
Damage coming in from Knight. Also, today I learned that you can use Sivir Spell Shield to block Arcane Comet. It makes sense, but it's such a small, negligible amount of damage a lot of the times. It's not even usually worth trying to Spell Shield. But
I remember when you got mana back for shielding a spell on this thing.
That was broken, and that should never have been in
so
this kit, but whatever.
It was so broken.
Bard or On's already making some movements. Now, there's no vision around Hongq. This could just be an early summoner spell. Oh, no unworked around there, being able to deal enough damage to Hongq, but you could look for something here.
Going for it. All right. A little slow. Charm from Hongq, full range. Gets the electric proc on a Knight and gets out of the seismic shove. Hongq gets a solo kill last game, early levels, and now is besting a nice little gank angle.
Sorry, the big difference here is that Bard gets to be the most broken support in the game because he drops 2 health potions in the mid lane with those healing sticks. So he gets to give Knight another 150 HP, and while it doesn't result into too much immediately, it does mean that Knight gets to stay alive for the time being. So he'll teleport back into this lane, get himself equalized. Didn't notice this, we didn't talk about it too much, but it is also teleport here for Viper. So I think recognizing that when you're playing into Sivir, you are going to get a lot of waves shoved into you, and so you just need to be able to match and be on timers properly with your team.
Vampire, knowing his AD is backing, throws out a nice little double tangle barb. Knight does have the wave in a nice spot to try and stay contested in those summoner spells, creep score. And getting the tier as early as possible on a lethality Varus, never a bad thing. It's like the Yunara back early for a Cole. So, like that little window that Viper found for himself.
I think enemy team chose that for him, if I'm being 100% honest there. I think his support walking mid lane and my bot lane's already beating me up. All right, cool. We're not doing anything here. Shun's here first. No vision. I think Xiaoxi's just dead.
Yep, should just be fully dead. Goes into the brush. Okay, a little speed up for Shun. Throw the stun down. Tip of the spear. Shun on the board. This is how BLG look a lot more comfortable when he doesn't power farm and he gets out on the map first.
Nice
First blood
400
BLG.
gold. Yep, Shun's going to pick that one up. Also Bin with a very, very nice wave in front of him. So with both top laners TPing back, expect that Sion's going to be feeling that much more in charge of this lane. Honestly, Shun could come back if he really feels it, but as a jungler, you have to clear these camps. They decrease the amount of jungle camps you have to get through to finish your quest, and the breakpoint is still 20. So these next 3 camps, the Scuttle, and then whichever one he finds next, immediately means he has 1,000 damage smite at potentially 8 minutes into the game.
Disgusting. Season 16. Junja looking for a play on a Knight with the Spirit Rush. Honkyu's going to try and land the Charm. Knight flashes early. Charm lands. Junja's just going to flash get on top of him. Nice little look as the new look Jingdong Gaming mid-jungle duo fly on in for that kill. Tangle Barb from Vampire onto On. Gets poked down low. Nothing much there. Nice little response to the top lane gate for BLG.
Oh, Vampire almost has it onto On. On will survive for now. Wave crashes in mid, and I'm looking at that Scuttle that's on the bottom side of this river. If Junja can get access to this, that is almost level 6 guaranteed here with his him finishing Krugs. He has priority from bottom lane, and while Honkyu doesn't have first move, I think this is a very real objective we should be playing for. On also took a recall, so he's going to be late to this.
Still, though, how worried are you about Knight falling again early in the lane? I mean, we said it was one of the worst night games we've seen this year. I know it's a pretty high bar.
The Azir game was pretty bad, I'll be honest.
Okay, all right.
And he gets it. He gets level 6.
Okay, so he's going to pop Aggressive Guard here immediately when he comes out of the stun. All right, but a seismic shove there from Knight gets him right into Viper's range. Piercing Arrow comes across. Honky flash charm. Knight still has no flash. Honky gets the first kill. Shun looking for the trade as Vampire flashes out. Follow for Shun. Spear goes down. Second kill found here, and nobody is getting close enough to Honky for him to find these Qs. So BLG win out on the skirmish by 1 kill.
They get a kill, but I think this is massive still for JDG. Like, you got the Scuttle. Junja is the one that ends up dying, but Honkyu gets a second kill, and Knight misses out on a big portion of this wave. Like, this is a pretty big sacrifice and investment from BLG's mid laner, and now Honkyu is at a very, very good spot here. This is exactly as we set up. Priority from bottom lane. He wins the smite as well, and while we missed out on portions of this because of the feed, there is very little damage here. I think the fact that he kind of pushed him back into Viper is the kind of the linchpin for that play. But Knight gets taken down again. I mean, Honkyu is in a really good spot. He could finish his first item before Knight does, and that opens up a big can of worms for the next coming objectives.
Yeah, the first item sprint on both sides to look out for. Honkyu, aptly pointed out by you all. And then Shun.
Look at the inventory. Just look at the inventory. I've lost chapter versus Merc Tread boots, and like, no magic mantle boots, a glowing mode, and a tier. This guy does no damage right now.
Yeah. Shun, though, I think will be able to get to that Sundered Sky as quickly as maybe Honkyu can get over towards his first item. But like you pointed out, Junja is also not far behind that bell curve. So Honkyu, again, in such a marvelous position against the biggest test he can get now that he's in the LPL.
And this is big shoes, right? Like, not only are you replacing Scout, who obviously didn't have a great year last year on JDG, but you're also an LCP import. I know a lot of people, I made this mistake last year because of the region changes, but a lot of people still see LCP as, you know, a region that doesn't usually get a ton of respect internationally, and we've had mixed success here for imports from that region historically in the LPL. People will look to Karsa, but I think a lot of people also look at players like Doggo, who didn't have a great time in the LPL. So as Honkyu especially, you're going to have a very big magnifying glass placed on you, whether fairly or not, to perform well.
See how he can perform in this next skirmish. On's going to flash, Chains of Corruption, beautifully layered Grand Starfall, but a charm from Hongq gets Shun immediately out of that Grand Starfall before you get the stun down. Double seismic shove comes for Knight. Juja takes the portal out. Vampire's fine. Hongq's trying to hold down the front line as he now takes the portal through. Gets the charm onto On. Has one more Spirit Rush charge. No stun's going to land. So many low health bars once again. BLG looking to try and capitalize. Spear's going to go wide. Vampire's bringing the wave up. Knight going to herald in some rocks, trying to find some poke damage. Gala going to spell shield. Nothing. No stun comes across. And with the wave cut down, this 4-on-4 fizzles out.
Oh, nothing else happens here. Not a ton of summoner spells. That was a really, really good engage there. I mean, On finding like a mega long-range Q into getting the Varus chains on top of that. That should have been a kill there for BLG. It's unfortunate that it didn't connect. Maybe if they were just a little bit more ahead, maybe if Knight had also not been 0-2, that turns into a play, but fortunate or not, JDG ended up surviving that, and a lot of map movements. We're dropping waves across the board, and it is still just compounding here for Hongq. This charm from this Ahri is so big, man. Like, this is massive, and I don't know if Hongq meant to do this on purpose, but you are a really strong Ahri. I think this is just him inputting the ult and then just, man, like I went in fine. And it just means that they all escape from this play.
Not necessarily a bad thing, right, too? He
Sure.
could have found a kill, traded. Maybe like trade to shutdown if he picks it up. So everyone living is not necessarily a bad thing, but it does have BLG out a bit ahead in gold, about a couple hundred. And now the fun can really start to begin, all because we have Dragon and Grubs both up at the same time as some of those first items are coming through. Sundered Sky done. Oh, hold on. Oh, the execution. All right, I forgot. Sorry, top players play Ultimate Chicken.
Yeah,
Carry
he
on.
played he pressed the Soul Furnace, and I get it though. I think Xiaoshi's being a little bit cheeky because there is a Bramble Vest completed by Bin. So if he attacks him, it's gonna get turret aggro. I get it, but Soul Furnace again, very OP. Basic ability. I mean, I think BLG can make whatever play they want. They're the one that have onus. I know we've been talking a lot about Hongq and JDG's advantage, but you do have both the Grand Starfall and the Weaver's Wall. So it is very easy for BLG to just make plays happen.
Oh, Vampire Pop Blossom. He has Knight. When becomes Lightning, in goes Juja, gets stunned up. Crescent Guard's going to block down a lot of Vampire's damage. It's only Shun that can have to try to find this trade kill, unless they wait for it to drop. Flash out of Juja. Viper, big piercing arrow. Clips Vampire.
Oh.
The clone is used against Vampire, and June flashes to get the kill, but Hongq comes in from the side, finds the first kill onto Viper, goes through the portal to try and find the reset, but the stun from On into the seismic shove makes it a trade. Hongq takes one down with him, doing all the heavy lifting for Jindong Gaming right now.
Look at where the gold ends up dropping, though. Gala, he does survive. He has to recall here. Knight will pick up this wave. Knight picks up at least a kill at the end there. And then it's BLG losing out gold onto Viper and onto Shun. I think that that's an okay trade for them. It keeps the gold still in a very similar position. This engage from Vampire was as good as it was going to get for him. I think it's a hard corridor to fight if you are JDG. You're having to wait a really long time as Ahri is coming all the way from the river. And you're asking, Viper can just throw down spells. Good damage here from Hongq, maybe expecting that Viper would flash. If he would have gotten that kill a little bit sooner, I do think that Shun just dies immediately and they don't get this kill. So minor mistake from Hongq.
That's a good call out. That's, that just drag the Q a little bit out. He thought he'd clip Viper. He doesn't. Just those small things, right? And got to shout out On in that play. I mean, he clips, uses the Nico clone against you. That always stinks. And then he sets the stun into Hongq on the wall, then into the seismic shove. I've said this so many times. There are a few champions in competitive play that I love watching when people are on it with them than Bard. Bard is so fun when a support is rocking it, like Kyle did in Game 1 against BLG not too long ago.
They lost, okay? So
not that game though. I mean, that's my point.
Yeah. Bard is again one of the highest skill ceiling supports you can play in the game. Has just so much flexibility in what he can do. Also went for Unsealed Spellbook here in this game, so On is going to be very, very flexible as to what and how he provides utility to his team. Right now we're seeing BLG set up for what is the first dragon of the game, still up. Maybe they can find Vampire.
Chains of Corruption. Hongq's here That's a reminder to Vampire that if he gets clipped by that again, he could just get one shot. That's one item Viper doing that to him. So keep it in the back pocket. I'm gonna get a little sentimental is not the word, but
Okay.
BLG, Knight, On, and Viper are all rocking like wintry skins. I love this, by the way.
Oh my
okay,
God,
Junja
Junja,
just-
please!
How does he steal it from a Pantheon? Usually those always secure. Oh, Gala's getting jumped on. Gala's completely cut out here. Vampire's going to find that kill. So Junja grabbing that steal is massive.
Yeah, but I think it sets them a little bit too far behind. Obviously, BLG would have loved to have grabbed that, but the fact that it is, you just have this entire bottom wave that you're missing, I think is really, really tough.
The point, I think it's cool though. It's the Arctic Varus skin, and then the Winter Talia skin, and then it's whatever the snowy Christmas Bard skin is. It's fun when you guys all match. You see that when you play.
You mean Winter Wonderland Bard?
Winter Wonderland Bard. Yeah, my bad.
I get it. Arctic Ops, and then I think it is just Snow Day. It's either Snow Day Bard or it's Snow Day Talia. Again, I think Hongq's lead has really started to minimize, especially with BLG having a few picks here. I was a little bit afraid about some of the gold gains, but BLG just shoot up to a 2,000 gold deficit between them, or a gold advantage between them and their opponents. And I mean, we're heading into a pause now. Look, this is a really tense match. I know the players on stage probably feel at least some of the the responsibility that weighs on them here, but this is one of our marquee matchups for the week.
Yep, so hopefully we'll figure out what the pause is. I saw some of our referee team around Knight, so maybe it's a Knight issue. Nonetheless, yeah, what a tense time for the pause, right? We've seen some pretty intricate little exchanges. This game's very close, and for JDG, this is a little bit of a momentum killer. You bring momentum off of that really, like, one of their cleanest games of the split to win game 1. They're making some good plays in game 2, and now everything kind of comes to a grinding halt.
Well, hey, if you're JDG, you could say like, oh, well, we got the first dragon of the game. We stole that in front of them.
Yeah.
You could say that BLG have more playmaking tools because they can move around the map. That was something that we said in game 1 with the Rise that was available for Hongq. And now we're kind of seeing that. They lose Dragon and immediately just book it towards bottom lane and kill Gala.
Yep.
That is going to be a main ticket in this game, especially now that they've started to subside some of Hongq's advantage.
And we'll see like the lasting impact that has on how guys like Hongq approach side waves. Even like Xiaosu is playing the Zambesa, right? Who's pretty susceptible to these pick plays. Anytime like you don't see Shun and Knight like on the map, you have to be thinking, can I take this extra wave? Where can I back safely? Can I go for a plate on this turret? Because in the blink of an eye, it will be a 2v1, 3v1, and they're going to pick you off at an opportune time for later Drakes, Rift Herald, Baron. Like, it's always going to be in the back of their mind. And that's kind of like, that is what has always made BLG so scary when they get comps like this, is that it's just that mind game of, what am I actually allowed to do? Because it can feel like it's nothing.
That's the big worry for me. As we get later into the game, I do think it gets significantly easier for JDG to play. You're going to have a Sivir. You're going to have an Ahri. I think the playmaking potential is there, but you need to be in a good spot. This is also a very vulnerable game here for Vampire. We're going to get right back in the game here. Vampire needs to be very, very careful because it's not like there's a typical frontline tank engage for him. He is the main purpose of this bottom lane and this game here for JDG. He has been picked off a few times already.
But one big pop blossom can always change things. Is Junja taking a little scurry towards Scuttle, but not going to actually try and take it on his own. Showing on this top side, as we have started to move these AD carries around a bit here. I'm curious where we're at with the quests. I guess
Everyone's
this game
done.
yeah, everyone's done. I felt that we were earlier into this game than we actually are. Maybe it's the pods doing things, but now that we moved everyone over, maybe we'll have a bit of a fight here at the Rift Herald.
It's just a clone, guys. BLG
Well,
will
hey.
have control of the Fey Lights for now on both sides here. And it looks like control of mid lane as Viper gets first say. Now, Talia and Pantheon are on the bottom side right now. I wonder if they're going to be looking for something onto Honkyu. Maybe just get him low so he has to TP into the next play.
Safety of his turret. Oh, you're predicting it. They're going under the turret for the dive here. Honkyu, one Spirit Rush, but he gets caught by the stun into the seismic shove. That's the combo. BLG drafted this mid-jungle duo for Honkyu. No chance to escape.
And wow, and JDG don't even go to play towards the top side. Both Xin Zhao and Nico take a reset. Knight's going to get at least one more turret play before Sun from JDG responds, and the top side objective is completely null and void. So JDG just wastes time hoofing it around Summoner's Rift, while BLG make gold-positive plays happen.
And that gold is exploded to about 2,500 at this point. Is very significant and only going to help out a team that is looking to kind of throw one of their big haymakers at the 20-minute mark. Mainly, you know, Viper, these cheaper lethality items. Shun capitalizing on that Black Cleaver. His Tempered Fate from on. Gala's caught. Stunned against the wall. Chains of Corruption. The cleanse. The ghost comes out. Junja jumps on Viper. They thought they had an easy kill on the Gala, but again, he outplays a pick play with a blinking health bar. Turns it for JDG.
Wow, I thought the timing was going to be good. I mean, you had perfect ability to know when he was going to have his spell shield, when he was going to have his ability to go or cleanse. Gets out of that one, and now it's Herald being started. Knight is a teleport for this play. This is still a numbers advantage here for BLG.
All right, well, not until they TP in their last remaining member. It's Honkyu here. BLG are split on two fronts right now. Soul Lane's on one side. Bitch trying to cut that down. Bring the Weaver's Wall in. They've got Junja, Crescent Guard. He does get the eye, but he will die for it. Herald at a price for the JDG jungler.
I thought that was very adorable because Junja obviously gets the smite, or sorry, it was Honkyu who got the Rift Herald, but Knight did not have to seismic shove him into the eye. He could have let him not catch that one.
Oh,
Vampire!
Two-man Pop Blossom on the Knight, gets a Tangle Bar, but where's the damage? Xiaosu cannot get on the Knight, and now Vampire's just dead. Too audacious of a look, and it could cost more. Oh, the seismic shove cancels. Xiaosu has to probably execute into all of the team. Honkyu here for the cleanup, though. They go 1-for-1. Top laner for mid laner. Still, JDG on the back foot off of Vampire's overextension.
How much more can he find? I mean, he has Flash right now. Good look for like a Flash engage. Wait a minute,
Shun that wants the Flash engage, thanks to the Vampire Knight alley-oop.
Well, the game has completely blown up now because we were just talking about them making a play on bottom side to catch out Honkyu underneath that turret. They got the entire bot tier 1, and somehow BLG are now up almost 5,000 gold here. This engage from Vampire, where's the rest of the damage? Like, Sivir's in mid lane. Ari cannot walk into this fight. Great job from On to stop him from walking in. And then now it gets, because of Vampire, Xiaosu dies. Honkyu ends up falling afterwards. And this is basically the game at this point.
Definitely the game if we come back to live and
Yep.
Vampire's dead again.
Okay, we're going to game 3, ladies and gentlemen. It's a 9-game day.
All right, this is a insurmountable lead. No sugarcoating it. Herald dropped to mid lane by Junja. They're trying to fight for the second dragon of the game. Can Junja steal another one? That's really the only option he's got in front of himself. But Tempered Fate is going to grab his mid laner, and he has to flash out of a well-placed seismic shove from Knight. Spirit Rush out for Honkyu. It's 2 more charges. JG looking for a turn, but not going to help when Honkyu's charm goes wide. 0 playmaking left here for Jindong Gaming, and they don't even get the mid-tier 1.
BLG are sitting in a spot where they get that dragon, they already have a gold lead, and now they're winning on side lanes as well. You already have to be worried about having a Talia, having a Grand Starfall happen to you. Oh, this is how they caught out Nico. Okay, so just really good play, good ability for them to try to answer that, but who is catching or stopping a Scion on the side lane from JDG? Because for now, all Ambessa does is go even. But Bin's up 1,500 gold and is going to continue to scale here in this game. And Honkyu, he went from almost solo killing Knight to now giving up that 2-kill advantage he had early on, trying to play to the other lanes, trying to help out his bottom lane here. JDG, they started off so well, but have just trickled more and more gold over to BLG, and now Bilibili find themselves 5,500 gold up, and with almost every single standing structure that is past the tier 1.
So how much are we back towards normal BLG games we've seen this split? Because I know you're mentioning a lot of JDG mistakes, but how much of this is also kind of BLG rounding back into form after a wacky game 1?
All I'm saying is that Shun got off of a stupid tank champion that just walks around the game, and they're starting to win. Just let the pattern be there for you guys. Exactly. He is a massive front in this game. 2 items already and has the Black Cleaver finished. He's going to be walking around. I wonder if he just finishes Death Stance here because he has the sigil. Oh, this is not going to be Death Stance. This is going to be a GA. So GA third. This guy is near unkillable. Junja has only just now finished the Black Cleaver. So right now, BLG are just looking for this last mid-tier 1, and they can kind of make the same play, maybe go for a Baron afterwards. Anybody who steps up on this wave, there might just be a Weaver's Wall behind them.
Still trying to defend it. Knight off to the side, looking. Crystalline Overgrowth going to be claimed by Viper. Nice little auto to get in there. But remember, it's a Pantheon and it's a Taliyah. You are never truly safe on these side lanes. Bin's pushed up pretty far, though, so there's no play there. And Honkyu going to back off. Shun showing in the mid lane should provide him a little bit more safety, but the main culprit of issue for JDG is how dark this topside river is becoming. Gala, you cannot step. Risky, risky. Oh, Junja's in the brush here, too. Pressing guard pop, Vampire can't do any damage. Pop Blossom down. Shun does not have the GA up yet. Great Tempered Fate from On. Will buy some time, but Shun's dead right in front of Baron. Oh my god, Xiaosu. This is really far forward. I guess he just takes up enough of the damage. Junja, Exhaust has come out from On. He also uses the Mikhails to get rid of the slow. What can JDG get off knocking off the BLG jungler?
Oh, wait a minute. They get just barely enough vision there. So this isn't Baron. This might be a mid-tier 1 if they really force for it. It's not going to be the case. I know I was saying that this is kind of over for JDG. The only way they win this game is if they get Gala to 5 and maybe 6 items, and he just rips apart a team fight. That is always going to be a potential win condition. But with how fights are looking, with how BLG are spreading the map thin against their opponents, it gets tougher and tougher to kind of get around that line of thinking. And honestly, the 15 minutes in between the start of the game and now was not very inspiring from JDG. So still, they have the ability to turn this game. And what a statement it would be to, in the first round robin, not only do you stop BLG from ending it undefeated, but you also hand them a 2-0 loss at that. As we look at this replay, I mean, this is just a good start here for Junta. Like, yes, the TP I think is a little forced from Xiaosu, but they know, like, we need to be on this side of the map. We need to look for fights. Sion can always join faster with that ultimate.
You do kind of, you know, Vampire does flash Proto Belt to ult, so he's not going to have like a super big flash Pop Blossom for a third Drake up in 30 seconds, a Baron now available, but I'm glad that you pointed out kind of a reoccurring thing we can go back to, which is Gala's Sivir items, like which ones are going to start to come through here. He's at 3 now. I assume with the cloak, he's just trying to get that IE. 4 is a pretty big point for Gala, but still feels like it's a ways away.
He is really far ahead, by the way. Like, I know Viper just now completed his 3rd item, and both of our 80 carries have cashback, but 8% of like a 3,100, a 3,200 gold item is way more gold than you're going to be getting from any of these lethality spots. So good use of the Proto Belt to dodge out on the Tempered Fate there. Dragon is being started, and no Proto Belt, no flash, no heal available here for Vampire to make a big Pop Blossom.
It's not something JDG really need to panic about. It's just the 3rd Drake of the game at 25.5 minutes. So we're not even at soul point. And like you allocated info to earlier, they really want this mid-tier 1 turret. Crystalline Overgrowth going to help Gala out to knock that one down. TP's coming from behind, though. Bin wants a flank with his Bin-esque shield, but it falls flat, and that gives Xiaosu some time to collect a lot more gold back, too.
We're getting 2 turrets here as JDG. I like the movements. BLG's gold lead is starting to subside now. This is some of that macro that we had a little bit of questions about. With no 3rd Dragon in their hands, BLG are nowhere near potentially getting a soul. That's a
That TP really hurt.
That's a big win here for JDG. The fact that they not only got that TP, but now get 2 turrets. I mean, Ben's been sitting on basically 1,500 gold over Xiaoshu this entire game, and now that's been completely eaten up.
Gold lead basically halved. I mean, what was it pushing? 5.7K
Yeah.
just a couple of minutes ago? So it's down to about 2.4. We'll see where that can manifest in big portions for JDG, who definitely have a lot more damage in their tank. Shun is just way too tanky with this GA on top. And there it is. Knight trying to come over through, but Hongq and Vampire got on the right side of the Weaver's Wall.
Not just that, I think the Cloud Drake Rift that's opening here in this side of the jungle is massively OP. The bonus movement speed that they got them into position where they're not on the wrong side of the tracks there. Now BLG, they don't have the damage to start this Baron. Also, this one JDG ward is doing overtime right now,
really
spawning
is.
all of BLG. They can't do anything, and I mean, they have TP advantage on top for their top laner. So Xiaoshu is hitting this bottom tier 1. He got at least another plate for himself. I don't care that he's charging up on the Q. You are getting gold now, and you've evened up this matchup. Sion's never going to be... Are they going to go for a play onto Xiaoshu?
Well, they were thinking about it.
Yeah.
Wisely backed up. It's more pro macro play, right? Like, we went into that pause saying, Xiaoshu and Hongq, like, you have to be really aware of who is on vision whenever you take these side waves. And right now, Xiaoshu's done a pretty good job. I think Hongq got caught once. Gal is always safe on the Sivert clearing lanes. And on top of the fact that some of these, global map plays for BLG aren't working as well, I'm really glad you said it. Lethality, Varus, Talia, Sion, Pantheon, gotta be such a slow Baron take. You have to win a fight for BLG to ever actually have a crack at this Baron.
Yeah, also Viper has to be full mana before he starts these Barons, because Viper can do damage thanks to the Blight stacks, but because he is obviously poke, he has to go through multiple rotations of spells before it is even very meaningful here. Another good use of the Proto Belt.
Tempered Fate, good flash, gets out of the seismic shove. But again, it's never good when your engaged player is losing his critical dash abilities.
And another turret goes down. I mean, they're going to use Grand Starfall in the Weaver's Wall.
Yep. Xiaoshu gets over the Weaver's Wall on the right side. Ooh, probably Xiaosu's going to whiff. Knight's trying to hold on to the seismic shove. Ooh, does get the catch thanks to the slippery stones. Flash from Xiaoshu. Shun really wants to chase this one down. He's going to flash for it. Gets the stun. Xiaoshu, million dashes. Are they going to be able to save him this time? Nope. The stones thrown on the back of his head finally knock him out and send him to a gray screen. There's that global threat on the map again for BLG.
This is the pick that they needed. No turret falling over for JDG and push in bottom lane. All they can do with this Sivir is just sit in mid lane, clear out these minion waves. But now it turns into potential more here.
Junja, Crescent Guard out to block Knight's damage. He flashes away from Shun. And Hongq, you have to Spirit Rush away from Knight as well. Man, the heavy lifting Shun and Knight are doing right now for BLG.
They are saving the side lanes right now for BLG and giving them life here in this one. Remember, it was JDG who took a very strong game. Oh
no, Vampire. Double pop blossom. They didn't get the stun of Hongq towards the wall. He still has to flash away from Shun. Tempered Fate is only going to claim the Xin Zhao as Viper ends up taking a turret shot. Shun eats 2 of them as well. Really good that he can still hang on to that GA, because that's what's helping him do so much heavy lifting.
I don't know about that, Slayer. I mean, that was an ambitious dive there from Knight and the rest of BLG. Knight tanked the initial turret shots there, and he lost his Seraph's Embrace. So he's not going to have this shield available. Yes, he has the Zonias, but we're 45 seconds before this Dragon, and that's going to be a really... That's a lot of Talia's tankiness no longer there. So I think JDG do have some legs to stand on, but they're missing a ton of flashes. So
yeah,
this
really
is
bad.
one where both teams are going to have to walk into this river with a lot of caution and be very prepared for potentially a messy fight.
All right. Gala, 4 items. Oh, hold on. Oh my god, this Vampire getting caught again. It's all bit. He's too tanky to deal with. Seismic shove into the crescent, into the chains of corruption. Viper, he misses the piercing arrow though. Thought Junja would juke back up. So Junja's able to survive.
Vampire's
here,
still fighting over here, by the way.
he finally gets away from Bin's grasp, but he's still split from his team.
Right. It is now JDG, control of the river. They get topside. BLG are going to have to fight through the bottom end. Nico is recalling. That's level 11 here for this champion, but doesn't even get the finish to finish the recall. Rocket Belt's coming off of cooldown. Does he maybe try to sneak himself back into this play? JDG are going to have to play this 4v5, and that's super dangerous. They're not going to even go for it. They're going to just let Ari finish this side lane, can teleport if they really need somebody. Looks like both sides are going to back off, finish their recalls, get their items, reset before we come into this, and I do think that this advantage goes over to BLG.
Gala, what really helps that stall is the Gala with that Sivir just sent a wave up towards the tier 2 turret. Someone has to respond to. Gala, good jukes around the Tempered Fate, but he's starting to get cornered. Junja and Vampire are going to protect him well. All getting poked down. The Sivir really starting to shine with some of the damage on these bouncing blades. Shun, though, going to jump in. Great spell shield from Gala. Not going to get stunned up, but he does get poked down. Still can cut down the wave. Down to about 25% HP. Good trade again from Shun.
But I love the cycling here from JDG. One member takes a recall, the rest of them will stay, and they will push out on the map. Doesn't matter. Gala's going to stay. He does have red buff, so the health regen is fine. It's whether or not, I love this, let him auto-attack. Oh my god, we forced the flash out from Knight.
And Vampire, as a minion, is coming after Shun, but he gets tossed in the air again by Knight. Shun has a GA. It's buying him so much extra space. Will it finally pop it? Yes. Hongyu is going after Viper, and he finds the clutch kill. Shun comes back up and immediately goes back down.
Wait a minute!
Into the background. Hongyu nearly finds Knight, who goes golden. Can Gala step up to find these kills? Yes! The bouncing blades get it done. Bin has to use the Soul Furnace to get himself out, but JDG might have finally scaled into game 2.
Oh my god, Xiaoshu, the top laner that we've been looking forward to see, makes a big play. Him and Vampire set this up and just annihilate BLG. Dragon will go over to them. It is now 2 apiece for both of these teams again, as we are here in game number 2. But a massive fight. We'll take a look back at this replay. I mean, Xiaoshu forcing the flash out from Knight. Vampire tries to get in and yes, he gets bursted out, but Shun is on the wrong side, and BLG have no way of dealing damage in this fight. Again, another reason why the Sin Sao champion is not balanced. How much damage can they actually do with Crescent Guard is up. 0 is the answer. And the solo lanes, I think, come up massive here for JDG.
And you saw Hongyu exploits the fact that Viper gets cut away from all of BLG. That's that front line again. What was the ending play in game 1? Hongyu realm warping onto Viper alone. Could we see? We just saw that again in game 2. Oh my god, Junja flashed after on, gets himself through the portal. It's a flash down. But look at Sivir finally step up. Bin's health bar is getting eradicated. Jun's going to stun on Hongyu. Great stasis. Xiaoshu into the backline. Finds everybody. And the Pop Blossom is stopped by a great Tempered Fate. Everyone comes back alive, but Gala is ripping, roaring, and ready to punish all of BLG. 3 kills instantly. Shun to be chased out. Can JDG just look for the win? The sweep over the undefeated Billy Gaming right now.
They don't have a minion wave. There's another one spawning here. I don't know why Honest teleporting 5 feet in front of his minions, but another wave is coming soon. I'm looking at death timers. 30 seconds before Viper is up. And with all of these minions now spawning in, JDG must have 2-0'd.
They gotta go for it now. If you go for the king, aim for the head. They're taking down the Nexus turrets with ease. Gala can delete these so simply. Odds gone. It's finally happened. BLG's undefeated Split 1 ends with a JDG 2-0.
No 5-0 for the first round robin, says JDG. Welcome back to our home arena. And I gotta say, that arena must be silent right now because there were BLG fan signs everywhere in those seats. JDG 2-0ing them. How is it that this is a team that brings BLG to their knees, but somehow loses to Invictus Gaming of all teams here in Group Ascend?
Split 1 things, Alk. Split 1 things, but...
God damn.
Oh, wow. Look how fast that POW was. Holy...
They're like, look, we saw the signs during the games.
Yeah, I know. I just want to have a little fun with it.
Just wait for us in playoff, boys. Wow, what a fantastic performance. And I gotta say, while BLG were definitely playing their hearts out, I do think that some of these drafts were maybe not giving them the best tools to be able to play, but especially in that game 2, that was more on the players than I would so say the draft. I think that BLG definitely weren't up to snuff here in these games, and JDG were playing incredibly in these team fights.
I mentioned it a couple of times, but I think JDG had such amazing poise with how they played side lanes, how they recognized, post 20 minutes, oh, okay, how many times did someone truly get caught? I think Xiaosu died on the bot lane one time, but even after that, BLG overextended on that tier 2 dive. They ruined the pick. They were always respectful of the fact that Knight and Shun could show up anywhere to kill off one of them, and they never let it happen. They bought enough time for Gala to scale. They bought enough time for, for Hongq to become such a menace on this Ahri. I mean, this is such an impressive 2-0 for JDG.
I just love the team fighting from Jindong Gaming. They are showing such clarity of mind. I think the way that they execute on them is brilliant. And all of them really starting from the solo laners here, especially in game number 2. Hongq diving in with this Ahri. Xiaosu eventually scaling in as this Ambessa and just diving straight in as a unkillable frontliner who also has a lot of backline threat was beautiful to see. And while Vampire still having to kind of tweak some of those engagements, that Pop Blossom was beautiful. That completely negates any of the bad ones we saw in that game.
Yeah, and the funniest thing was it kind of it was a little anticlimactic, right? Because the Tempered Fate grabbed all of them right before the slam down came. It's still a winning fight. The Pop Blossom was great, but it could have been highlight reel worthy if On doesn't get that Tempered Fate off.
Yeah. I mean, even with the Tempered Fate, they still lost the game.
Yeah, I know. It's just clip.
By the way, as you can
things.
see, the paid spot did nothing. Okay.
Yeah.
So let's
Billy, double the money or my guy ain't coming back, all right? Listen.
I have literally no choice to come back, okay? I have to. The show must
go on. I mean, your BLG character. Yeah.
I know. Yeah. I mean, yeah, that was a beautiful game. This is a JDG that I can be really excited for. All of last year, it was riddled with insecurity, honestly. Inconsistency is another word we really use for this team. And not only with the mid-jungle change, this new bottom lane is really exciting. And as long as they can keep, this progress up, this is just, in my mind, just showing not only are they great team fighters, but you're still growing that in the back of your mind. That coaching staff from AL moving over to this team is really, really insane. Not just Tabe, but also bringing us Xiaobai.
Yeah, good shout out. Amazing coaching staff. All right, Ulk, obviously because of the way, as we get into some of these post-game stats, you know what's coming. Give me a player of the game. Give me a player of the series.
Oh, honestly, I think Hongq deserves it. I know the first part of this game, I mean, he started off this game hot. The mid-game was a little bit weird just because BLG came through. I mean, look at this gold graph, man. It's all BLG until the very end of the game where JDG get the gold lead. That's incredible to me. And again, Hongq was the man in the mid lane. He deserves player of the match and player of the game for this one. I mean, you go back to game number 1. I know Gala was incredible, and I'm sure looking at just the damage and his stats in this one, he is more than likely to gain player of the series, but that solo kill was incredible.
It was. It will hopefully live in highlight reels for First Stand, MSI, Worlds, us hyping up further splits. We will be seeing that time and time again. And yes, I mentioned those internationals because the statement JDG have made here is not only 1, BLG are mortal, 2, we can be domestic champions, but 3, and maybe most important, a series win like this from JD Gaming says we are coming back to those international stages.
Yes, that is the biggest thing with this. I think with this roster, if this doesn't make internationals, JDG are going to be doing a lot of internal soul searching as to what the future of this org is. You have so much money, especially with having Intel as a title sponsor. This team was meant to go to internationals, and so far with their performance, it is highly likely that this might just be a top 2 team that we send to First Stand. I know it's an early prediction here, but the state of the league right now, it's them or AL at this point.
Yep. And that will be so fun to track going forward. Here's one of the fun things that I want to leave everybody off with looking forward. As you can see, Group Ascend is 6 teams, so one round robin is 5 series. BLG, 4-1. They played 5 series. If you recognize how round robins work here in the LPL, guess who BLG play next? JD Gaming. They will play JD Gaming and mirror it back forward. And JDG play against, I would argue, maybe a contender for weakest team in the Group Ascend right now, Weibo next. So if things play out as expected, we will kick off the second round robin of Group Ascend with 4-1 JDG versus 4-1 BLG, hot off their last loss, breaking the undefeated streak, being that said JDG.
It would be super funny if Weibo won that series.
It would.
I'm ready. I'm so ready for a Weibo win. I've been waiting for a long time this series. We're only like 2 weeks in, and I'm waiting for a Weibo win again, man. That win versus IG was a hard-earned one, and almost an IG 3-0, honestly. But
yeah, listen. I don't know about Weibo. I want this. Yes.
There you go.
Tabe reacts. All right, awesome, Tabe. So
he needed that win.
He needed it bad. All right, well, wait. Hey guys, we didn't get 9 games.
There you go.
We didn't get 9 games. So I think they're gonna pan over to an interview. I'm curious to see who it's gonna be.
It is Junja.
Junja. Okay, so Junja's the interview. So that does mean with interview starting for our final series of the night, we're going to start winding things down here at LPL English. And I would like to start that out by giving a very special pair of thank yous to 2 very important people. Thank you very much to our elite coffee supporters, that being Aaron Soup and Mong. Their pledged financial contributions help level up the broadcast and give back to the casting crew who strive to give you an LPL English product every single day. So shout out those 2 elite supporters. If you would like to be an elite coffee supporter, have your name shout out at every single stream, which is so many days of the year. You can subscribe there, but also the coffee below, just a coffee member directly supports our broadcast, as well as we are fan run. I mean, how do I quantify? It's
fan run, volunteer based. So
right.
Any bit of donations kind of help. Again, just watching the streams is enough, but if you feel so inclined to support us monetarily, you can do a one-time donation or you can do a monthly subscription. And there are some perks for that, which you can go check out on our coffee. So probably being spammed currently in the chat, in our Twitch chat, so just make sure you're kind of tapped in. Yes, thank you guys. We're broke.
Yep.
I did it one time, and it suddenly turns into a meme. That's my fault.
All right, Alk. Well, what a day. Any closing thoughts before we close out today and set our sights on another day of LPL?
I want to thank everybody who was on the show today. We had 2 days in a row of 3 series days. Obviously, this one ended up going to 8 games. We didn't have our full 9 games. We are going to go back to 2 game days for at least the next few before we get another one on the 27th. But again, thank you to not only you, yourself, Slayer, our prod, Ilya, but our mod team, our socials team, Geppetto, and Yanni, who were on the show earlier. And thank you to everybody who was watching, as, again, this is not possible without viewers like yourself.
Yeah, could not be
more
standings.
Possible. We got standings. You can come look at nothing changing, guys. It's going to be the exact same setup. Look, BLG still at first. Woo!
But losses have filled every one of those. So we have now gone. Yeah, I think this is correct, except for LNG and Group Nirvana. We have gone. Every team has game. Okay, every team has game wins. Almost every team has series wins. And only a couple teams have no series losses, and most importantly, Group Ascend, everyone has lost to someone. What a fun, I guess, like, kind of almost halfway point we are now at in Split 1 and in Group Ascend. Tomorrow, you will get a look at a 2-series set, including Top Esports and AL, and Weibo and JDG, as we already mentioned. So full Group Ascend plate for you all to gobble up. Alk, you snazzy man, it has been another fun broadcast, even if you picked on me per usual. I'm just kidding. It's always in fun. Guys, we're here to have fun, and we'll have more fun with the LPL tomorrow back here at twitch.tv/LPL English, youtube.com/LPL_English. We'll see you guys for more LPL action then.